This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the final monthly finals for the BSC. We're over here in EMEA, and it is time to introduce us. It's me, it's Efta, and of course, I'm joined here by the lovely Trav and Ark. Ark, Trav, you guys look fantastic, by the way.
I think Trav looks about 5.
That's not good. Dude, just last month, you were being mean to him. You can't do it 2 times in a row.
Hey, it's EMEA, you know, this is home turf. I get to give as much smack towards Trav as I can. All streamers, every year it's the same.
Cutthroat. Trav, you know what? It's only fair. Your opportunity. How are you feeling?
How can I feel wearing this? And, you know, I agree. I do look about 5. But at the end of the day, I'd have thought a man of Ark's age would be able to tie a bow tie properly.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, that's pretty good, though. It's pretty good.
It does. No, so this is a conscious choice. I always want to be just a little bit different. And so I figured I'd bring sort of a little bit of the Le France in here, you know, EMEA, spread the whole love all throughout Europe. Let's talk a little bit about it. It's a throwback. That's what we're doing here. Once upon a time, way back in 2019, you can see Lex and Kairos here rocking the same getup that we are in here today. And we figured, listen, it is the final monthly finals of 2024. We've had a fantastic year. You know, we've been doing this for a number of years, us 3 together. And so it's very cool to kind of end another solid year as a team and just bring it on back to this classic look.
Hey, it's like, you know, bringing back the very essence of Brawl. This is where Brawl was started, you know, back in 2019. And I mean, you know, I thought you were there as well, you know, and it's like, you know, it's so great to kind of like bring some of that to the forefront. You know, whilst everyone's in game, you know, so playing through their throwback, we're on the casting desk doing exactly the same thing.
Absolutely. And so here's the cool thing, though. I just mentioned I made a big deal. This is our final monthly finals. We will see you around, though. We have some stuff on the calendar. Trav, why don't you tell everybody at home what we've got cooking, because this is not the end.
Yeah, we've got a little September spectacle. You know, we're not going to give up on you guys that easy. We're not ending over here in July. It might be the last monthly final, but we've still got some action post LCQ and pre-Worlds with the September spectacle, where we have these invited teams coming in from every single region. Those partnered organizations will be joining us back again in September. Then the top teams from the regions will also be joining for a little bit of 5v5 action. First kind of look at some semi-competitive 5v5 with a few modifiers thrown in there as well.
The thing is wild to me. Like, what a change to Brawl, like bringing in different players. I mean, also, most of these teams have 3 guys on the roster. Maybe you've got a 4th. You're forcing your coach to play. That's the biggest thing that I'm thinking, Ark. Like, how are these teams going to wind up changing? Because you're asking for 2 extra jerseys.
I know, right? And I've been so happy to see this come to life, because this was my prediction at the very beginning when we saw the rulebook come through. I was streaming at the time, and I called it. I said 5v5 would be such a sick thing to do. So glad that Broadies was doing this. And, like, you know, let's hope that it is a success, because I can't imagine anything better than a 5v5, like just leaking its way into Broadies Walls. Maybe getting ahead of ourselves there, but that's my dream, at least.
I just like the idea of seeing everybody playing together. I think that, especially in our 3v3 world where we did competitive, I think seeing all these players kind of try out on new teams might be something cool. But speaking of 3v3, that's what we do here at the BSC. We play the real stuff, quote unquote, which means power match format. You know, picks and bans, the whole 9 yards. We have 8 teams in a single elimination bracket. Of course, there is a giant qualifier. It all starts in the app. It's actually very, very cool. And then there's a double elim. Now we're here. 8-team single elimination bracket. We've had months behind us. This is our final monthly finals. Best of 5s all the way to grand finals. Everything on the line here, guys. I mean, this is really where it comes down to it, Trav. We've done it all year, and you've got to put up or shut up today.
Yeah, you're really doing. You know, some teams have it in their own hands. You know, it's Zeta. You're looking at Zeta. You're looking at Reply Totem. Who, not Reply Totem. Sorry, SK. Who still have it in their hands. But there's a few who are going to be really wanting to, you know, kind of, you know, knock them down a peg, get straight to World Finals. We're looking at Ogre Chicky for that, and kind of just take their own route rather than having to kind of, you know, rely on someone else to do badly. Nobody wants to be doing that. But, you know, over the past couple of months, we've had some really, really exciting gameplay, which has led us up to this final month. And obviously, Humble winning last month was a big, big thing for them.
Seeing the black and orange take it home. We've seen them kind of trending upwards, and then finally they come through and they wind up taking it last month. So definitely a big deal. That put them at the top of our EMEA leaderboard, above SK Gaming, which is a big deal. But one of the bigger deals we got to mention is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is where Reply Totem sits, Ark. This is a team that had not missed a monthly finals in literally 2 calendar years, and they missed it last time, and now they are in a rough spot.
Crazy, right? I mean, they went from being the champions of May to not even qualifying for June. A huge upset last month, and no doubt about it, they were kicking themselves for it. Now this month, they have to make the semi-finals to clinch an LCQ spot. And that's only if, you know, if Pirates do not win the grand finals. Imagine if Reply Totem went out at the first hurdle, and we saw that had come to life. I mean, Pirates, if they went all the way, it would be one of the most, you know, unexpected occurrences of this entire season in this region for sure. But nonetheless, we've seen crazy things happen in the BSC. Anything is possible. But for Reply Totem, surely today is their chance for redemption. They've got to get back on track, get back to winning ways, and ensure themselves that LCQ spot.
You're not wrong. Reply Totem, they do need to make it to the semi-finals. Of course, we're looking at Pirates. If Humble takes down Pirates, Humble is last month's victors, then everything's a little bit easier. But let's entertain it a little bit. All right, let's say Pirates goes the distance. So we need to see Reply Totem making their way to semi-finals in order to ensure that last chance qualifier. Eclipse are in the exact same boat. It's a little bit easier, Trav, for some of the other squads. SK Gaming and Zeta Division, listen, they clinch world finals by making semis, essentially. And so that's really where we're looking at, is I'm looking at the teams that might make worlds.
And that's the thing, I think you've really got to look at this second quarterfinal. That's the one we're going to be watching first, Zeta Vision versus Reply Totem. Such a big game for both of these teams, pretty much. You know, Reply Totem, they're all right, because will Pirates win? Very unlikely. But you know, looking on, Ogachiki do have a chance of winning, and that's the thing. Zeta, if they lose against Reply Totem, which is a definite possibility, because Reply Totem, they're a strong team. If Ogachiki make it to the finals, then they're going to be watching from LCQ.
It's a little bit rough. We've put our own kind of thoughts out there. Of course, we invite you to put your predictions out alongside us, event.brawlstars.com. This is the way we're feeling up here, kind of standing along the lines. Listen, guys, I did go Reply Totem. I think that IKS and the boys, missing last month, they got something to prove. It's the last monthly finals. I think Zeta's the smart choice, Trav, but I got belief that there's wind in Reply Totem's sails.
I'm not judging you. Listen, I'm not judging you for it. I was tempted by Reply Totem, and I think it is the closest quarterfinal. So if there's one we're going to differ on, it's going to be this one, right? Reply Totem are an incredibly strong team with 3 of the most mechanically gifted players in Brawl Stars. But no matter how bad Zeta do, and don't get me wrong, they haven't done bad, I can never write them out of a game. I always think they're going to be coming into a game in EMEA on top.
Yeah, my prediction being Reply Totem, this is not going to be a 3-0. I think that would surprise all 3 of us up here, Ark. Obviously, you've gone Zeta Division, but Trav nailed it. This is one of the closer quarterfinals, maybe all month, maybe in a little while. How are you feeling in general about the event?
Yeah, certainly coming into the show, we were chatting backstage, and I said, like, you know, what are we feeling with this one? Because Zeta haven't looked as strong as they have previously. I think last month as well, getting reverse swept by Humble in the grand finals. That's going to be lingering on a little bit. We've seen as well, like, how the team have been showing some signs on social media recently of maybe getting a little bit, you know, feathers being rustled. I mean, Meow's kind of like talking some wild smack at the moment. So maybe they're not quite as focused on the gameplay now as they were previously. So emotions can fly around a little bit when it comes to these things, and you've got to keep those things in check. I think for Reply Totem, they've got more to prove here today. There could certainly be that kind of upset potential to happen. But I think just over the course of this year, Zeta have been a bit more consistent in their approach, and the mechanics are just so on point all the time. But certainly, as Trav says, this is the one that's very 50-50 in my opinion.
I do have to agree there. I think consistency is what we've seen out of the Zeta division, guys. When we look at Garo, Meow, and Naui, I mean, you mentioned Meow kind of yapping a little bit here, but this is a team that's always been able to back up the checks that their mouths cash. They come through, and yeah, they get a little loud, but Trav, the gameplay on the field absolutely winds up showing us why they're allowed to do so.
I mean, this is the thing, though. Like, from my perspective, I feel like these are just one of the teams who don't open their mouths too much, and I think that's what makes them the solid roster that they usually are. So seeing one of them start talking, especially when they're, you know, they're not on a downswing, but they're not where they were last year. That's the thing.
Sure.
Seeing one of them start talking, you got to question if that's going to affect them, because they're usually the team who just shuts up. They're just ice cold. And as you say, they get the wins to prove it. So I don't know if, you know, him, you know, opening his mouth a little bit, you know, rattle a few feathers is going to, you know, help them get a bit more oomph, or if it's going to, you know, kind of crush their game plan.
We'll see it. We'll see if the Polish team is able to kind of pull it on top. But as we mentioned, Reply Totem, they are back. It's Marumori and iChaos together. And so this is a team, Maru and Mori have been playing together for, I think, since the year 1987. And obviously I'm having a little bit of fun here, but the guys, seriously, Ark, this team, the guts of the M&M boys, these guys have been here forever.
Absolutely so, and that is something that, you know, cannot be understated. I mean, it really is such a valuable thing to have that kind of core chemistry between yourselves. iChaos coming in this year, of course. I mean, you know, it hasn't been smelling of roses necessarily. You know, sort of quarterfinals exits in March and April. A grand finals win in May was definitely their best month. But, you know, for Zeta Division, they've had 2 grand finals appearances, one of which they won back in April. So I think Reply Totem is still very much behind, and of course we can't, you know, fail to forget, not qualifying for the monthly finals of June last month was definitely their darkest time. This is their redemption arc, and they've got to get this right. And in terms of the matchup, we haven't actually seen Zeta Division versus Reply Totem all year long. It's just been this month. In the qualifiers, they were facing off against each other in round 9, and now in the monthly finals in the bracket. But prior to this, they haven't faced off at all. And it was Zeta Division in those qualifiers in round 9 that got the win over Reply Totem to a 2-1 scoreline to qualify through the upper bracket.
Huge info, great analysis, great breakdown, and to thank you for that, I'm going to say goodbye. Ark, we'll see you a little bit later. Thanks so much for the input. But no, Trav, he killed it there. I really think that when we look at the consistency of Zeta Division and Reply Totem's more recent struggles, like I said, for me, you know how iChaos is. I feel like he's mad, and I expect them to come back with a vengeance. And, you know, you said you're not going to make fun of me for it. I think a lot of Brawl fans out here, you can see like 3/4 of us feel like it's Zeta, but I feel like I'm echoing what everybody's thinking.
Yeah, no, I really do feel like Reply Totem are going to come out swinging because, you know, they can't make World Finals directly. They're going to have to go through the LCQ, and even that's not locked. Yes, it's likely, but it's not locked. They've got a point to prove, and they're going to want to be able to get all the wins on the board, move as high up those rankings as they can before LCQ to get the seeding on their side. Pearl going to be the first pick, then we're heading on to Hideout, the bands of the Max, Piper, and Buster on Reply Totem's side. Zeta Division going to be banning out the Kit, the Meg, and the Gene, and rolling in with the Tick.
The Pearl is definitely a brawler that we've seen come up out of the past like month or two. Kind of went from nowhere in the middle of the year to boom. Just her threat, she can potentially put out the most damage, and that threat is a big deal. You had the shield, and all of a sudden you've got a brawler that just winds up being a centerpiece for a lot of these teams. You mentioned the Tick, Bell from along the way here on Hideout, kind of classic long-range brawler. Since the Piper is banned out, the Bell stands up.
Well, Larry and Laurie's going to be coming in for Reply Totem and then trying to match that thrower on the other side. They do have the ability to break up some of these walls, molding the map to how their thrower's going to want it more than the opposing side with that Pearl. Bell going to be bringing a good amount of range for Zeta Division as well to be able to match that if the map is broken up. So it kind of balances itself out. I imagine they're going to kind of just try and keep it closed off and keep that good positioning with the Larry and Laurie, but we still are with Reply Totem for their final pick, and it's going to be a Byron. Definitely showing his face a lot more recently than he was in the past couple of years, but throwing some heals in the back of his team, it's definitely going to be helpful when faced with the range of Bell.
Yeah, I think right now in the meta, we've seen for a little while leaning towards tankier brawlers. You know, Larry isn't exactly a squishy character. Then Mari on the Pearl with a big shield. That allows Byron, you're just able to heal more. When you have low HP brawlers, you might not get that heal off before they die. And so I think that's why we've seen a little bit more Byron. And then Mandy comes through along the way here, another sharpshooter. So Meow's going to try and play control, but you've got Bell and the Mandy here from a distance trying to deal. Larry might be in a good position as long as they can control the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've got to get into that little pocket and start throwing down some shots. But, you know, they still have a thrower to counter that, and they've got two extremely long-range brawlers. So I'm really liking what Zeta Division are bringing to the table here. Byron's got a big job cut out for him to be able to match the range and get some heals in his teammates' backs to be able to keep them up. But Maury's just taking so many shots already, but a good job from Chaos to keep him in the mix so far.
Unable to really find that pocket that you were talking about. Finally now stepping in there, but Tick's just going to say not allowed. Actually, very cute by Maury to dodge them individually. And with that Reply Totem, able to press up a little bit. Maru getting punished for it. And the Tick super comes through and takes down Pearl. The first takedown of the contest, 3-0. PS Blue Star on Zeta's side.
And there were two low brawlers on the right-hand side, but not traded out just yet, or nobody even brought it down. Maury's very low, though. No heals coming from Chaos just yet. Eventually get in. This mark that he has on him is going to be pretty devastating, especially with these nest eggs down the right-hand side. Chaos trips one. He's going to be falling too. Maury's going very aggressive here, not trying to get his super. Does actually stay alive somehow, but does get traded out eventually. Now he's going to get a few shots to the face and mark up Chaos as now obviously the Larry and Laurie did fall, so another target is definitely what he'll be going for.
Still the lead for Zeta, though. Not really too concerned. The Mandy super comes through. Finds the target, but not dead yet. A little bit of a reprieve from the action. This is classic bounty style, and that one hit. So iChaos wiped off the map 8-5.
Yeah, really nice super from left to right there, cleaning up that marked Byron, able to deal so much damage because of Naui connecting that. Now they're getting pressured back. There is still only 3 stars in it. Garo going to miss that super now, but Meow does have a tick head to try and relieve some pressure. 19 seconds on the clock, and so much pressure coming in. Good trade comes through as the hypercharged Bell super from the right-hand side finds the connection and finds the kill, but Maru coming in now with the pinch. Byron's still there to fight it out as well. Hypercharged from Tick to keep them in the mix. Garo's so low, but he's just relieving some pressure at this point. They're still in the lead. Can they get the kills? Now the shot starts to come down. He gets it, and Reply Totem turn it in the last second.
I did not expect that comeback there, Trav. It looked like Reply Totem had made the wrong choice. They go in one by one. The Pearl didn't fall down as she was the second one in, but I was just like, man, you got to group up. And then I look at the clock and I go, there's enough time. And Reply Totem actually bring it right back there. Really nice moves there from RT to start us off. And again, this is one of the more important moments, I think, Trav, for Reply Totem. You know, you might be able to bring it back. It's a long best of 5. You have to start out hot after missing last month. I know I'm harping on it, but I really think it's that important.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget how important it is for Zeta Division as well. Ogachigi, you know, close on their heels. They really need these wins, but some good shots coming in. Garrow to close the gap. Chaos gonna fall too, and Zeta Division turn things around so quickly. You know, I respect Totem for keeping that aggression because they know they have to, regardless of if they're in the lead or not, because they're gonna get pinned back and taken out if they do just retreat with the lead.
By the way, Garrow, I'm not counting that Superman as a miss. He's like 1 for 3. That fourth one, though, he was aiming for Byron, who just happened to die. I'm not counting that as a miss. You got that one. You're good. Reply Totem up 6-4 with a minute on the clock. Mari just getting beaten up here by Garrow, but Maru shows up and sends the attacker packet. Really good shade over from the teammate to protect the thrower, who is a little bit vulnerable there on the right-hand side.
Oh, another kill, and with it the blue star comes, and so does, oh, and snipe from Garrow, 5 stars over his head. Every single kill this game for a Zeta Division has come from him until now, where now he picks up another one and extends that lead to 4. Zeta Division wanting to bring this one back. Still got a Lori on this right hand side. Super gonna be rolling in shortly. Maru super for himself as well, and might be able to turn this one round in the last seconds once more.
20. And Reply Totem pressing forward. Down 4 stars, so they need 2 kills. Unless they look for Garrow. One of them is there, and there's the second. A baker's dozen for the red team. They're falling back, but there is enough time for Zeta to make a kill. Garrow shows up with a long range. They've given up. That one is going to Reply Totem. They take the whole thing, and it's 1-0 on the big board.
I mean, great gameplay from Reply Totem in both of them. They just really chose their moments so well. And, you know, I don't think anybody can deny that Zeta Division were in control of the stars for most of the game. But the map and the control, the positioning was all on the side of Reply Totem. Even though they were behind, they knew they could get back ahead.
That's the important thing there, Trav, is that's the important thing there. I really think you're behind, but big picture, I don't think Reply Totem ever felt behind. They were like, this is where we need to be. No problem. Whatever the score is, we know. Like I mentioned it very briefly. This was classic Bounty. Before we had the 20-star cap, teams would just wait for 2 minutes, and then everybody surged forward at 11 seconds or whatever. Reply Totem didn't exactly play it that tight. They went in like 20-ish, but they played a metered, slow approach. If Zeta wound up getting an extra kill or 2, no big deal. Obviously, you don't want to give them a giant lead, but I don't think Reply Totem was sweating, worried, or concerned at all this entire contest.
Yeah, I mean, that late game pressure. They just come in with that one push and retreat with, oh, you know, not much time for a Zeta Division comeback once again. And yeah, they just played it so well. And I can't keep on reiterating how important this is for both of these teams. Not only Reply Totem to be able to lock in that LCQ, but if Reply Totem win it, Zeta Division are in a really tough spot, looking on, and their fate isn't in their own hands if they lose in the quarterfinals. And obviously, stats rolling on in. Garrow, Meow, and Naui not looking too hot. 4-1-4, not awful. They were in the game. 330 for Garrow, and, you know, I think he might have needed a little bit of help in that last game. But 6 for Maru, and that is huge, especially with not massive DPS. It's not like he's been just dominating the entire game. He just knew when to come in. He knew when to get the damage. And that's just something, as we keep saying, Platinum did so well.
Yeah, it's the motif of the entire matchup. Maru really exemplifying that. Just pick and choose when they lose. That was their entire thought process, and it worked out. Open for business on Open Business, Hot Zone style. Heading over here this time around. Obviously, a large switch up from our Bounty thought process. Bounty more of a team deathmatch. You need the kills in order to pay the bills. This time around, though, it's all about control. So definitely going to look at, I mean, at the end of the day, our top picks are still our top picks. Angelo is still scary as heck. And we see our bans coming on through. Stu always winds up being successful here. Barley, though, has really risen in the ranks this year compared to last year and seasons past. So exciting to see kind of of the bartender show up, but we're going to get Barry right here, first selection. The control this guy brings with the leg sweep is giant.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like Barry, and it's a good control. You know, it's a thrower map. You can see that with the bans that are provided, 2 Barley bans and the Larry and Laurie, as you mentioned. So Thrower's going to be heavy, and he's a heavy brawler for keeping that control. Surge going to roll in on the other side, ability to kind of jump over some of these walls when he gets the super, and obviously keep the range when leveled up as well. But it's going to be tough to get that if Reply Totem just go all out control and just try and deprive him of those supers. But Zeta Division do still have another pick. It's going to be Gale. They're going to try and match some of that control. Obviously, it's not a thrower, but it's going to be able to stop a lot of people in their tracks.
Stop is really the key. We had one of the plays of the century last month, starring a Gale. The control that he brings with the tornado and the knockback, he can just do it all. And when we're looking at open business, this is or hot zone in general. That's exactly what Gale, what you're looking for. So call the old man. Byron going to be picked alongside Barry here. And this is the first time we get a chance to see Barry show up. So we'll dive deep into a little bit of what he does, but essentially, ton of damage. Colette's going to bring that to percent-based damage as well, kind of threatening Zeta's tank selection here.
I mean, they've just got heals on heals on heals, like Barry healing, Byron healing, Colette obviously does have the gotcha. It's not, you know, she's not a healer, but she can heal a lot if they bring something like a tank in. But it's going to be the Jessie as that final pick. Obviously, with some of these healing brawlers, you do want to clump up, get the big benefit out of them. So Jessie's going to be able to stop them from clumping up and just, you know, keep the control for that team. I like what both kind of sides have here. If I had to choose Reply Totem, just because of that Barry, it's an incredibly strong brawler.
Yep.
I just kind of feel like Colette's going to be kind of hung out to dry a bit. You know, obviously they had to, you know, account for the tank, but in some of these matchups, I just don't really like where she stands.
I agree. I think Colette, the hypercharge, is going to be a big part of what makes her relevant in this contest. But you've brought up Barry a lot, and so you know, all of us are big Brawl Stars nerds, so we've been around. But just real quick, essentially, Barry, thrower, the little pool that his projectile leaves on the ground deals damage, obviously, but also heals his teammates. And then his super, he does that, but bigger. Also dashes forward. So we will keep an eye on the unicorn. Can we call him that?
I mean, he is a unicorn, so.
Well, you saw the reveal. He's actually just a. Is that spoilers? He's got the ice cream on his head.
I mean, you know, I think we can go with unicorn. I think we can allow that. But he's just having so much control over Meow here, and this is what I mean. It's going to be so hard for him to get his levels. 2 gadgets already used, and still going to be sitting on that base floor, with Reply Totem having a vast lead at this point as well, with about a 30%, and he goes down. Really nothing to show for his aggression, and now he's going to be falling as well here. Just all-out domination from Reply Totem.
Yeah, 50%. Looking at 9
too.
Yeah, I mean, well, I agree 100%, but Reply Totem already at 60 plus. Zeta Division not really even standing a chance here. iChaos with the long range shots, and then Mari from the right side, just making sure that entry into the point from mid really denied here. Colette using super to honestly get away from Garrett was an interesting choice. Winds up working, and then more damage from the mid. Still, a little bit of a pause here from Reply Totem, but here comes the aggression, and I think this will be the final play. Game 1. Oh,
it should be. I was thinking the same, but I mean, I still think Reply Totem are going to be able to just break this line. But with Gale, with Jessie, if she had a turret, if Surge is able to get some levels, there's a possibility. It's a slim possibility, but it's still there. Maru managed to gain some ground on the left-hand side, a little knockback stun, and they get the kill as well. But now he's going to burn down, not going to help them whatsoever. There's the spin in from Mori, dashing forwards. And Reply Totem eventually secure the win and move yet another game up over Zeta Division.
Another patient moment from Reply Totem. My impatience was clearly on display. But a patient moment there where, yeah, that should have been it. They get pushed off. No worries, boys. Just wait for the respawn. We see this a lot. You'd be surprised. This is pro level. But at the end of the day, the game's mental. You wind up falling on the point. The amount of times, Trav, we've seen one player die, because they just kind of get that last little bit. Reply Totem played it safe, waited for the team. The fundamentals are on display. I said that they're going to be mad after missing last month. They're reminded that they're professional players, and they're playing clean today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. For a team who's probably going to be going to, well, I say probably, if they lose this, it becomes a little bit less likely, but probably going to World Finals, to be dominated by a team this much through draft, through gameplay, it's a little bit worrying, and you kind of got to think maybe Reply Totem, if they made it last month, would have deserved to get that world spot locked up. Some good control. Little turret comes through, and now he's just going to use the super on that instantly. Beautiful stuff from him once more. He's done that a couple of times now. Doesn't really want to have to deal with it. Obviously, it becomes a bit difficult with Colette and the hypercharge available, and a big lead once more for Reply Totem.
You know, you and I both were kind of dogging on the Colette selection, but she has locked down this left side really strongly. And just now, you know, Caster's curse, as soon as I say it, she winds up falling down. But the hypercharge comes through. Reply Totem again, not just doubling Zeta Division's power on the point so far. Garo, with everything pressed, walks forward and doesn't get much done. And in fact, Chaos and Mari in tandem take down two separate players. Now he by himself can't do much of anything. Reply Totem pushing 70.
Well, this is the kind of point where you have to start worrying for Zeta Division, because they walk up, die, walk up, die, and just getting sent back to spawn so much. Like, what hope do they have? The triple launch pad in seems like a possibility here, but it's just Gero who does take it, and surely he's just going to get cleaned up quite quickly with a few shots from Byron. There's another follow-up too. Now he brought down to one shot. Not going to go down just yet. A little heal from Mori there. Tried to keep his teammate alive, but too little too late. And it's the same as last game. Reply Totem hold for the entirety. Start to slip towards the end, and then possibly going to bounce back as Mori slides back around the left-hand side. Tries to start a bit of a pinch here. And a launch pad from Naui. Not sure if I like that or not.
Still a ton of time for Reply Totem to play with here. The Zeta Division full control, and Reply Totem are wiped. So I said a ton of time, and now there's a little bit of time. Definitely have to start getting moving, and falling down to Meow is not the direction you want to see it going if you're rooting for Reply Totem. But the 2-on-2 is here. Maru pops the big button, dodges the up-down from the surge, walks forward, takes him down, and takes the point. 2-0. Reply.
Does it get much more convincing than this? I mean, they started to bring it back. Zeta, they showed us a little bit of something at the end of that second game there, but not enough to really make me feel like they're going to be able to get back into this game. They just seem to be slacking a bit recently. You know, Ark said it coming into it. We both might have predicted Zeta Division. You can't, I feel like, you know, most of the time, people will predict Zeta Division. But if they're performing like this, they're going to lose that support month after month after month after month. And eventually it's just going to start slipping away. 2023 champions have really not been looking like that in 2024.
Sorry, I was just mewing through your segment because I chose Reply Totem. I had faith. I think that the whole idea of like the team that lost is going to be mad, and that's literally what I said. Sometimes that's a little bit of smoke and mirrors Hollywood magic. But what's really true is this type of stuff, because Joker, like I think, or excuse me, iChaos, he has a reputation for being loud and aggressive, and he's the guy you would expect to be angry after the loss from last month. But for me, especially when I look at Maru and Mori, these are stable to the scene, and you know them for being not necessarily flashy, but just always getting the job done. And what I really expected from this squad, Trav, which I think we've seen in both set 1 and 2, is the idea of just returning to form. They are so much better than a team that misses finals. They are so much better than the team that doesn't show up. They're always here. And I think they were just like, listen, we got away from ourselves. We have to make sure we're doing the fundamentals. Group up, nail the draft, make sure we don't play solo ball and play as a team. And that's what we're seeing in these in set 1 and 2, Trav. And I think that's what won them those first couple of matchups.
Yeah, it does seem that way. The draft is just so good from them as well. Also, that draft in both of the sets. I mean, you know, they've got something going on, and it's working for them. They just need to stick to that and try get this set and take Zeta down. It means so much for them. The seeding, the money that comes along with it. Yeah, they can't make World Finals. They've accepted that. They know that. But they're trying to lock LCQ by winning this game and trying to get all the cash and the seeding points on that board. Double Swoosh is going to be where we land next, and I love this map, probably my favorite map in the game. Surge, Meg, and Sandy going to be banned out from the Zeta Division side. Reply Totem going to get rid of the Mr. P, the Jesse, and the Stu. And then their first pick is rolling in, and it's going to be the Gene. A little bit of vision gear on that. Hypercharge along with it. You can't complain.
Absolutely. Gene will work out. I love this map too. You know why they call it Double Swoosh?
Because there's 2 swooshes?
Yeah.
Smashed it.
Penny going to be selected here for Zeta Division on the other side. Just being able to drop down that turret. Strong stuff. Any particular reason why you see the penny here?
I mean, it's got the salty barrel to be able to tank the pull. I mean, so far that's the only thing I can really see. I don't know if they're just taking a bit, like when you just see a single brawler played into another brawler, you kind of think, right, what matchup's going to go in their favor? They're going to be able to tank the gene pull, and you're not going to complain about that. They might bring in some grass break and allow that mortar to be able to rain down, possibly an amber as their last pick here. I think that's kind of like one of the only things you can really look towards. You get the crow in to be able to get the shots in, have that lingering burn down damage, and then get the mortar going onto them through that. Or you just burn away all the bushes and have the mortar rain down regardless. Chester going to be rolling in from Reply. So it's really taken a bit of a step up recently. So not a bad pick. We saw it a couple of times earlier in APAC as well. So we'll see how it does play out in the EMEA region. And Buster going to be rolling in as that third and final for Reply Totem.
Okay, you're going to have to break down the Chester a little bit, because I saw some of it in the APAC. I've heard some rumblings around it in the pro scene. The Buster and the Gene, I get that, 100%. And then across the way, we see the Crow on a map like Double Swoosh. It's very valuable, absolutely. Chester, though, why is his stock rising?
I had a little bit of a rework, I believe, and I think that's kind of why he got a bit further into the meta. I'm still yet to be fully convinced by the Chester. The players are. And I mean, that's kind of good enough for me. It should be good enough for me, right? If the players are convinced, I should be convinced. But I need to see a little bit more. I need to see a couple of wins. And, this one might be the game to be able to do it. They're going to roll in with the Gale. And this just seems like such an odd comp. Yes, the Gale obviously going to be able to knock that Buster back, but not when the shield is up. And I was kind of expecting Amber. A little bit of a grass break. Have that mortar rain down. I think that might have been a pretty solid pick for Zeta Division here. But I'm just not convinced. And it all started from the first pick.
Yeah, Little confused here from Zeta's draft. Of course, this is where I get most excited. If the draft like this, show me. You know what I mean? I'm not coming out saying it's bad. I'm coming out saying I don't get it. And I want you to show me why you have picked this way. It's Zeta Division starting us off hot. And by the way, in the pocket now, down 0-2. If Reply Totem do wind up winning this one and Zeta don't move forward, SK automatically go to Worlds. They don't even, they can go to sleep. Well, they can't, because they got to worry about seeding, and honestly, there's a lot to play for, jokes aside. So they got to stick around. But they already make Worlds if Zeta lose here. So, I mean, maybe they're really good friends with SK. I joke. But Zeta, odd comp and all, up 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, not just that, Ogachiki get that lifeline as well to be able to go directly to Worlds, which is what they're obviously going to be wanting. I mean, they've got to win their game first, right? But that's a matchup that they should be winning. But no mortar being placed down now, and the right side is won by Mori. A couple of gems being picked up by Chaos now, as that support from the right-hand side has dwindled quite heavily. And now being pushed back, mortar down, salty barrel placed, and that's one more wasted. Chaos is going to be wanting to get all of those gone to be able to hit that last final gene pull.
Nice tie game here. I don't even mean figuratively. Platon steps forward and ties it up 6-6. I expect the 7th one to go their way as well. So how do you break this filibuster is really the question. Left side, we find a kill, and Buster denies Garrow from walking forward. And so really just a stalemate here, if you ask me. Nobody really getting a chance to make their move.
Well, Garrow's shown his hand. No salty barrels left, and Chaos has a pull for himself. Starting to be a little bit worried for Zeta now. He steps forward for a gem and steps out of line even by a quarter of a tile. Chaos is going to fully punish that and take advantage, but it might not even go down to that every single... Oh, what a hypercharge! Now we're knocking everybody down, stunning them as well, and that's the super that makes the difference. First, Gene had pull, Garrow was vulnerable. Now he knew that and took advantage of that split second.
Gigantic play from Naui right there. The countdown's got 3 seconds left. The pull is good, and we'll start it again from the other side. Reply Totem, 12 in the pocket, but they're not healthy. This is rough. If Chaos falls down, it's another reset.
What a pull through literally everything. Everything was stopping him. Max range, and he managed it, but he's stunned out. Maru gonna get... Oh! Chaos gonna get the trade, though. Hypercharge available, but now Chaos falls down. All the gems tumble to the floor in the Reply Totem spawn, but Maru is there to claim 16 of them, and Zeta Division have to start from square one once more.
So many resets here. 20+ gems in the pocket for Maru. He takes care of business on the right-hand side, and with just 1 second and the shield, it's over. Reply Totem 1 away from making it to the semifinals. Brother, this was insane.
I mean, what a pull. And that, like, you know, now he had it all in the bag for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it was positioning or just an absolutely insane pull from Chaos. But that was just wild, how he managed to turn that back around after having 2 of them wiped by the Hypercharge of the Gale. Incredible stuff from Reply Totem once more to take it to match point.
Yeah, I think it's column A, column B. Like, obviously you just can't be there. But, you know, Chaos nails the pull. That is, you talk about clutch, those are the moments. Those are the moments, for sure. So, got to see that one come through. And it does, for Reply Totem. We start anew, very slow-paced beginning of the game. And really it was just, I guess it was just the moment of opportunity that Chaos had with the pull. But I'm looking at that Gale play. That could have been the big moment.
Vengeful Spirit sent out. Only the left-hand side is going to find a connection. The Unbreakable Wall will deal with the one heading towards Gero. We didn't really touch on it too much on the right side in the last game, as it was kind of just there. Nothing much was happening, but Mori is the one dominating it. And some heals coming across to the left-hand side by the G onto Mori here, and he picks up another couple of gems along the way. Taking a few off that side of the Zeta Division now, which is something they're going to have to kind of make up for.
Rough spot for Buster to be in. Falls down after the fact. So Reply Totem with a lead here. But as soon as we kind of address that, the Zeta Division squad walks up and maintains mid control. So they'll be able to match the 7 right there. Big hit from Gale. And now Zeta Division, they've got big control of the map.
Yeah, this is really, really good for them. And Mortar established as well, keeping everybody in a tough position. Knockback stun. And now he gets another one to his name. Vengeful Spirit sent out. Pull available. Gero, you've got to be scared now, because that is something that can turn the game once more. But the slowdown and the kill. The Crow gets the slow, and they get the Mortar to rain fire and get the takedown. Zeta Division in full control. 10 seconds left, and Maori going to go up. It's not really going to be doing too much. 5 seconds now, and Gero can just defend his life. Survive it out and deter Reply Totem for now. They're going to have to try and win this one as well, or Reply Totem will still take it.
Great to see Zeta Division come through and show some signs of life. Weird composition, but I think we're, again, I said, show it to me. And we're seeing a little bit of it. The slow combined with the Mortar. The Mortar winds up being about control, right, Trav? Like, it's really about, the enemy's probably going to dodge it. You just force them into bad positions. But with the slow provided from the Crow on the other side, I mean, Miguel, all of a sudden you have a world where that mortar's hitting, it's really providing some damage, and I think that is what confirmed the end of that game.
I mean, look at this pivot for Reply Totem. Gene sent to the lane and Buster playing through mid. Definite lack of range. With the Unbreakable Walls and the grass not going anywhere, it's not really too bad. The slowdown is there on both Maru and Chaos on the right-hand side, but Meow can't get any finishing blows. Another slow used. Chaos still doesn't fall, and the Vengeful Spirit will get the trade.
Oh, Mori, great play there. I don't know if you guys caught that. Really, really, like, careful positioning. Obviously, neither player can see each other in the grass, and Gale with that giant shotgun spread. Mori was avoiding it by pixels. Snuck up and then got the flank. Gale thought he was safe. Really, really nice play to get Gero there. Mori showing up there on the left-hand side and earning his team a little bit of pressure. But now he just spit in the face and looking for mid-control again as Gero picks up gem number 5, looking at Reply Totem 6.
I mean, Mori can't be stopped. He's just dominating every side he goes onto. He was on the right, dominating, on the left, dominating. Just brilliant from him, it really is. And a little pivot from Reply Totem seems to be working really, really well. The Crow's going to go in and jump out. That's the only way to really be able to win this one. That's going to be placed down, but for what? It gets dealt with instantly, and Reply Totem 1 away from a count and the game.
Tough stuff. Maru in the mid has 9. Doesn't need to be the guy that picks up the 10th, but he's the gem carrier so far. Zeta have a little bit of room to catch up here. Reply Totem now shoving them. And there's the pull. That's going to be the beginning of the end. Counting down from 15 here is Reply Totem. This sends them to the semifinals and is a huge deal. Zeta Division trying to make it happen. Chaos dying Maru, doesn't matter. Meow can't make it happen, and Reply Totem are making it a longer game as Zeta Division stretch it out and pick up gem number 10.
Yeah, spawn from the mid was possible. I didn't think it was either. They had 7 when the count started. Must have had one somewhere else. Pull getting missed as well, and 11 to 11 now as Gero is going to be able to evade that pull coming in. A big thing for him to evade as well. Now, much pressure coming down. Hypercharge can be used by Naui. Stun missed by Mori there. Got the right super, but couldn't execute it well. Now, there's Mortar coming down. Maru in a tough position. And now another one falls. But from the flank comes Mori. Can't get it done. And the gems aren't going to be enough there. From brilliance from Reply Totem to Zeta turn it around with pinpoint precision on the gem spawn.
All right, we've got a game here. You know, you have time for 2 gems to spawn out, man. They must have had one hiding in the back. Wow. Yeah. Zeta Division coming on back, straight up surprising me. Rare am I surprised, but just straight up surprised there. Nice to see. It looks like Reply Totem a little deflated after that one as well, man. Like, that's not the look you want, I suppose.
Yeah, you've got to be deflated after that, right? Like, you know, you think you're going to win, and in a professional setting, you've got to know everything that's going on. You've got to know about the countdown. You've got to know if they're going to be able to equalize it from the mid. And they didn't. And, you know, that's a mistake that can't be made in competitive. You need to be able to secure that one. You know, even the slightest amount of pressure, if they knew that they were going to be able to equal it from mid, the slightest amount of pressure on the gem spawn would have made all the difference. And, you know, those miscalculations definitely cost them. Look at that. What a pull that was. And after all that, Reply Totem still didn't manage to win the set. A hard-fought battle, but Zeta Division are still in this one.
Beautiful play. Thankfully, the Zeta Division stretched this one out. And, you know, we've got to bring up the composition again. A little bit of a weird comp. Definitely left us scratching our heads a little bit, but definitely seemed to work out. Meow, we're getting a chance to see the Crow on display right here. So what do you think really made this comp stand up? Is it the 12 kills, 339 DPS Gale with the hypercharge?
Even before looking at this, I was going to say the Gale. Like, the play it made in the first game, and obviously it got turned around, but the hypercharge knockback stun was just so good. It was good against the Chester, it was good against the Buster. Both of those lanes couldn't really do too much. They moved the Buster to the mid in the third game, and they still couldn't compete. So definitely a really, really nice amount of gameplay there from Naui. To be able to get 12 kills is huge. And, you know, I thought Mori was playing well. I thought he was getting kills. I thought he was getting the DPS with 8. Never mind Naui with 12.
Maru and Mari, both of them played really well. Obviously, Chaos had some big moments, and that was very exciting. But again, this was well played by Reply Totem. Like, make no bones about it. Reply Totem, like, lose, obviously not. But they played this well. Individually, I think they also played this well. So I'm that much more excited to see the victory from the other side. Just beautiful stuff there coming out from Zeta Division, making sure to stay alive. Again, either one of these teams, Zeta Division, if they win this matchup, they're going to World Finals. That's it, period. It's LCQ for Reply Totem. Still exciting. Still what they need to do. I mean, if they don't make LCQ, that's it. That's the end of the season. We see you next year. So they definitely need to make LCQ here, Trav. But both of these teams eagerly trying to make it to the semifinals. So we'll jump into Hot Potato. Ready for Heist? Are you ready for Heist?
I'm always ready for a bit of Heist. I love the fast-paced, aggressive action that it brings. The Meg, Amber, and the Edgar actually be banned out right by Zeta Division. We've seen the organization run that in a couple of World Finals on this map, so can't blame them for it. And as you say, the Unicorn, barely banned out on the right-hand side. Crow going to be the first pick by Zeta Division, though. And those last couple of bans, Edgar and Chuck from Reply Totem.
The amount of damage that Barry can dish out to the safe is disgusting. So we definitely important to see him banned out. Interesting to not see him banned out on the first pick side. I guess you just want to be able to open that up for yourself, I suppose. But instead, it's going to be the Crow, who also can do a dummy amount of damage to the Heist safe. Other characters in that category are in the middle of your screen, banned out because they do too much damage to the safe. Barley, an old classic favorite when it comes to doing damage to the safe, will team up with his other Robo friend here, and Reply Totem with a high damage comp so far. But again, that Crow hypercharge does like a third of the safe damage.
Well, Lily rolls on in then, and not going to deal the most of the safe, but a good assassination brawler for the Barley, for the Rico, going to be able to kind of spring across the map and obviously go into the Shadow Realm as well to be able to creep up on opponents. So not a lot of DPS. Zeta are definitely going to have to add to that, and with that crow jump, if you get the chance, it can do a lot. Dynamite going to roll on in behind that as well. Very weird, very, very weird composition, but I don't mind it. Dynamite, if you can get on the safe, huge damage. Hypercharge Crow on the safe, huge damage. But Reply Totem just seemed to be a bit more normal. Rico, Chaos Special, Barley, very good, and obviously still have their third as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Zeta comp, and this is one of the more cut and dry, like as far as roles are concerned. Meow, Nowie, go to the safe. Garo, kill the other team. That's pretty, you know what I mean? Seems pretty cut and dry. Miko showing up. That's just a weird pick, honestly. Like seeing the Miko show up. Big damn. What can you say about the monkey?
What can I say about the monkey? I don't really know on this map. Yeah, it's probably just gonna be targeting the Diner, targeting the Crow, being able to pick up a couple of assassination kills. The exact same role as the Lily. Not gonna do too much to the safe, but yeah, you know, there's roles that are gonna do that for you. The Rico, the Barley, the Crow, hypercharging the Diner shots. It's, you know, it's the same on both sides really.
Huge. Honestly, I think Zeta have more safe damage with the combination of Mike and the Crow. But can you get there is the question. Rico up here in mid is going to really provide a ton of suppressive fire. And then, of course, Maru with control on the ground. Mari already getting to work here. Just pogo sticking on the safe. Falls down, yeah, with a good defense, but already some unbridled aggression. So Zeta Division 73% left. Reply Totem a little bit lower than that, almost 50. So Big Z in the lead, but the defensive stop here from Reply Totem. Able to make it happen. Now he shows up out of the underground and takes out a kill. Now on the safe, comfortably.
Yeah, getting a little bit done. Now back into the Shadow Realm once more, and Maru not having the best time here. Gets the kill on Gero, but was stunned out along the way. Meow gonna go for the jump on safe. Got the gadget down as well, and huge damage, even without the hypercharge. Zeta Division get it done. Reply Totem were dealing damage. 71% was done, so let's not write them out of this just yet. It's kind of just that breakaway play off the start that we saw coming in from Zeta Division that won it for them.
That's what they're looking for. This was fast, honestly. Sometimes Heist can be a little bit slow. If we're not seeing the all-out base race, sometimes it can be a little bit more metered or slow, but this one went pretty fast for sure.
Well, Mori going straight around the back again, but it's Zeta Division who are on top. You know, they might be able to deal some damage with the Miko, but Dino with shots. I mean, it's just going to go straight into the Shadow Realm, evade some more shots, but it is actually still Zeta in the lead, regardless of this kind of free roam the Reply Totem have onto the safe with Miko. And another Shadow Realm to delay what's going to happen. Jump comes in, Dino shots are through as well, and Lily still surviving, gets the kill. Wow. So much of a lead for Zeta Division, sorry.
I expected the W there, especially once I saw the Crow jump in there. I expected big money. But Mori coming through, and worth noting as he falls down, you know, the star power allows him to do some extra damage, sure, but not working out here. It's Reply Totem hanging on by a thumbnail. 14%. The monkey trying to stop it, can't. And Zeta Division stretches all the way out to number 5.
I mean, I said I like the aggression, but to be honest, I'm quite sad how that actually played out in comparison to the last set. It just wasn't close at all, and we're going on to a set 5 from a set that just wasn't close. Zeta Division just dominated it. And I mean, yeah, Tone did for the first couple of sets, but I was like, okay, we're going to start seeing some close gameplay. No more on, we're going to a set 5, can't complain whatsoever. These two teams deserve to be going that far. But that was just all Zeta and no Totem.
Well said. Just completely surprised for as dominant, and you know what, for as dominant as sets 1 and 2 were, this was pretty much the other way. Like, Reply Totem got damage on the safe. We can see, you know, just 30% remaining here for Zeta, but it's 0% remaining for Reply Totem. And then in the first one, still do some damage. Just not enough here. Zeta outclassed Reply on this one, and even the last set as well. So definitely a step up here from Zeta Division, despite, look at that chaos. You mentioned it, Rico special here. Almost 400 DPS in that mid lane. Able to lock it down, but really what I'd like to see here, you know, much love to our squad. I wish we were able to see safe damage because, yeah, I want to shout out Ark, who gave me the tip from backstage. Like, yeah, 100% extra damage on the safe when he's using Record Smash, the star power. But what does that actually look like? What does that turn into? I want to see how much damage Miko wound up doing.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You know, have your 100% extra damage on safe. It's good. It's worth it in a heist. Reload so slow.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like Miko's got to be there to deal with the Dynamite, and the Dynamite got free roam on the safe for free, pretty much. Like, it's just instantly off the start. Lily goes forward, gets a kill, Dyna on safe, and they take the lead no matter how much damage Miko's getting on safe.
That was my thought process as well. I figured Chaos was good. I figured Reply Totem was a more defensive team, where you have Barley looking for the big damage, and then Chaos locking down Suppressive Fire, and Miko taking down anybody that does make it past the way, and then Garo and Meow are just trying to make it to the safe the whole day. Well, either way, I'm excited we're in number 5. How about you?
I am. A set number 5 between these two teams it's what's deserved. It's what deserves. It's what these two teams deserve, and both of them fighting out for what they need respectively. Reply Totem, this is going to get them LCQ, and Zeta, this is going to get them Worlds. So I mean, they're both really wanting the win, and set 5's the best way to decide it.
Meanwhile, SK Gaming in the wings wearing their Reply Totem jerseys. If Zeta Division loses this one, if Reply Totem get the W, SK just go to Worlds. So they are absolutely rooting for the Italian organization. We move on to Knockout. Flaring Phoenix is where we'll be playing. And the bans come out. The bans are some of the more important points here. And Kit absolutely banned out. The Gene and the Meg as well, important ones. Buster also really runs this, not particularly map, but just game mode in general. So he's gone, and Larry and Barley. So RT shows up. An extremely strong brawler in this game mode, very versatile. I think that's a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to drop the legs, and obviously with the gadget, go back to your legs instantly now when you press it. Really, really helpful. It allows you to swap between those two modes more seamlessly towards the end, and if you want to drop legs during the game, you're not kind of like hung out to dry for the rest of it. It's not just like a straight trade as it used to be. Pearl is going to be the first one for Zeta Division, though. Really, really solid pick. We've seen it played, we've seen it work. And Zeta Division do have yet another pick to follow up as well, and it's going to be the Tick. A little bit of a thrower, try to keep the range, try not to feed the opposition. I like that too.
Tick kind of slows the game down a little bit. You just can't rush. Like that choice. Pearl is a hard brawler to play because your whole heat thing, spending it makes you worse. It's about finding the right moment, and that's the entire discipline of Knockout. So I think Pearl is a great selection here for Flaring Phoenix. Mandy along the way, we saw her once already. The long range supers can certainly make a difference in Knockout. If you're threatened and I'm not, that's good. So the long range, certainly a look that Reply Totem is at with both the RT and the Mandy. And looking to round it out, the Angelo. So all in, full commit, long range sharpshoot composition from Reply Totem. Let's see how Zeta Division respond. Do they get somebody that jumps on in?
I don't know. Honestly, I would have been considering the double thrower, but Barley banned out, Larry and Laurie banned out. It doesn't leave too many options. Sprout's still on the table, obviously. I wouldn't genuinely double thrower. If you just stay out of the way, don't feed them, wait till the game, you're going to be able to win against those. But it's going to be a Lily, as you said, someone who's going to be able to go in, assassinate. It's going to be tough to get the super because they're going to be sat at a range, not in your radius, unless you're playing towards the late game. But obviously, with that Shadow Realm gadget, it's very handy to have.
Yeah, Lily is fantastic in Knockout because of that idea, just being able to go underground, get the kid. You're just a rogue, right? You're just nothing personnel kid showing up behind players and taking them out, and then there's no punish because it's Knockout. So GG, no re. You don't get to rematch us. See you later. So I like this composition from Zeta. Reply going all long range. I mean, yes. Show me how good you are. This is a real, we're going to hit all of our shots comp, but as you mentioned, I mean, the thrower, the assassination, the composition for Zeta Division is built around of the opposing long-range brawlers, so really we'll just wind up seeing if Reply Totem can hit their taps.
That's just how the game works. That's just all what it boils down to. Hit your shots and you'll probably win the game. Zeta Division should be able to stay out of the way of quite a few of them down the side. You know, Maru standing still, not able to get the range on the Tick regardless, and Tick still getting a few shots in, now working towards that Tick head, and now through the mid. It's two of them versus Naui in there. And Chaos just pinching around the right-hand side, but a little bit of rotation. Gero's going to move around, possibly just pop a gadget if he sees him, and try go towards the Mandy and get the kill.
I think once the gas seeps in, Zeta Division aren't as safe as they might seem. Like, long-range brawlers, haha, the gas, we have an upper hand, but it just means that they're in position to get shot. Naui bringing himself down low here, Chaos jumps away, and just in a position to get shot. Zeta Division wind up on the bad side of things. Reply Totem, don't even lose a brawler.
That might have been the most unfortunate timing I've ever seen, though, to be fair. Comes out the Shadow Realm just as the Mandy Super was just going over the top of him, and he gets hit perfectly by it. Pretty much a cycle out there. Gets another connection, should be halfway to another Super for Mandy. Not the most handy, as he can just... Mandy, not the most handy, but he can just heal back up and just play again for this late game, which, for Zeta's sake, hopefully they'll be able to do better in.
Was that a mistake, Mandy being handy? That's not very...
It actually was not. Like, it was definitely 100% intentional.
I was going to say, that's not really Trav style to be that cheeky, but it's the last monthly final. Have some fun, boy. I'm down for it. Quite handy with that super. I like it as a finisher. But as you said, you hit it, you're halfway towards the next one, so no harm, no foul. The fact that it landed on Pearl, probably the most unfortunate for Reply Totem, because you got that giant shield, so rough, as the Colonel would say, but not a big deal. Gas coming in here, and now Zeta Division have to be careful about their pathing. Everybody just walking up here in this diagonal. Reply Totem need to all choose the same target, but now it's going awry. Chaos walks into the gas, taking down 2 versus 1. Zeta Division with the upper hand, and they smack it down. Reply Totem fall, and round 3 be the breaker.
Definitely didn't play out the way Reply Totem wanted at that time, and it was all Angelo. Kind of jumped to the side and landed directly on where Gero was coming out of that realm. You know, that's the difference it can make. Either you get hit by a Mandy Super as you come out, or you land perfectly on someone if your teammates' communication's that good. And clearly that time it was. All gadgets through the wall, super available, misses the follow-up, sadly. And he's starting from square one with that supercharge.
So we're just hanging out to the gas, right? It's been a wonderful month so far. Seeing Barry show up today, cool, cool, cool. He was banned out all throughout APAC. Got a chance to kind of see him. Well, I don't really think we got a chance to see Barry's full prowess. Like, that brawler can do some really cool stuff. I think the tech is there. Should be fun to watch him play throughout the scene.
Yeah, it should be fun. But in this one, it's, as you say, just waiting for the gas. That's how we...
Yeah, 100%. There's no reason for Reply Totem to move until it happens, you know? Or rather,
they do have a quite nicely open right side, but that hypercharge Tick Super's definitely going to be helping out quite a lot. Leg's going to be dropped now, and Gero should fall, but actually doesn't. Mori going forwards, gets a few shots in. Chaos the only one left, and in a 1v3. What hope does he actually? He's got the super going, but it's not. It shouldn't be enough. It's not enough. I was questioning myself there. But Zeta Division do take it. They're heading to match point. Totem started strong in the first 2 sets. They started strong in this one, but not ending strong once more. And Zeta Division head to match point.
I mean, that one was just tough. Again, this is largely what I expected out of the long-range brawlers, particularly on this map. You've got 2 angles to really find, and all Zeta Division has to do is not be there. And then when the gas comes in, like, sure, Tick isn't killing it, but Lily certainly is. Pearl's gonna handle you. So the long-range sharpshooter entire team is showing its Achilles heel here, for sure. As Zeta Division, yeah, there's literally no, like, and I'm not making fun, you know, wait until the gas. Yes, that is how this team should play it. There's no reason to walk into the enemy crosshairs. Now he in some trouble here as Reply Totem is stepping up, getting aggressive, and earning points for it. Down goes 1, so it's a 3-on-2 here.
Gero's so low as well, but no killing blow coming in from Totem. Leg's going to be available now to Chaos as well. Mori, sorry, as he can drop them in the next round. But every time he's dropped them, I feel like he's kind of just been there, not doing a lot, to be honest, in the late game. And chooses to use them now and wants to try and do something pretty similar to what we've seen in the last. And this time, it will work. And we'll see the Tick retreat into the gas once more. Reply Totem fighting back. But let's not forget, the same thing happened in the last one, and Zeta still pulled through.
Reset here. The big difference that brought Reply Totem the W was their aggression. So when they won their round in the first game, it was largely just they wound up winning the post-gas fight against all odds. But this type of round, they wound up pushing forward. I don't know why Zeta allowed them to. I think Garo was just not in a position to really play full-on defense without trading the life. But this time around, that's what's expected to happen. Mori doesn't fall. The Shadow Realm gadget is used to get out. A scary moment for Reply Totem, but they walk away. They'll heal it back up.
Yeah, well, pretty much no supercharge now, I believe. Maybe he got one shot in from Garo. So just waiting for another opportunity to get it back, but now the hype charge is going to be coming rolling down. Gets a shot onto the tick instead, but that marked up shot onto the tick head definitely comes in help. Garo going to go forwards, has the super available, gets hit by one of those shots, jump away, gets the damage, gets the heal now. And now he looking for the kill as well, gets it. Mori so low, falls as well. A swoop comes through, but Maru misses that too. And Zeta Vision on the cusp of going to the semi-finals.
And that right there is, you know, really what you're looking at. Reply Totem had more players, but just not the arena. They're not looking for close quarters combat at all. Not a... Are you mad at the comp, Trav?
Not really, to be honest. I don't mind it. It's worked. It has. For both sides, the comps have worked. But they're just not getting that kind of... They're not taking advantage of the opportunities they've had.
Yeah, I feel like it's the sole reason why Reply Totem's losing these rounds. If they had some other thing besides long range, like almost anything else, but when that gas comes in, they just lose the matchup. It's a little rough to watch.
Yeah, a little tough for Reply Totem here. That aggression that they had has just completely wavered, and they're just not playing the same again. That was what was winning them the rounds. You know, I don't feel like you can wait till late game when you're playing 3 sharpshooters. You've got to get the shots that you can in and make use of this early game.
That's where they were most successful, when they got aggressive and shoved up, and this is not that. Garo pops out of the Shadow Realm and gets popped down, but it doesn't matter. Chaos barely alive and will be turned underground. We go this far, we make it with the reverse comeback, and off of that, Zeta Division make the semifinals, but bigger, they make the world finals. The ticket is punched, and Zeta Division are going all the way.
Huge stuff for Zeta Division to be heading to World Finals. Reply Totem are going to be going to... Well, actually, not confirmed yet, as I don't believe Pirates have actually lost their game yet. They've got to make it all the way to the finals and win to be able to knock Reply Totem out, though. So, unlikely as it is, Zeta Division going to Worlds, Reply Totem looking likely for the LCQ. But can we just touch on the fact that they were literally... like 0.1 of a second away from winning this one 3-0 and that gem spawned. How unfortunate for Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, really just so the definition of so close so far. Here, we're going to turn our camera back to this last knockout. And again, when it comes down to it, very rarely did we see that. The long-range brawler thing work out, specifically here in the late stage. You can just see how Zeta Division have more tools to work with when the going gets tough. From a distance, Reply Totem have the upper hand, but, I mean, Trav, Zeta just denied the distance time and time again.
Yeah, it was really strong play from Zeta. You know, they took the matchups that they wanted, and it just worked out. Every time Garo went in, he came out with something pretty much. Damage or a kill, and his teammates could follow up well. I mean, it's all Nowy, though, in terms of kills. Garo only got 1, Meow with 3. On the other side, it's not too bad. 3-5-2. Came down to the wire in pretty much every single round of that knockout. But it is Zeta Division who are victorious, and Reply Totem didn't qualify last month and going out in the quarters this time.
Man, the opposite of what I expected to happen. Meow coming through, though. I mean, you mentioned it. He was making some noise. Well, looks like he has earned his right as the MVP of this matchup. And Zeta Division, I mean, this was a way to bring it back. Absolutely. You mentioned the last second gem grab to basically stretch out the entire contest and then bring it home with the reverse sweep. That's what you want. That's what you're asking for in a moment like this.
It is. You know, you've got to make those turnarounds, and you know, Zeta Division did it so well. You know, the 1 second turnaround in gem grab and then a complete reverse sweep is exactly what they needed to get the job done and head to the World Finals. But SK Gaming are obviously up next, and they want to do the exact same thing.
They absolutely do, and we do as well. We want to show up, and we want to see a great game. But first, we've got a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, Ark. We are here. Well, welcome back, everybody. But also, Ark, welcome back, dude.
What a banger. I mean, that was a spicy one, wasn't it? I mean, I really feel for Reply Totem. I mean, that moment with the gems. Oh, I hope they have a replay of my reactions towards that at the end of the show because unreal. But yeah, definitely a tough one for them. Congrats to Zeta. I mean, the curse was it lifted last month? I think they lost in the grand finals, so the curse was amended in some way because they would always either lose in the quarters or win the whole thing. But I mean, I just didn't see that one coming. I thought it was done and dusted at that point in time. What a crazy matchup.
Crazy indeed. Trav mentioned it. Pirates have not yet fallen down. Not to say that they're destined to, but Humble do have the upper hand here, 2-0 above them. Of course, we have our sister stream that you guys can check out at event.brawlstars.com. All the info there, as well as some free stuff. So definitely want to jump in. And we just jumped out of the Reply Totem matchup. Zeta pushing forward, now going up against Ogre Cheeky. But in front of us, we have SK Gaming versus Eclipse. And SK Gaming here also in a similar position to Zeta Division. So Zeta, we just celebrated them. I'm sure they're celebrating themselves. By winning this, they make World Finals. Well, SK Gaming, same situation. Yachi, Lana, and Joker coming on through here. Should this team win, they make it all the way. And when we watched them last month, Trav, this was an exciting team that, I mean, they just rarely disappoint.
SK, they're just one of those teams that, as you say, always show up, rarely disappoint. You know, even if they lose, they play well, and that's the main thing. But, you know, I believe we did see them lose to Eclipse just a couple months ago, and they're not going to want to repeat that exact same thing. They're here to fight today, and obviously, it's the same as it went for Zeta Division. If they win, head into Worlds.
On the other side, Arc, we've got Eclipse Esports. This is a team that has been trending upwards. Gugu, Mabius, and Ope. Gugu is just, he is one of my favorite players to watch on cam. Like, yes, I like to watch his gameplay, of course, that's why he's here. But he is one of the most exciting players in the league, I feel like, with just how he reacts, what he brings as far as energy is concerned. That guy right there is just a blast to watch.
Yeah, super animated. And I got to commend his performance this year because you've got to remember, prior to this year, he's been out of action for a pretty long time. He had some big question marks coming into the season when we saw him on the roster, and he's been flying through this year and a great addition to the whole chemistry that Eclipse Esports bring to the table. I mean, in terms of this matchup as well, you know, historically, it's gone against Eclipse more often than not, but I mean, I guess the most reminiscent being back in May when SK Gaming actually took the loss to them on a 3-1 scoreline in the semifinals, and that's what Eclipse Esports today are going to try to replicate. It wasn't a great month for them in June. They lost in the quarterfinals for Eclipse, so coming back now, if they can make a statement against SK, that'll be huge for them.
I mean, that's a statement for sure. I think you mentioned it, but Eclipse they'll clinch LCQ by making the semifinals here. So SK Gaming, they're not aiming for the truck. If they wind up If they wind up winning this one and going to semifinals, SK are going all the way to Worlds. Eclipse can't quite pull that off, but if they win here, they make it to LCQ, which is their ticket to Worlds. Real quick, if you remember, last chance qualifier. That's what LCQ stands for. It's how you make it to Worlds if you don't make Worlds. So Eclipse are certainly trying to win this one just as hard as SK is for sure. Last point I want to make about Eclipse is hard to outdo the SK Gaming jerseys, I'll be honest. But I think the Eclipse jerseys are so swag. They are so cool, man. Very good stuff. Well-dressed teams, either way. We'll have a well-dressed game in front of us.
Indeed, we will. I mean, it's definitely going to be an incredible matchup between these two teams, SK Gaming and Eclipse. They've met a couple of times, and SK, you know, you've got to go into this one thinking they're going to win. I believe all three of us did predict just that. SK Gaming are the favorites. They've been playing incredibly well all year. They've got three faces who are just huge in the Brawl Stars scene. The mechanical skill is almost unmatched by any. And yeah, SK Gaming just really, really strong at the moment.
Well, 90% of us think that SK Gaming are going to take it. 10% of us are on the side of Eclipse, and 100% of us will miss Trav as he takes his leave, and we will meet back up. Okay, 99.9% of us will miss Trav, and then there's Ark.
Yeah, there's no time that I will ever miss Trav, honestly. Like, there's not a single moment, not a single circumstance, but what a dominant hole that really is. I mean, I think it's a little bit unfair to Eclipse. I've got to remember, you know, in the monthly finals when they have faced off, Eclipse have won. I mean, it's only in the qualifying stages where it's been the other way around. So, I mean, let's see how this one will fare. Certainly, SK are looking very dominant right now, as are the ban rates for Frank. No surprises there for me, really. 61% there as well for Lily, and 43% for Rico. Has the hypercharge now elevating him more into the meta. Gale being another one of those brawlers which has now really shot up. And again, Barley, you know, all these brawlers that have kind of been a little bit in the background, in the shadows, now with hypercharges, really elevates them into the meta. So the Surge, the Meg, and the Frank banned by SK, the Rico, the Larian, Laurie, and the Barley banned on the other side of things.
Yeah, I've got a lot to say about the design genius of the team, to like the way they're deploying the hypercharges, one brawler by one brawler, kind of reminding us of the old guys coming on back. No pun intended with respect to the Gale, but Gale is a brawler, one of my favorites forever, and he just hasn't been good. And so it's cool to kind of see him shoved up here. And I mean, Nita also, one of the first brawlers that we saw, thanks to hypercharge, surge up in popularity earlier on in the year. So we'll see how this one comes on through. The Bear winds up being very powerful as a fourth brawler on the field. And then there's that Barry again to show up.
Devious as well coming in, always a good brawler to have in your arsenal. It really is, and just kind of there as a bit of security for any potential tanks as well. But I mean, Barry's an odd one. Obviously, he's very valued highly by the pro scene, and I was kind of a bit concerned actually that Barry might be a bit broken upon release. But players are a bit split actually. There does seem to be a bit of a sort of difference between certain players, and I've been chatting to them behind the scenes as to whether Barry is as strong or kind of as scalable as we thought as a new brawler coming in. So from what I've seen so far, certainly valued highly in both the bans, and when it isn't banned, highly picked in that early stage. So I do quite feel like it is very strong at the moment. So I like that for Eclipse or Esport. The Willow, of course, with the mind control, can score a goal, you know, using your opposition to kind of close the gap on the goal. And the Max coming in as well is a very aggressive one-on-one that obviously, you know, Eclipse or Esport, they know how to utilize this brawler specifically. I mean, both OPE and Mabius are such accomplished Max players. So this is a scary pick actually here for Eclipse.
Really well-rounded composition, I think, from Eclipse. SK Gaming coming through with a little, again, well-rounded, more tools, I think. We look at Eclipse and they've got a big baseball bat, whereas SK Gaming, I think, have a Swiss Army knife, a couple of more options here. But I want to dive deep into Barry here real quick, because I shared your sentiment. I thought Barry was going to be really, really strong. What has been the conversation? You said that some pros are a little bit split. Where is Barry? Why is he not strong? What is that conversation like?
Yeah, a lot of the pros like to keep their cards close to their chest sometimes as well. So I don't like to nag them either about specifically what is their counters to it. But I mean, it's one of these brawlers where like it can provide a great amount of healing, of course, but there are some ideas where, you know, it's not as strong in terms of the meta. And I think with a tankier meta that we've got currently, you know, it's kind of one of these brawlers where, do you want to bring that in over, do you want to place control over something like brute force? It's one of those ideas really where I think a lot of players are kind of more going towards the more tankier option or the Gale option for the counters. Now a good push coming in from Eclipse or Esport, but the fall there of OPE will be diminished somewhat slightly. But it's a great map for both throwers. You can see both Yoshi and Gugu getting some good value, but it is Yoshi who's on the back foot here in that corner. Needs to find some healing.
Joker uses the jump pad and immediately regrets it. Eclipse have map control here, pushed up on SK Gaming's side of the field. And that jump pad is definitely providing a little bit of value here for SK. But that's the bigger value. Joker showing up, making the big plays. That's what you expect out of J-Man Sr. And he comes on through, takes out the individual. Second player falls down. Not a goal-scoring opportunity arc, but enough to get themselves out of their side of the field. So SK Gaming, 1 foot in front of the other.
Great position here for SK as they've maneuvered themselves up the map. Gugu has got super to hand though, and that could provide a great amount of healing as well. Let's see now with the speed coming in, the hypercharge combo. It's going to provide so much utility over here. Eclipse is pushing forward in a really nice way. Actually, this defense has been remarkable. But can they go all the way? That's the question. Yoshi's going to be really pushed into the core by the Bear. Low HP for Lena as well. So far, it's a real battle on both sides, but it's SK that are looking the more weak and weary.
They're looking weak and weary, but they handled that situation from Eclipse. They got the stop, and it worked out perfectly. Eclipse waiting for the Nita Bear. They popped the Nita Bear, and then they surged forward. The problem was the Bear went to the left, and the rest of the team went to the right. So SK, they treaded water, but they're still swimming. With 15 on the clock, we're going to go to OT. Who's got the upper hand here?
Well, I like the idea of Gugu getting this ball here, and if he can't get it in this moment in time, he can definitely super with a sweet swirl into the ball to be able to bring it forward. Going to utilize it there. Not too sure about that play myself. Didn't get the most value on the map in terms of healing ability, and it's going to be a chance for SK to really counter this attack and get a valuable defense in, and they've got that ability to utilize the Willow as well in overtime. That can go a long way, because Yoshi's really struggled a lot with this. But if you can get a super at the right time, that can lead to a goal.
Not a great Nita super there. Immediately wiped off the map. Still a long amount of time, 40 seconds. Big heal onto Max after some damage from Gale. And there's the Max super in response. And now Gugu's going aggressive. Joker falling down to the wayside, standing tall as the rest of the squad. Joker still alive, dances. He got pushed to the wayside, but not pushed down. Defense is respawning. The kills were so staggered that Lana shows up, pushes the player down. And I think we might have a draw.
What a play. That dive into the ground just deflected the Bruce line of sight, and then it had to go back. There's no phase shift there for the Max. One final ditch attempt for Eclipse. Are able to try and get this goal. Joker has the round, forces maybe it's into it. What a time for it. A really, really valid attempt from both sides in that game. So back and forth, but it is going to be played out again. It's going to lead to a draw.
Joker, just such a big time clutch player. We see the one move. Like, this is definitely an Exodia composition, so to speak, with the Nita, and everything needs to line up, right? And Eclipse has their moment, and maybe a little bit of misplay, maybe strong stuff by SK Gaming to split them up incorrectly. Whatever, we'll go back and watch it. But Joker really facilitates that stop and allows his team to come through in the clutch, and then there at the end, Joker makes it happen as well. Mebius gets on through, but Lana shows up and provides some strong defense. So now it's SK Gaming again. Not a scoring opportunity, but they get out of the bad side. Back to mid.
Yeah, tough to call there as to whether that could have been a goal. There's a bit of hesitation I could see, but I think there was enough bodies from SK to be able to keep it safe and sound. Joker then forcing again Gugu into the realm. I love those sweet swirls though from Gugu towards the end of that last game, getting so much on the map, and I want to see a bit more from him on that super side. He can get a lot of value. SK trying to bring the ball out now. Maybe it's still to be dealt with. It now goes down, but SK have got to heal. They can't brute force this. There's just too much coverage with no wall breaker. They just got to time this one right. It's going to be a tough thing to get this ball in.
That's exactly where my mind went as well. Just sitting there going, man, SK wishes they had the wall break here. Joker can't hop it over, and hops defense, and hops the defense as well. Might be a goal scoring opportunity, and it is. I was looking at the respawn and went, well, but don't forget about the mind control.
It's a great map for it, because with no wall break, you're kind of depending upon your opposition to bring the ball into your own goal for you. And it does still connect, I believe, whilst they're invincible. So something that I think shouldn't really be in the game myself, and I've mentioned in the past, but it does seem to be the very thing that's brought SK back into a very affirming role. Now, a valuable defense is needed. Yoshi dives to the ground as well to delay the onset. Joker low HP as well. OPE bringing out the ball. It's a 3 versus 1, and Joker is in no fit state to deal with this. It will be in to tie things up.
I thought SK were clean and clear. This is a hard map to break, and I thought that SK were going to be safe with that ball castle in the corner, but instead, ain't nobody safe. SK come out like a bat, and they take down one player already. I thought we were going to keep seeing the surge forward, but instead, a little bit of a pause. But SK have to make this play here, Ark. They don't have time.
Yeah, the wall's going down as well. It really brings Max into a valuable spot, and maybe it's just getting so much value with his hypercharges. Everyone's stacking as well on the side of Eclipse to really make sure that everyone's got the most utility in these overtime scenarios. But SK are still holding firm, though. It must be said, they're still scared and worried about mind control of the Willow, and Yoshi does, I think, just about miss there. But maybe Lana won't off the line just in the nick of time. Can Gugu try to bring this ball forwards? OP with the big hills coming in as well. Oh, maybe this is quite low on the right-hand side, but maybe a super shot. No, pass the ball. I don't know, that's the play. I think that was meant for Mebius, to be fair, and now SK just going to bring it center again and try to keep things going as more to be coming in again.
Fantastic, almost fantastic play there. I'm still looking at the Gale, but this time he's on defense. Max doing a ton of work. Gugu tries to help out the team. Instead gets beaten for it. There's the fight back. Mebby is on the good side, and that's the goal. Eclipse makes it happen.
Wonderful team synergy there towards the end from Eclipse Esport. It really was. I loved a lot of these Gugu supers. The blustery blow there as well, just edging him towards the ball, which actually didn't really help SK on that side of things from the Gal. But nonetheless, I think that was a bit inevitable for me with the way that they were just going so aggressive. And I think for me, Eclipse, I don't mind that overtime scenario whatsoever. In fact, I think that they're kind of hopefully banking on it, to be fair, because it allows them so much more maneuverability and just gave them that opportunity to get ahead in this first set. So one game to Eclipse, but because of the draw, it's just that one game for now.
Just that one game. Man, Eclipse certainly looking better there. Surprised as I get on back in this one. Lana shows up. Just the unbridled aggression from Eclipse when the communication is on display. You see them say, okay, now, which is not what they're saying right now, as Gale is just taking care of everyone. Lana, the playmaker, and Joker walks it on in there. Fantastic Gale play.
Yeah, it really was. It opened up so much space. There wasn't much time either, so I really like Lana's positioning there as well, just ensuring that he could just get 2 takedowns and get the ball forwards. Gugu with a big hill coming from the right-hand side. They do find Yoshi as well. Bruce coming in, going to keep Lana taken care of, but Joker is the defender now. Forces Gugu into the realm, straight back out into the arms of Mabius as well. He's doing a really good job, jumps over as well, staying alive. Joker's survivability is insane, and then Lana comes in and clears house.
Oh man, Joker just always bringing that something extra. Does wind up falling after the fact, but fact remains. 1-0 for SK Gaming, who are in a bad spot. They need to take this one. But Max says go, and Eclipse pushes forward. Joker in some trouble, but he's by himself in the underground. Gugu dies in that shadow realm. But nobody cares because Mebius responds correctly. Yashi and teammates stuck in the corner, and Ope has to walk away.
What a cheeky shot from Lana there. It's really playing this Gale out of his mind today. It's beautiful to watch, honestly.
Yeah.
Nice mind control from Yoshi there just to alleviate things, to allow Lana to heal back up. But maybe it's just forcing this left-hand side. OP in the middle there, getting that valuable takedown. And the ball coming through. It's Joker again, but he hasn't got realm to hand. Gugu on the aggressive 3-man in there, but it's Lana that finds the ball. And then the blustery blow comes in again. It's another defense. Maybe this might have time here. He's got no phase shift. He's got to depend on things. And now Joker comes in with the realm yet again. What are these defenses from SK? Unbelievable stuff.
Stop after stop after stop after stop after stop. I'll stop, but they won't. Just continuously finding the defense. This was wild. And the fact that the ball just winds up over here, if the ball winds up virtually anywhere else, Arc, we're going to overtime. But because it ping-ponged into that corner, what are you going to do?
All Mavis could do there was try to bait the shot from Joker to allow him to miss the round. That's really the only thing he commits to it. Might not be in the play, but we're talking microtransactions here. We really are. I mean, SK absolutely had that on lockdown and deserved that defense. But can Eclipse bring this back? We're all tied up in this set. Big kills yet again coming in from Gugu there from that sweet swell, and that's so valuable at this moment in the game to get that early moment in, to get SK on the back ropes realistically here. Speed now from Mavis as well, the aggression, but Yoshi has still got that mind control. Goes to dive in here as Joker then forces OPE into the realm. These defenses are very strong from SK, but Mavis thinking about it, not going to go for it despite there being 2 low members of SK there.
And Cord just so valuable here. The Mushroom Man really showing why he's picked when it comes to not just Brawl Ball, other modes for sure, but Brawl Ball on display here. Joker's defensive prowess has been really, really important. And yeah, Joker's playing it well, but the Cordelius utility is just very, very real. And now his goal scoring opportunity, Bear can't stop it. And you two on one side and the goal scoring on the other.
Great footwork there from SK, and I've got to say that whenever I see a ball supered by a Willow, that's a valuable thing to do. It takes a while to get that mind control, and it can be so devastating to utilize. So it was the right play. I mean, it just put Joker in the right spot at the right time. Great defense again from the number. He is low, and he will fall now 2v2. Yoshi still staying firm. Maybe this gets the takedown, but it's a 1v1 now. To see a face shift. He does still have a face shift. He's going to go for it. The mind control. Defense is there yet again from Yoshi, and SK are safe and sound for now. They can just secure the takedown, which they do.
Again, the Swiss Army knife just showing on up. Joker can send you to the Shadow Realm. Yoshi can send you into your mind's Shadow Realm. And Gale makes you really cold. But he pushes you back, he stuns you, and he takes you down like that. Lana making the old man look young. Fantastic play from SK Gaming. Blackjack on the clock, and they are pushing forward. They're betting on themselves, and it looks like they're in a great spot. The Eclipse are here, ready to respond. A little bit of trouble now because there is enough time to find that goal-scoring opportunity. Yashi in trouble, taken care of, but the ball castled. Not enough time with all those obstacles, and SK Gaming put themselves on the big one.
What gameplay. I mean, we are and have been in for such a treat today in every match that we've seen, but that one was something very special. I definitely feel like there were things on the side of Eclipse or Esports they could have done a little bit better to try to work around that. I mean, Lenan was having a flying game. I mean, that man was on fire, but some of those goal scoring opportunities, specifically with Maybes, I think a little bit more baiting could work out maybe to his advantage. Sometimes that exacerbates some shots, wastes a super along the way. There was definitely some openings, not to take anything away from SK because they were fantastic defenses, but certainly more mistakes on the side of Eclipse or Esports, whereas SK just looks solid from start to finish.
For me, I think it's all about the utility, man. Like this is class. This is a me composition. I like to see brawlers every little bit being used. There we get to see, the gadget on display from Cordelia's, the Shadow Realm being an integral part of this composition. We got a goal from the mind control out of Willow. We got all of the Gale. I mean, all of the Gale. Sometimes the content creators and the pros put out these videos of how to master a brawler. Lana, all you have to do is clip this set, make a thumbnail, and that's how you play Gale. You did it, dude.
Honestly, what a scoreline that really is. 19 takedowns from Lana. I mean, we saw 16 earlier in APAC with Ghost T on just an amazing round of double swoosh earlier with the Buster, but that is such a strong scoreline. He was just everywhere for his team and getting some lovely little cheeky shots around the corner as you can with Gale and just try to line those ones up. Perfection. And SK really did land a winning draft there for me. Despite the aggressiveness that Eclipse Esports brought to the table with that Max, with the Bruce Bear, I mean, that's a really gnarly comp. I mean, it really is. You've got so much healing from the Berry, the speed from the Max, the Bruce Bear, and everything that Eclipse had to throw at SK. They looked so solid at defending against, and wow, what a first set.
Well, they only had one. You said everything they had to throw at SK? Berry was the only... My bad.
It took me a while to get that. I had a little bit of a little brain lapse there for a second, but I got there at the end.
You don't understand. I'm really laughing for real right now.
I know.
We're gonna jump into Bounty. We're gonna jump into Bounty here on Canal Grande as we've got the bands coming on through. Expect to see the Angelo band since the homie can just walk on water. The Gene band expected as well. Barry, yeah, he's the man. Frank, Larry, and Barley. So no throwers allowed except Kit. Kit shows up. I'm really like a Kit. I hate this brawler. Kit makes me so mad. But I feel like this is a map and a game mode that is a little more balanced. Like, I'm not as upset. When I see him picked on Knockout, I'm just like, how dare you? But this feels like more of a normalized space for the brawler.
Certainly it's one of those brawlers that has caused a massive headache for the pro scene. It really has. But the Frank ban there as well, kind of an interesting one. Kind of wondering where they're going to pair the kit with. Needs coming in as well. It's one of those brawlers where when you pick it very early on, you are giving away a lot of information to your opposition as to what your strategy could be. So then in this stage of the draft, it does allow SK to have something in the back pocket available. Needs to be a good choice for that. But we've seen a lot of interesting ideas to really combine Kit with things, and I think Kit really just thrive with the combinations, and that's the thing. You're gonna get a double thrower effect now with Dynamite coming in, not the pick that I was expecting to see. I was expecting to see something a bit more tanky really for me, maybe like a Rose wouldn't be a bad shout here for Eclipse, but then the final pick is with SK. The draft really isn't in a good spot for Kit at this stage. Surge, I was gonna mention this because we saw this in South America and it was fantastic, where they were combining Kit with Surge, allowing Surge to really build up those stacks to get to the max level as quickly as possible, because Kit immobilizes your opposition. So it really leaves just walking targets for Surge to come in and cause a real problem, because on those low stack ends, Surge not really a real threat, and especially not against many tankier brawlers on the field. It can struggle on a map like this for sure, but with the Kit, I really like that pairing, and that's definitely taken a leaf out of South America.
SK Gaming on the other side, they're looking directly at what Eclipse is trying to do. So, a zillion of the throwers are banned out. 3, but whatever. And Jean and Angela, the characters that can deal with the river are basically gone. And so Eclipse goes, okay, well, we'll pick the characters that are left. What brawlers can throw over? Sure. So they grab those. SK are like, okay, you want to stay away from us, you want to play left to right over the river, we're just going to run at you. We've got the Meg, a zillion HP. We've got, on the other side as well, a little bit of help here with Nita and the Bear. And then Lily is just going to be able to do that. Taking down Lana on the right-hand side. 4-2, Eclipse with the blue star as well. So that's the way we're going to start things off. Excitement out of the bat. And continuation. Yashi takes down Nebius.
Beautiful timing there on the Vanish gadget for Lanam, because Gugu then wouldn't get a takedown, and that's the beauty of Lily. It's got that escape mechanism all the time available at the touch of a button, and it just meant that Lanam was able to survive on, and SK those still behind. Blue star is the differential. Nice stun there from OP. The follow-up as well will force Joker out of mech, but it's Lanam who finds OP as well, which gives SK Gaming the lead now.
And the mech, so powerful in a game mode like Bounty. You got an entire extra life that doesn't provide stars. That's huge. And so because of that, SK Gaming still in the lead at the moment. Of course, Joker in a rough spot is OPE wrapping around from the bottom side. Gonna play distraction. The mic definitely brings a ton of damage if you don't pay attention. You got to be staring. And little holiday mic down south for sure, but maybe it's now some decent range. Gugu does have the super. When do you expect to see Kit jump up?
Ideally, I mean, maybe it's doing pretty well on the social so far, but it's in those moments of just securing the kill. Now the Vanish coming in as well from Gugu. Could be a time to strike. It's going to keep SK unaware to his position, but they are maneuvering around. They're pretty certain that he went to the left, and he did just that. Let's see now. Oh, nice stun again from OPE. The 7 now to 6. That is the kill that they needed on the side of Eclipse. There is very little time here as well for anything for SK to be able to do here. I don't think there's going to be any time at all. And that was the killing blow that gives the game to Eclipse.
I don't even... I think Eclipse surprised themselves. They're like, oh, we got that one? All right, back up now. And they go ahead and they grab that one. Very, very good stuff coming out from Eclipse. The long-range engagement, making sure not to go all in against this composition. That's using their brain. So, smooth stuff here. I'll be honest, though. I don't think they had the upper hand more so. I don't think they controlled last game, and I don't think that was their plan. I think they wound up not getting lucky, but I think they surprised themselves with the way that ended.
Oh, look at this on the right-hand side. They couldn't secure Gugu, but in the end, it was a bit of a trade. 3 versus, 3 stars to 3 now. Blue star with SK. But, I mean, I want to see a bit more of the combination with this kit, though, because ultimately it's so great. I mean, when you look at what Eclipse have got here, the ability to kind of, like, secure onto another brawl and have the Dynamite land some shots, have the Surge land some shots, it really can bring in so much good. But now with the stun again available to OP, he's not going to find Lannan here. He's playing too well today as well. The Vanish is available to hand. He's got one left. He's going to use it now. 144 HP just in the nick of time. Will he come out? That's the question. What a stun again from OP, and the bobbles to follow up. The synergy's beautiful on the side of Eclipse.
Gugu with the timing there, just perfectly showing up when the opponent becomes vulnerable. Beautiful understanding there coming out from Gugu. And he goes ahead and, oh, misses that one. Lana, real crafty there, vanishes and then teleports. That's how you play the Lily. On display coming out here from Lana. SK Gaming trailing 6-7, despite the right lane's dominance. Eclipse are getting shoved into the left corner, though. Half a minute to go here, Ark. And it looks like SK Gaming, despite being down, have the upper hand.
And that was the last vanish for Lenan. That's kind of what Eclipse I want to do, is try to get them eradicated as quickly as they possibly can. And now Kit's going to get a lot of value onto Lily is potentially here as well. If there's no super to hand on the side of Lenan. Now, though, 15 seconds. SK need a big push here. Just one kill, though, will do it. Maybe it's coming in. Another stack there going on the aggressive Joker. Joker's not in mech either, which is really disastrous here for SK. They've got to find something. There is enough time here, but we'll be able to hold on potentially here. Lovely kit play there. Beautiful synergy again. Huge bomb from OP. And I love the way that Dynamite was played from beginning to end. Honestly, what a time in the draft to pick it. Second pick it came in, and the value that it provided from OP was unbelievable in that set. What a great way to go for Eclipse. They made it look easy.
Honestly, they did. You know, you're so amped about this Mike pick. I want you to go in deep. Give me some more about what you saw there with the Michael, because I can tell you're excited, and you only get excited when the good stuff happens. So the Mike pick, second overall. We saw a couple of good stuns, but really, what was the value of the dynamic Michael here?
The cycling was beautiful. I mean, there was just the stuns landed more often than not. That's the thing with Dynamite. You know, if you're not landing those stuns, you're not really bringing much for your team. But when you do land those stuns, it allows your teammates to come in and provide so much more support with Kit as well, being able to jump in if the Dynamite's not within range. I mean, look at this from OP. I mean, it was wonderful supers. I mean, just everything's cycling to perfection. It's one of those brawlers that has really catapulted its way forwards a bit more into the meta. Still not an easy one to make work, though, and it is the reason why OP is out there with the 4 takedowns there. And in a game mode like Bounty, that's what gets you wins.
Yeah, you know, I think for all 5 years of our competitive Brawl Stars career, we've seen Mike be not ever, rarely meta, especially once like more and more brawlers came out. But he's never been completely gone. Because if you are good at Mike, the damage output's insane, the stuns are great. He really is a specialist brawler, I find.
25 DPS as well for Yoshi. You know, that is honestly about as low as it gets. I mean, you've got to be bringing more than that. I mean, it's not a bad pick here either, but it just didn't bring home anything for SK. I mean, you've got to have something more going on with that particular brawler. Bringing in Bruce Bear can really cause a big flank and, you know, force the hand of your opposition into a place that they don't want to realistically lead themselves to. And, you know, Canal Grande is one of those maps where you can be forced back on those back lines and really struggle to get out of them. Bruce Bear's great for that, but if you're not cycling them in for your team, you're not bringing much to the table.
Yeah, I also think that the composition that they had in their mind was much more, the gameplay was going to be much more structured. We're going to funnel through the mid and punish them on the right side. But Eclipse just didn't let them play that style. They were just like, no. and they took Meg out of the mech a lot. And that was also really valuable. Shifting gears here, though. Parallel plays coming out here. Banned are some of the throwers, some of the Colettes, and Little Lou. I think Lou is very threatening and very scary despite being the ice cream man. So I think one cold man out, one cold man in, and Gale will show on up, be the first pick overall here. Big control. We've already seen what he does. Next.
I was waiting for you to follow up with that.
Oh, no.
Like, I mean, Meg, not my idea, to be honest, as a kind of first pick idea. I think, you know, Byron can work really well on this particular map, and I think like something to have on the zone to really cause a problem. I mean, Gale is that, but SK Gaming absolutely is that big defensive brawler. I mean, Meg can certainly find where your opposition is lurking early on with the vision gear as well. You know, those right-hand side lanes can definitely do a great deal, or left, depending on what side you're spawning in. Surge coming in for Eclipse. I mean, it's definitely one of those brawlers that has really risen in the meta. Just don't know whether it's my favorite brawler on this map, but Eclipse have definitely got strategy in mind here. And that's one thing that I will say today that's very apparent. There's Byron coming in for SK. One of those brawlers that I think we saw played so spectacularly well already today by iChaos. I mean, if you're landing those hills, you're keeping everyone afloat. And in a map like this and a mode like Hot Zone, you know, being able to gradually push against the zone against big resistance and big defensive ideas, Byron is that brawler. And combined with a Frank, that's kind of what I wanted to see more. I'm not discounting Eclipse yet, because they have shown to me a great sign of strategy in their draft so far today, but you can't deny that Byron plus a Frank is a brute force thing to have on your side of the field. They've got the defense with the Gale, they've got the Byron and the Frank combo for aggressiveness, the hypercharge with Frank as well. And Nita is the response. It just doesn't sound as shiny on the side of Eclipse, but let's see what they do with it.
Agreed. I don't know if Nita's the right choice here, but Frank has, I'm checking my notes here, I think 20,700,000 HP, and the Byron's going to be able to back him up for sure. But yeah, that is a big deal. The large HP bar allows Byron to just heal a little bit more. Obviously the stun also, as Lana puts it on display there, and Lana is the one on the point now, but low HP, so taken down quickly. 40% here for Eclipse, 22 for SK Gaming.
Taken care of pretty well there by Eclipse. The left-hand side is very open though as well, which might aid Joker in any brawlers that are kind of respawning on the side of Eclipse coming in. Hypercharge available to Lenan. They can't force this right-hand side at all. It's a great spot for him just to sit there and just intimidate. There's literally nothing that Eclipse can do to push themselves forwards here. A Bruce Bear, maybe some synergy from left and right hand side lanes, maybe it's an OP perhaps, but I mean, until there's something that's kind of ignited on the side of the Eclipse, Lenan is just got free reign now, the hypercharge, but actually forced back. Bruce Bear's stunned as well, gets the gadget off, but that's a bit of a waste.
Oh man, okay, the stun did not come out there. Medias with an important kill and then a follow-up. Nicely done. Big ifs, but if Frank winds up getting that stun, that's a whole different scenario and a whole different game. As SK Gaming now playing some defense and barely hanging on, done with this bottom side point. So this is really just straight up defense. They need to get out, and Eclipse are not letting them. Mebby is fantastic play, just sticking around a thorn in the side of SK Gaming, needing the Frank to bail them out.
A lovely pinch between Yoshi and Lenan there, ready to secure it, but Lenan is where he wants to be now, top right-hand side, and SK have the lead, trying to just secure themselves even further forwards. Great stun from Yoshi, forcing, maybe it's out of mech now, but Gugu has that surge speed now coming through. Jump out away from Yoshi on that left-hand side to get into a better position. Has the hypercharge as well here, and we know how devastating that can be. Lenan's using his, but he's not finding anything from it again because the Eclipse are just too wary to it.
Just aware, just very, very, very sure of what's going to come out of this big Frank, and they're handling him well. You know, I was joking before, but 15,400 HP is a heck of a lot. But we're seeing two things, I think. SK Gaming expecting it to actually be 17 million and leaving him by himself, and Eclipse are just being very well aware of the threat. Eclipse are pushing forward, following the bear, and Nita just using that super as a shield. Eclipse walks forward, they're in a good position to win.
I mean, this is what they need to pick. Was actually not a bad one from Eclipse because it's so well into Frank. When the map is this open, it allows OP to come in and really cause a problem to Lana. Unless the map is closed, it doesn't provide the same amount of utility. That's the thing. Okay. You can see that towards the end, bring that Bruce Bear in. There was nothing that really Lana could do about that. Bring the way that they sort of came together towards the end as well and really forced that zone. Eclipse had that on lockdown, and SK got to be a bit cautious around these walls on which they choose to break on the side of Lana, because Frank's not getting as much value as I think he would like.
Yeah. SK, again, they're leaving Lana out to dry a little bit. The Frank constantly by himself, but I think that's less like, oh, they're leaving him by, more just an overestimation of how tanky this brawler is. Every person who's ever played Brawl knows how tanky he is, but there's a limit. So, trying to see a little bit more of a group up. Eclipse are getting some safe percentage here, a quarter of the way done.
Well, Lenan can't really do much on this bottom right-hand side without that hypercharge and super to really intimidate. So Eclipse are really, I mean, at the moment, SK are not on the zone, and then now Lenan is, but they're kind of dancing between the zones on both sides of the field, it seems, actually. It's kind of rare to see on parallel plays. Normally kind of commit to one zone and then go on the aggressive and capture the other one, and that's where the battle ensues. But we are seeing this now as the Eclipse really want to go on the aggressive and get the zone early, but that might go against them, to be honest, because once SK cap this, they got nothing to stay back for.
Yeah, that's the way the SK started, right? Like, SK had 0%. They just walked forward trying to break into Eclipse, but as you intelligently highlighted, Lenan couldn't do anything. So now it's Eclipse's time to abandon their safe point and then come forward. SK Gaming finished theirs. Nothing they can do down here. Eclipse are, as much as Lenan can't walk forward, Eclipse can't walk into him either. So, in a little bit of a rock and a hard place here. Yashi wins on the left-hand side, so defense reigns supreme.
Wow.
Gugu jumps. Taken out, though.
Gets two for his trouble, though, along the way, and that goes to say something, but now this is the problem. The SK got their home zone, and Eclipse are playing a really risky game here. They're really banking on being able to capture that final percentage from the SK Gaming side. And then finds the smash, gets the takedown as well. Maybe it's out of mech now, but does somehow get the takedown off the Frank. Joker's going to secure it, though, and now getting themselves on that other zone. The pressure is mounting here. Eclipse are playing a bit of a risky game that's not really paying off now.
Yashi on the defense as well. Great play coming out from the player on the left side, and just the continuation. Joker makes it happen on the right. Frank trying to deal with the Nita. Gets the kill. The Bear's still around. And SK Gaming now in the driver's seat. Great team shots on the Meg here. Popped out of the mech. And Mebius chasing down the low HP Joker. Frank falling down, nobody on the point. So SK Gaming 82% here, Arc, but Eclipse they're surging forward, looking for more on the opponent's side.
Great value there for None. This looks safe and sound to me, and what a way to turn things around, because it did not go SK's way in that first game. Surely gonna be all tied up now. No chance that Eclipse can get much more to be done here. And you know what a difference it made with the walls as well. And None just keeping those walls up for a lot longer with that Frank to allow him more time to really just secure themselves in that defensive line. Towards the end, able to break some and got some great value on that top right hand side as well into the Nita. The pickup there from the Byron to follow up as well, just to secure things. SK looking a lot better. This is a really, really important game for both of these two teams now, because one will go up 2-1.
Just a reminder, SK Gaming making semifinals puts them in World Finals. That's what they need to happen, 100%. On the other side, Eclipse making semifinals, gets them LCQ. So everybody really, really trying to get here to the semis for sure. I'll be honest, unbiased, I need to see Gugu at land. I need to see Gugu at land.
He's an absolute beast, and I want to see that energy on stage as well that he brings, because the player counters will be off the chain, but it's the spot that Lenan likes to be in, and I just hope that he keeps the walls up a little bit, and if he doesn't, then he gets some immense value in the process, because it really just locks things down, allows the time for Yoshi to cap the zone, and then SK can go on the offensive. But now the Eclipse are adapting. They are capping their own zone, which is the mistake that I thought they made in the last game, so this could be a lot closer than it seems. Hypercharge as well available to Lenan, definitely something to be scared about for the side of the Eclipse.
Nice adaptation here from Eclipse now finishing their own safe spot. Trying to deal with the right side. Lana and Joker push forward. Big super coming out with a hypercharge for the Frank, but everybody looks at him. And he falls down without making a large impact. Players all low after that exchange, but not dumb enough to go out into the open. And so Eclipse defend that point, despite Frank pushing forward. SK Gaming with a lead, though.
Not much of one of those. It's 7%. Now Gugu coming forwards, taken care of by Yoshi. This is why the Gale on defense is a troublesome thing. Eclipse great rally from Joker there. Should find the pitch between himself and Yoshi to get OP taken care of, and Lenan as well will fall on that top right hand side. Keeps things under control, and with 7% only between the two, it really just comes down to one push towards the end that could be the final decision maker of this set. It's a dangerous place to be in, really, for both sides here. Good splashes there from Joker as well, keeps Gugu at bay, and those stacks now have been reset, of course, for the takedown that was previous to it. So hypercharge as well, back with Lenan, but he's struggling to find the closing of the gap, actually, as the Eclipse are just too smart to it.
Frank getting pressured, has to walk back here, but he has an opportunity if he walks in that direction as well. So left, right, center, Lana falls down. SK Gaming on the bad side of things, as the Eclipse make a beautiful aggressive push, take down one of the bigger defenders, but here comes Gale. That's the other big defender in this composition. Gugu jumps on top, but gets pushed on down. Fantastic play by Yashi one more time. Not enough, though. And Eclipse are way ahead, just taking it to him. Man, Yashi putting on a clinic there, Arc, but it still don't matter.
It was how I expected it to go. That one final push was pinpoint precision from Eclipse Esport, and it gave them the win, and SK had to stay firm to it. It was just a one and done moment. Only that 7% lied between the two until then, and as soon as they were able to defend it, that's cost them a step. Eclipse Esport are now ahead 2-1, and that's very, very dangerous. SK have got to win consecutively now to be able to bring this back, and this is a really tough spot for them. I mean, with so much on the line as well. Oh, I didn't expect, to be honest, Eclipse to be in the lead at this point in this series.
Same.
They've
I don't think
great drafts.
Yeah, just great play coming out from Eclipse. And 90%, I think, of the fan base went with SK Gaming. I went with SK. You went with SK. Trav went with SK. I think that SK was the smart choice, but I also think every single one of us, I mean, Eclipse are trending upwards, and we know they have it in us. Surprised at the moment, but the idea of Eclipse winning is not overwhelmingly surprising. I know it's a little bit of a contradictory statement, but do you get what I'm saying here?
Oh, 100%. You know, for me, the way that I look at it as well is like Eclipse aren't the shiny team in this series. SK Gaming absolutely are. And when you look at the drafts, Eclipse Esports don't have the shiny drafts. SK Gaming do, but it's the results that matter on the day. And if these compositions are working because the strategies behind it more so on the side of Eclipse then they absolutely deserve to be in the position that they are in. Now, can SK Gaming bring this back? They absolutely can. Of course they have. In my opinion, they've arguably got more experience to their side, but at the moment, they're getting outplayed and outdrafted. Aside from that early instance of Brawl where the SK was just on fire. They came out the gates swinging today. I mean, but again, when you think back to statistics and the history, it's kind of a scary prospect that actually SK have never beaten Eclipse Esport in a monthly final. I mean, they've only played once prior to today. I'll put that out there as well, but nonetheless, it is a stat, it is facts. And SK have been behind before and they haven't been able to resolve it. So a 3-1 scoreline was what they lost to previously in May. So let's hope for them they can at least take this to a fifth and final set, because with the way it's going, it's so back and forth, it deserves to be decided there.
You're not wrong. Under these circumstances, SK have a 0% win rate. So never being able to beat Eclipse you know, and that is, like, all jokes aside, that is a real thing sometimes. I'm not, you know, I think a lot of people would say that SK Gaming is just straight up the better team between these two. I think that recent showings might bring that to a little bit of a test. But let's just say that's the fact. Sometimes you see a lower tiered team, a lower seeded team, just have the number of a better squad. Is that what we're seeing here from Eclipse? Do they just have this SK Gaming roster figured out?
Sometimes it's like when you are the underdog, it's just one of those things where it means so much more to take down a Titan, to prove the community wrong on the polls. And I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, all the players care about is winning. They've got their head down, they're completely focused on the task at hand and working with the statistics of their drafts and you know, from the scrims and all that data collected to work out how to get inside the minds of their opposition. And so far, Eclipse have been doing better at doing that. You know, now coming with Undermine, the gem grab map that I quite like actually. Gene, first pick, can play mid, can play also lane, but it struggles to those tanky brawls if it is forced out of the mid. Normally, just that's where it will stay. Crow going to come in for SK as well to add to that. So another great lane brawler there for SK. No real sign of anything tanky. DPS might be lacking a little bit for them, so we'll see what they come back with soon. Gale, Max, and Meg bans, and that's the kind of brawler that I was saying, like a tankier thing to have. They kind of have, they got the Gale banned, so I was going to say they have to combine it with that if they don't. Buster and Amber also banned out here, but still that final pick, it could be like even like a Shelly on the side of SK. It wouldn't be the craziest of things to bring in as a third and final. Jesse would be the mid, I assume, coming in for Eclipse on.
Makes a little sense here. Worth noting, by the way, our top 3 banned brawlers, Lily, Fank, and Sandy, not banned out here. As always, shout out to our stats guy behind the scenes, Knight. So interesting to leave this open. Sandy obviously left open. He was first pick. You want to see that. And then combined, Sandy Rosa is a classic combo. So definitely give her a little bit of coverage there in the sandstorm. Last pick with the Gene and the Crow. I mean, that combo's right there. Pull into the Assassin, thumbs up. But how do you round out this composition? That's the question SK Gaming are asking themselves right now.
I bring in Frank to the Rosa. I mean, it's a pretty decent matchup as well. I mean, if you clear the bushes as well, it's, you know, going to be able to have some good visibility and not be sort of too bothered about it. Or, like I said, something even harder into the Rosa as well. Otis or, you know, something along the lines of a Cordy. This wouldn't be the craziest of things either. Thinking about it a little bit, though, I think that is the problem at the moment. The Rosa's the problem on the side of SK. They've got to deal with that Rosa.
Yeah, I would like to see the Cordelias. Everybody's really high on Frank for great reason. That Hypercharge is huge. I think that he's high execution, right? Like if you don't choose your moment perfectly, you choose kind of terribly. And so, brief moment, our players, we're getting back into our matchup. Last pick still on the docket, trying to figure this one out. But I really and truly think that I would rather see a control brawler than the outright tank to deal with the Rosa. So you mentioned the mushroom guy. I want to see the Cord. I think that's the right choice.
Definitely more options in there for SK. I mean, despite the Gale band out, there's certainly so many brawlers that can really hard counter that Rosa, and it's a daring place for Eclipse Esports to put it into that draft. I'm kind of unsure as to like whether that was the plan all along or just simply that they kind of really were forced to because of the coin toss in that veil. But I mean, we'll see. I mean, certainly SK have got options to their advantage here. I think the Rosa is the toughest brawler on the side of Eclipse to have to work around. I think Jesse can't really ever play a lane, so there's a question mark there for me on the Eclipse Esports side. Certainly the turret is where just going to get a ton of value. Just, you know, being able to be positioned just behind the wall as well and be able to be healed up in that scenario too. Very troublesome to take care of it. So if that mid is able to get a hypercharge in as well, that kind of big beefy turret, it takes a lot to really deal with. And that's the problem as well I have on the side of SK Gaming with the Crow. You know, it's not going to really be able to take down a hypercharged Jesse turret, nor as a Gene. So what is their mindset here? Because when that comes out to play, and it will, if they're going to be able to counter the Rosa, it's got to be on the lane side. They haven't really got an answer for it in the mid, so they've got to have something of a flexibility there to have and to look around.
I got to stop
until that third and final pick.
You're doing great work. You're doing great work, but we're changing the equation. So Gugu, the Rosa pick was a mistake, and we are going to let the players redraft. It wasn't a panic mistake. Basically, well, not basically, legitimately, you can see all the napkins. Gugu spilled water on his tablet and accidentally picked Rosa, and then the draft. So we're going to redo it. Same picks up until the Rosa. And I do want to bring a note here that the admins behind the scenes doing the diligent work, you know, can you just say that you spilled water? No, they went back, they looked at the player cam, and they watched him spill it. They're seeing him clean it up. So a legitimate oops. So we do it again. And the Rosa will not be picked.
Well, that is a first.
that is a Brawl Stars first.
I've never seen a draft be affected by something that actually happened physically in the player rooms. Wow. Okay. We'll see what then they bring in. I didn't think it was the worst of ideas, but I did question it in the position in the draft in which they picked it because it just left too much open for SK to deal with it. So yeah. Obviously some good sportsmanship being shown on each side of things because obviously I'd imagine that SK have got to have a conversation there to be had as well around that sort of thing. So I've got to respect it. And hopefully, you know, Gugu can just maybe just drink from something else next time. Maybe like get a straw, you know, just like.
You're nicer than me. I was going to say get a sippy cup for Gugu. I am not even kidding. Like, unfortunately, this is our last monthly final. I would 100%, if I was at Eclipsar, I would already be ordering some Eclipsar sippy cup merch and sending it to Gugu.
I mean, SK got bottles of water there as well. So, I mean, I kind of wonder whether they will get a redraft following this and SK Gaming drop the water on the iPad, on the tablet, but we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, things happen and, you know, teams are, you know, for the most part, very accommodating towards, and, you know, hearing about another team not being in a position to really make it as competitive as they can. And both sides want it to be that. So let's see how they fare. And the drafts obviously would be the same. The Gale, obviously the big one there, realistically on that lane side, band outstanding going to come in, and we'll replay out up until that point.
Because I mean, really, like we said, this is the implications for this match are huge. SK Gaming wins and goes to quarterfinals, or excuse me, semifinals. They clinch world finals. And Eclipse, on the other hand, they are looking to punch their ticket to LCQ. And you don't want to knock out the team because they messed up, they spilled water. Everybody's going to make fun of you. You have to win this legitimately. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, though. So a nice look. We're speeding through it on our end. Players wanted to get right into game. So the Sandy, the Jesse, and the Jester Chester are coming on through here for the Eclipse comp. And we've got the Pull, the Assassin, and the last selection over here on the SK Gaming side will be Janet. Janet coming on through. Been a while since we've seen the side of the stunt girl.
Wild. I mean, to be honest though, every time that I've seen Janet come out of the woodwork, it has won the game. It's a bit of a weird one, honestly. I mean, it really has been. The last time I remember it in the EMEA was Zeta Division bringing it out in Brawl Ball, and it did do really well. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The range is like the perfect for a lane side. The drop the base gadget can really bring out so much visibility at the click of a button. So, I mean, it can work. I'm not against it. It's just one of those brawlers that it's just so niche. I mean, Chester, of course, really kind of coming forwards a bit more into the meta now with the rework of the Bellamini star power, allowing Chester's basic attack loadout to have that 4 stages by default. Certainly a lot of the pros are raving about that now and making out that Chester's in a very much better spot. And the first one, of course, causing now 200% damage with the new star power. So there's a lot of things going for Chester right now.
Yeah, I mean, he was just straight up a mean character once upon a time. Like, not even in a bad way, just like all the random stuff. Probably don't bring him to court. But here with the change, he's reliable, and that makes him viable. Strong too, so we're seeing a lot of choices here, but Yashi takes him down for SK gem number 8. Joker's holding that in the mid. Lana on the right side, really, doing it, making it work like you said.
OP is struggling now though on that lane side. Yoshi got hypercharge as well. We know how devastating it can be at the right time. If Gugu goes down here, maybe this is going to be really open to it. Yoshi thought better of it as OP is coming back in off the spawn. Joker there with the 8 gems, really in a good spot, but one good solid super from Yoshi, and here it comes at the right time as well. All the gems dropped, Gugu left all alone, and this is going to be SK just riding them home.
Beautiful combination play there from Yashi and Lana. They go in at the exact same time. They protect Joker. 2 players without gems push forward. They knock the opponent down. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, Gugu here. See you later. SK Gaming take game 1.
And comfortably so, we've got to say it. I mean, that really was a night and day difference from what we saw in previous matchups. I mean, that's the SK Gaming that I know, and that's the SK Gaming that will bring this to a 5th and final set. Certainly, I mean, not the draft I was expecting, but the one that got the job done, and that's all you want to be asking for, really, in a set like this. And so far, we haven't really seen anything. I'll go as far to say anything from Eclipse or Esport in this set.
Yeah, not really
That's
much
different.
going on. All right, yeah, Google. OPE though, falling on down. So mid control still belongs to Joker. Gugu and Mebius here looking for their play on the left side, and it really was the team coordination coming out from SK Gaming that really put on and brought that one home. Watching Lana and Yashi work together, that was what did it for me.
Now just playing this Janet so well as well, just really causing a problem coming off those spawn size as well, because that range when it's extended just really does bring home what you need to have. And OP just can't really touch this on that right hand side at all, and when he's done with that he can just focus himself onto Mebius, take to the skies when everyone's low. There's a lot to it, it's not by any means one of those big meta brawlers that's big flashy, but there you go, 2 takedowns on that top side of the map, and now Gugu completely out of position. A team wipe, the gems back, it gets the job done. It's not the brawl that I'm looking forward to seeing or expecting to see, but when Lanans are behind it, it's working, and it's bringing this key back into this game.
Eclipse are now looking for a moment here to keep themselves out of a 5th set, and it won't happen. SK Gaming make it work. And Janet coming on through. It's funny, everything you said about the brawler, I was about to say that about the actual gadget of the brawler. So whenever Janet's up in the spotlight, it's because drop the base, right? And so, okay, I actually see what they're cooking. on that right side, drop the base, and you have this whole zoning area. You keep the opponent away from pushing it. And then right as you were breaking it down, I was like, yeah, drop the base is what she wants. And she drops it and it immediately gets taken care of. And but it was exactly, that was all they needed. That little bit. So it wasn't exactly how you said it. It wasn't the way I expected her to drop the base, but it was exactly what they needed when it happened. And I think you also brought home the bigger point here is that, yeah, it's the brawler. Nah, it's the bro. Lana coming through today has been fun to watch. He's killing it.
Absolutely so. He really has been. And, you know, it's so funny when you look back at the draft. You've got to give a lot of credit to SK, remember, because the way that draft went down, and those stats look a bit, not great for Eclipse are. But what I was saying was, like, you know, going into that draft, you know, Goku spinning the walls on the tablet, draft gets replayed out. I'm sure SK Gaming, you know, probably had some conversations behind the scenes that were like, you know, sure, let's do it again. We prefer to play in the playing field that you guys want us to be playing on. And if mistakes happen, let's just play it out again. And to then go from that to a final pick Janet, which I'm sure many watching as well, the stream are thinking, what's up with that pick? To then have stats that look like that says so much to me about that set as a story. I mean, that's kind of crazy, really, that SK can be behind, go through the draft, have it not be a smooth process, come with a really outlandish off-meta pick, and make it look that convincing. I'm worried for Eclipse are going to this fifth and final set. I think they're starting to dwindle.
And I'm looking at, like, Knight gave us 23 brawlers, and Janet wasn't listed on them. She's so far down in the pick rate, but number one performer. And again, yes, drop the base provided lane control that disallowed opponents to walk forward. Absolutely. The super coming out from Janet combined with the Yashi super allowed them to pick a target and team shoot and take down one particular individual. Absolutely. The kit, yes, but it's Lana. Lana has been on fire today. Yashi and Joker are playing spectacularly too. I'm not taking anything away from the boys, but we are here in our fifth set, and a lot of it, I'm thinking back, we saw some great defense from Yashi. Joker was making some plays, particularly on that Cordelius I'm thinking about. But Lana, I've said his name so many times today. It's been really impressive from all of SK, but I think Lana is really waving the banner.
And this is why I say, whenever I see Janet, it tends to win, because it's such a daring brawler to pick. You know, it's really so niche. You've got to be really certain that it is the brawler to pick in that stage of the draft for the map that you're playing, for the mode that you're playing. You know, because you can really look pretty like you know, egg on your face if you get that wrong. And SK Gaming got it right. And going into Heist now for Safe Zone, it's certainly a dangerous time for Eclipse R, because, you know, with the way that this mode can play out, you know, if the safe is left untouched, it can turn so quickly against you. I mean, it's definitely a scary prospect for both sides with what's on the line here. But I mean, certainly for this map, you know, Colette got to be kind of banned here realistically. Chuck got to be kind of banned really here realistically. I mean, 8-bit on the safe can just shred through it. Colt, we know that that's a brawler which certainly Eclipse R Esports have got no problems with bringing into the equation. I think Barry might not be bad here even necessarily, but it's the long range sharpshooters which can cause a real problem. Piper can have a great time providing the draft is kind of going that way. Bell as well. There's just so many threats on this map that can just take care of a safe immediately, quickly.
Yeah, you know, I think we're like in the midst of a little bit of a, I don't want to say a meta shift, but like a big picture, like a thought process shift. Before you were, you know, you would play, let's say, fair, and then you have the Colette who is unfair, right? Does that % damage with the super. And so it was once upon a time, you know, really going back to the boomer moments, like it was about playing around that Colette. And then you had a couple of other brawlers that really threatened the safe. And then the hypercharge came through, and now Crow does 33, you know, a ton of damage to the safe. Every team is able to draft a quote unquote unfair Heist brawler. And so now I feel like it's less about like, ooh, are they going to get the Chuck or something? No, you ban out the top 3, but there's still so many options. There's the berries, the barleys. There are so many options that do dummy strong damage to the safe arc that it winds up being, the thought process is less about how do we prevent them from getting it in the draft and more about how do we protect our safe, because we know they're going to have some nonsense We have to play around that control. We have to control the battlefield. So I'm not saying we're going to see a whole bunch of Gales, etc., but like, you know, your opponent's going to have something wildly devastating to the safe because there's so much safe damage in the roster today.
And there's a reminder of that poll from event.brawlstars.com. 90% of you at home watching voted for SK as the favorite to take this matchup. Well, here we are in the 5th and final set, and it hasn't been breezy so far. Chuck band, Colette band, and Angela's another big one that we failed to mention.
Yeah.
Really good band there from SK. You've got to Crow, Meg, and Amber for Eclipse. So there's still a great amount here available, actually. Melody's gonna be the first pick as well, and that bullet on the safe can shred through it. It's kind of one of those places where Melody still remains. She has drifted away slightly, for sure. I mean, when she first came into the mix, definitely always banned, always picked. Now we're seeing a bit of a different story, but this is a place where she can absolutely work. But might struggle in the eventuality that SK go with really long range stuff. Ruff's gonna be that brawler to bring in a lot of utility over the course of the game, providing that supply drop buff over to your teammates. It really does stack over time.
Russ is one of my favorite brawlers, but I'll be honest, I think that he's fallen a little bit out of favor as of late. The 8-bit certainly gonna be coming on through. You mentioned him earlier on, ton of damage. And kind of like, I keep mentioning this fair, unfair. I think you understand where I'm going with it. He brings like fair damage, right? Like the turret is, the damage booster is silly, but he's gotta be in position, he's gotta find his shots. Piper is gonna wind up really loving that damage boost, and that's why Eclipse takes it away from SK Gaming. So maybe is here going to be looking for that counterclockwise, running around the whole nonsense, you know, doing the unfair damage to the safe. Whereas Piper, stand back, plays traditionally, similar to Carl. So we'll see how this composition works out for Eclipse. I like it. I think it's well-rounded.
Carl is a dangerous one as well, as we know. Maybe it's in that particular brawler or OPE. They're both very aggressive with it as well. Options still available for here for SK. No real need to go in with a Bell for me because they got the 8-bit on their side. I was questioning that on the side of Eclipse. They might have considered it. Fang is not the pick that I was expecting at all. We haven't seen Fang really that much for a long time now, but it does make a lot of sense. It's going to cause a problem to the Piper. Sure, there is the ability to have the knockback there. And with the hypercharge on the Piper side, there's that to consider as well. And there can be more on the aggressive offensive side for Eclipse, but I'm just not overly sure. I mean, it can certainly, you know, sort of cancel out the car with the roundhouse kick, but I don't know. I'm curious where SK's minds are at here. It's not a bad brawler by any means. It can absolutely pop off, but certainly not the one I was expecting. I was expecting more of a long-range brawler, to be honest.
Yeah, to kind of work with what 8-bit's doing, right? I get that. I think that's the traditional. I like the Fang. I think that the Fang is going to be able to kind of deal with what Eclipse has on their side. And, I mean, here, it's in the hands of Lana, who has been, in my opinion, and I think it's a tight call, but in my opinion, Lana has been the star player today. So, we'll certainly see how this one works out. For me, the Yashi choice, the Colonel Ruffs is a little interesting. Fang dashes forward, they're able to pick up a kill, and now sitting pretty on the safe. Nebius takes down Joker, and Eclipse decided not to play defense. They're going to go aggressive and find themselves on the bottom side, but Fang has already done 30+% of the opponent's safe. He's going to be taken down now as the respawns come out. I spoke too soon. Eclipse just, they're going to ignore him. Finally find him out. And so 46 remain here for the Eclipse safe, but SK Gaming getting eaten on the bottom side. 12% remain as Lana respawns, takes care of business, but SK barely breathing.
Well, Gugu goes down here. There's a potential open door here for something to happen, but OP is taken care of as well. Maybe it's the last man alive here, but one jump, one hypercharge from Gugu with some support might be enough to take down the safe. Leon just doing some great work with his Fang, and obviously it's one of those brawlers that can do some good work at the right times. It can, you know, do a great amount, but it's got to be really cautiously timed. Great shots there from Gugu. Nice to follow up with the gadget as well, the homemade recipe to reconnect those shots. But I think if Eclipse can just get mid-control, they should be able to finalize this game.
Well, Carl showing up and showing where he's going to excel. Piercing shot, taking care of the sandbags relatively easily. Hypercharge available for Gugu, so got to keep your eye on the mid. That damage is already strong. and push the purple button, and you just go crazy. But Eclipse they don't need to do anything. All they have to do is hang out, put their feet up, and enjoy the air. It's SK Gaming that need to make the play, and here comes Fang, dashing up the mid side, 10 seconds on the clock, but Fang falls down, and it looks like that's all she wrote. And just like that, Eclipse make it happen. Nice job. They're one away, man. They're one away from finding themselves in the semifinals, and more importantly, that last chance qualifier at Gamescom.
Crazy stuff. Really was. For me, maybe just a little bit of a just overestimation of the base race when it came down for SK, because their comp can really work here. It absolutely can. I mean, if Lenan can get the value that he can find at the beginning of those games, you saw in the previous ones just how well, without everything going down, the Piper's not got the knockbacks, got the homemade recipe from what I saw as well. So there it is. So that's going to help out Lenan massively as well on that Fang pick actually. So like it bounces off the safe. It's going to be able to get some good value, but it's in the early moments really where it's going to count. So I want to see SK really open up some space in the middle, get that 8-bit forwards, because that's really the key here. Joker's got to land more on the safe, get that damage booster in, bring home the goods.
Well, now this time around, does it again. Rushes up the mid, looks for the safe damage. OPE on the bottom side falls. And there's the kill. I'm just staring, looking for the Melody kill. That's what I'm trying to find the entire time. But look at that. Eclipse actually didn't make it to the safe, despite Mebius and Gugu walking forward, or OPE walking forward rather. SK Gaming just handling it before they even find a single point of damage, only now breaking on through and bringing SK down to 86.
OPE just trying to juke his way forwards, doing a great job of it as well, and staying in position, getting some more value in. Nicely done from him. Eventually taken care of by Yoshi here. Joker now looking to find his way forwards, but this is the problem. They're putting the Fang on the safe on the side of SK, not the 8-bit. And that's really not what I want to see from SK. I want to see Lenan clear the way to allow Joker to come forwards a little bit more. But that jump now for Gugu, not an easy task for Lenan to connect on that super side. And these shots from Gugu just keep on tapping. The hypercharge still available. He hasn't really used one yet on the aggressive, so he's still got that potential to come as well.
The Scooby snack on the floor, waiting for Lenan to pick it up, does so. Now it's ready to go as he's got that extra sauce. Thinking about the super, changed his mind, forced out the jump from the Piper. Maybe it's kind of stuck on the right side. Fang dashes in, takes care of Gugu. And again, looks like Eclipse, they're stuck. They're in the mid. They're not going aggressive. They're trying to, but they're being stuck by SK Gaming. Yashi winds up getting the kill onto Mebius. And just like that, Fang able to find some damage onto Eclipse and keep SK in the lead for the moment. 4% separates our teams here, Ark, but here comes Melody.
No sandbags available. Mavis coming in, going to get the final notes onto the safe, and that's going to be enough to make it Eclipse's game, set and match. A wonderful turnaround. There's nothing that SK can do, and now SK Gaming's face will be very much in the hands of other opposition here today. Eclipse have done it.
They absolutely have done it. You're not wearing the jersey, dude. There you go. Eclipse on the front. We don't play for the name on the back. We play for the name on the front. That's what Eclipse are saying. Putting their org and their team up front. Kisses from Gugu. And earned, man. Well done from this team. SK Gaming, a much different vibe in their lab. But with this victory from Eclipse, this confirms their attendance at the LCQ. Guten Tag. We will see you there, and it's going to be a lot of fun watching this team. Again, man, legitimately, unbiased caster. I'm not having it. I want to see Gugu at LAN. I want to see the man on camera. I want to see him do his thing. This guy brings so much energy, and here it came through. That Gugu Juju brought Eclipse the victory.
It was so well deserved as well. You know, towards the end, it was getting a little bit of a question mark for me. I think an open door for SK. I think they just didn't quite land the mark in that final set. Joker never really got forwards. Never got the damage onto the safe. And the Fang pick, it was okay. It was good, but it didn't really bring home what I was hoping it would. And for Eclipse Esport, a great result here today. This is what they needed to do. Secure themselves in for LCQ, lock that one down. that was the series that SK Gaming had to win to secure themselves for Worlds. So now there's a question mark around how that might fare, because it's going to come down to Team Okachiki later on as to can they win the entire thing. That's now the storyline here as to we'll be following it around the course of today. But I mean, there is a potential here for some big change-ups, and it was not the match that I was expecting to cause the ruckus here today, to be completely honest.
Totally. You know, we were looking earlier in the day that might be the matchup. For what it's worth, so we are celebrating Eclipse with this victory. They confirm their attendance at the LCQ. That's the highest they can go. Mebius will be your MVP. And again, even in the little picture, the jersey is on display. What a dope jersey these guys have. Like, I can't praise it enough. Gameplay even better. Brief moment on the other side though. SK Gaming, they do not clinch World Finals. However, they are guaranteed at least LCQ. Just simply, they're already there. If Okachiki lose, like you mentioned, in semis or grands, then SK will go to Worlds. But this Okachiki team, you know, this is not a cheeky squad. This is Angel Boy, Nob, and Drage. These are storied players. This is absolutely possible. That I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's possible. If Angel Boy and Drage win a World monthly finals, nobody's like, what? So SK Gaming still watching this one, just like, what's happening?
You'd much prefer to be in the position of, you know, Eclipse or Esport, where you've got your destiny in your own hands and you secure it, and you know you're going to go to LCQ on a high as well, because I mean they've been able to take down SK Gaming twice in monthly finals in as many matches. I mean, that's a strong statistic to have behind you. If you can beat a team which could potentially be on the world stage and bypass LCQ twice out of 2 times, and you're in LCQ, you stand some pretty good chances. And I mean, Eclipse played great today. The drafts didn't look the shiniest. Their brawlers weren't necessarily shiny than SK's. They just played them better and got it down. I mean, you know, I feel bad. I think Lennon played a fantastic game today. We talked about him a lot, but at the end of the day, it's a team game. You've all got to do your bit. And SK just couldn't make it into the semis today.
All that glitters is not gold. It's gold and black. And Eclipse confirmed themselves in the LCQ. We got a little bit of a break, and then we're coming right on back with the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in our final monthly finals here for the region of EMEA. It's your boy F. Dot, joined here by Ark and Trav. We're in our fantastic throwback ditties. Going all back, we have 5 years of competition, boys, behind us. It all started with a couple of bow ties with Lex and the guys, and now we have a full global league. What an incredible moment to be here and see us walk forward towards semifinals, teams punching their ticket to our world finals, and of course our last chance qualifier that's taking place over in Germany for Gamescom. And so Ogre, Cheeky, and Zeta Division are the teams in the semifinals. Zeta Division have some high stakes up top, and then Eclipse and Humble are our teams on the bottom side of the bracket here. Also, some big expectations and assertions coming out from these teams, Trav, when we look at the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of these teams, they're really, really capable. And I mean, I was watching from the sidelines, very surprised to see Eclipse beat SK Gaming yet again. Seem like they're just kind of their kryptonite at the moment, but so much to fight for. OG need to go all the way and win if they want to be able to take that spot from SK Gaming. And, you know, Eclipse are just locked their LCQ, which they're going to be incredibly pleased about. But Humble, you know, top of the leaderboard, they've got a lot to prove. They want to stay up there as well. So all the teams still got to play for something, still got to play for the seeding, still got to play for the points and the money. And most importantly, I think it's OGC who are really wanting a win today.
I mean, you guys, OGC want it. Let's throw up the predictions real quick, because I'm seeing that little green logo on your predictions as well. Usually I'm the one throwing the curveball. Like, I'm usually the one throwing the crazy pitch out here. Zeta, you know, that's a safe pick, right, Ark?
Oh, absolutely so. You know, I think they didn't look as Zeta as they should have done in that quarterfinals matchup. You know, I think it was very touch and go. I think that, you know, to sort of turn things around in the way that they did against Reply Totem certainly wasn't an easy feat. It came down to literally one gem spawning in gem grab to then start the catalyst that then went on to the reverse sweep. I mean, you know, despite what you might see on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, you know, with Meow's tweet saying, yeah, GG easy, you know, like it wasn't like, and I think that might come around here. On the other side of things, you know, Team Okachiki did have a win in straight sets. It looked very convincing in that matchup early today against OG Ramayapa. So the question there I have is, the reservation potentially is, like, were they tested enough for this matchup? Because Zeta, well, they went through the trenches, didn't they, really? But Team Okachiki made it look very, very easy against OG Rama and Yapa. And this is a bit of a different level for them to have to really overthrow. But Angel Boy, Drage, and Nob have had a phenomenal chemistry. You've got to remember, this squad came together, of course, Drage coming from the FUT Esports roster and kind of separating and disbanding between OG and Filippo back in the day as well, and that side of things. Now they're looking really, really solid. In the qualifiers for me as well, Nob had maybe like was lacking a little bit in that qualifier, but this is what I love about this squad. They come together and they pick up the pieces when someone is sort of like not quite having the best of days, and that happens to every team. Not everyone can be performing 100% of the time, and I really like that from their qualifiers specifically. And I think that today things are looking pretty good for them. I mean, the fact that SK lost in the quarterfinals opens up the door for them, that if they can win the grand finals here today and make it, of course, to that stage, and Zeta being the first hurdle there, I mean, they can cause an upset.
Great guys too as well, like off the field. You know, Drage has been a great spotlight player, great for the media, and Angel Boy, that Navi roster is just so iconic in my mind. Watching him play with MMA, and just a fantastic squad, and it really made me fall in love with the squad for sure. So I think Angel Boy is just a great dude to see on this team. That said, they're going up against the Zeta division, and this is the team, like we said, this is the smart money, Garo, Meow, and Naui. This squad, some of the stronger players on the field, but Trav brought this up both on and off camera. We were talking before during the break and earlier today. Zeta just doesn't seem as strong as we expect them to be, T. Like we're just not seeing Zeta division.
It's quite worrying, to be honest. They didn't look like, yeah, all right, they reverse swept Tome. Tome are a good team. Neither of those guys played well. Tome didn't play well. Zeta didn't play well. And I mean, that's just the sole reason why I went for Ogachiki in this instance. It's just Zeta didn't look good. And that's that. I didn't actually get to really see Ogachiki play. They could have played awful and still swept. But it's kind of, Zeta's the safe bet. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of the community are going to say that too. 76% to 24. I understand that. I would have been with you if I hadn't seen that quarterfinals performance.
And don't forget, if Ogachiki wins grand finals, a lot of people are crying. Ogachiki can play ultimate spoiler here, but gem grab double swoosh is in front of us. I'm gonna go and take a reprieve. Trav and Ark, you guys grab the mic. Ark, why don't you bring us into this one as we jump into the P's and B's?
We'll do just that. Double swoosh up first. Bans in Lily, Ems, and the Amber to the Sandy, the Jean, and the Meg on the side of Zeta Division. Of course, the Frank is the elephant in the room, so to speak, and Gale being the first pick for that very reason, because it's a great counter to it. I quite like it. One thing I'll say as well, Trav, you know, with Ogachiki is like they've always qualified through the upper bracket every single month. I mean, I don't think there's any other team which has been able to say the same. Every qualifier, they've always come through the upper bracket and had a clean day of things, never going towards that day 2 and having to go to round 16. Always on that round 9 have they qualified through. I mean, obviously with this kind of historical matchup with Zeta, I mean, going back to April where they did take the loss to Zeta to a 2-3 scoreline, it was a different roster back then, and they did get the win over Zeta in the round 9 June qualifiers 2-1. So they've got some good results in their past.
I mean, that's the thing. They're consistent in qualifiers, but they're consistent in the finals too, but they're just consistently fine. They're not consistently winning, getting to the finals. They're just there.
Consistently losing in semis. Yeah.
They're in the middle of the pack. You know, that's just who Ogachiki are. Then they made the semis again, but they're just wanting to go further. They need to get that bit further to get towards the World Finals. Draft, obviously, well underway. Gale, Mr. P for Ogachiki. Zeta Division went for the Crow and Surge. I'm liking, maybe Zeta Division's a little bit more so far, but that Mr. P does throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Obviously, so many spawnables coming in against the Surge, against the Crow. It makes it a lot harder, and the chest to round things out.
And Ogachiki have never made a grand finals this year, so to have to win one as well, I mean, it's got to be now or never in terms of their like sort of performance this season. I mean, for Zeta, they always go out in the quarters or win the whole thing, except for last month when they lost in the grand finals, right? So there's all those sort of things to take into account as well. But what it comes down to on the day is how things fare. The Mr. P pick. Gonna ask your thoughts on that one and kind of where you see it, because it's been out of the meta for a while. It's had its moments, but we haven't seen it for a long time.
I'm fine with it. I like the barley. I kind of like the barley pick into it. It's quite rogue, but also at the same time, if those spawners come in, if it's placed at the back of the map, causing so many issues for the lanes. But so far, there's no spawners and there's no lane pressure whatsoever from OGC. They get the kill, but it's instantly traded out. And look at this positioning from Gero. Angel Boy has to come all the way from the right-hand side to pinch across, and that's just going to give Naui some control.
Yeah, good start for Zeta. Of course, that barley with the hypercharge now, having that additional ability is going to go a long, long way here. So with the spectate lagging a little bit behind here, and we'll try to get that back up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, the player's still in the game. Some heals on the map I can see from the barley.
Watching on his iPad.
Takes me back to the qualifying days, Trevor, when you were holding it up for me and we were doing it for the webcam. But yeah, ultimately, of course, like a bit of a slow start there for Ogachiki. Need to get back into the thick of things. Zeta making it look quite easy as well. Just the pick as well, I quite like it, but it's proving to not really provide too much just yet.
Well, I mean, looking at the iPad, Zeta seems to be still doing quite fine. The gem count still seems to be ticking up. It's quite hard to follow what's going on the map, but gem count we can see quite clearly, and it looks like they're on 9, maybe that 8 now, as we do see Naui on this side fall and back to spawn, and maybe we're going to be back in game. We are. Let's go. OGC starting to take a bit of mid-control and almost equaling out this spawn.
Wow, good comeback. Drage was 6 now. Gero in a bad spot here for 3 consecutive shots there from Drage. Really did land the mark in the last call. Not going to do anything near it, but the countdown is there. That one gem needed is in the hands of Naui, so he can be taken down for a reset. Let's see, though, will not be able to find him. All the hustle on his right-hand side, and there is time.
Yeah, well, now he's coming across now, just covering this Gale, who's going to be the big man to get the job done, but Super comes in. It's just not going to be enough. Narrowly surviving there. Zeta Division going to take this first game. It started strong, it ended strong. There was a little bit of a mid-portion there, I think, when we probably just weren't able to see it, where we started to see OGC come back little by little. The gems did tick up, but then eventually both of those sides fell, and Zeta Division just managed to put the nail in the coffin of the first game.
Looking good on the side of Zeta so far, but very early days. I'm still waiting to see a bit more from this Mr. P kind of side of things from Ogachiki. Can it work? Yeah, it absolutely can. It's a good seeker and destroyer for those portals to find within the bushes, but doesn't seem to be that much of an issue so far on the side of Zeta. But of course, we'll get the spectate back up as soon as we possibly can. Saw a surge super there, Trav. Don't know whether you caught that.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, maybe his range is level 3 at this point. I'm not sure he's had one before, but he's definitely got that speed along with it. But we're into the game. He's level 2. Not got that range just yet. But yes, it's the same positioning from Zeta Division. They're always up behind these walls in a great position to have a thrower. Drage eventually finding a couple of connections. They're going to throw a very defensive super, but Gero just going to go and try and throw his on top of that to get rid of it. Maybe it'll just take it out. I think it will. Just one more tick and it does go down. And Zeta Division just dominating so hard.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like the draft for me from Ogachiki. I mean, the Gale was there as the first pick. It's a great thing to have, that insurance policy, but I mean, it just allows Zeta to really kind of like consider everything else to follow. Gems sitting in the middle as well there to consider as well. So just 5 in the pocket for Zeta, but I think there's 7, a third now spawning, so 8 potential here from the mid, and that's a nice clear up there from now on the right hand side. Everyone falls on the side of Ogachiki. Zeta making this look easy.
Yeah, I mean, team wipe after team wipe for Zeta Division, just pinning them so far in spawn. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a freeze again here, but it should be the countdown starting, and it is. Angel Boy so low here as well. Gero's just going to go around and clean that left side up. Naui and obviously the Barley have to both survive. Gero up top there, but I mean, there's not really much going on for the side of OGC, and I think this is probably going to be the Zeta Division set. Nice early, good start for Zeta Division, dominating through double swoosh.
Yeah, not the set for Ogachiki there at all, really. I mean, there wasn't much going for them at all. I think the Barley was a good, solid counter idea to the Mr. P. I mean, you could see how quickly it took care of the turrets and didn't really allow it to have its day. I mean, that's what you need. You need your porters to be able to provide you some information for your team, and just didn't happen on the side of Ogachiki there. And Zeta just responded really well. It didn't seem like they were flustered by their performance earlier today against Reply Totem. You know, had to obviously reverse sweep that scenario. Coming in fresh, and they looked like a bit more of a refined, reformed team. Didn't really show many signs of weakness, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that Barley pick, I think, to round things out was just really, really smart from them. You know, it's very, very unorthodox. I don't know if I've ever seen it before.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen it before on this map, but it really did work against that Mr. P. Whenever those porters were placed down, he'd move up, throw a super on it, get some shots on it, take it out, allow his lanes to be able to win those sides so flawlessly. And that's just exactly what they did. They had a game plan, they executed it. But I do think, as you say, that early Gale pick, that early Mr. P pick, it just leaves too many things open to be able to counter it.
You know, I mentioned as well that Angel Boy was struggling a bit in the early game with Chester, but I didn't expect to see a donut at the end of the game of the set for him, really. I mean, I'm still on the fence. I know you said the same earlier as well about Chester, because a lot of the pros really raving and ranting about it and how it's really catapulted Chester forwards. I'm not sure that that's just like a bit of early hype and that might die down as time kind of unravels with that particular brawler. But I mean, I'm still open to it for now. We're still very much keen to see more of it and see it have some great plays, but certainly that is the lowest statistic in front of us, despite the high DPS. That must be mentioned as well. I mean, that is basically the same as both Rage end up combined, but I mean, the brawlers are slightly different. Mr. P not really going to bring much home in that regard, but I mean, Gary on 6, Meow on 5, now on 5. That's what you kind of want to see in a set.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all round from Zeta Division just really, really strong. Whereas it's kind of like Drage got 4, Nog got 2. Yeah, that's fine if you're able to keep that control and just pin them in spawn. But Zeta Division just, they had the control, they had the kills, they had the DPS, and Ogachiki just couldn't really, match up to that. And that's fine. They're going to have to come back with a better draft. They've got another few chances to be able to get this one done. But Zeta Division, I said, they didn't look too great today. They didn't look too strong. And I'm not sure if this is OGC looking even worse or if Zeta have bounced back.
Yeah, my thoughts as well. That's the kind of question mark I have at the moment, because OGC's first series today, very convincing against OG Rama and Yappa, but it just might have been the fact that team have been below the kind of standard that we kind of need to see to be able to make LCQ, to be able to be a contender for World Finals. And they breezed through that first stage, but Zeta are, as F-Dot was praising for coming into the match, that team to beat. That's the thing. And despite them not looking as great early today, it seems like over time, having a little bit of downtime to maybe discuss the previous matches, to look through the things to come, they're looking a bit more refined at the moment, at least, to say the same. Search Band, Buster, as well as the Tick on the left side. Gal going to come in for Ogashiki, as very much it was in the previous set. Barley, the Gene, and the Angelo then banned out by Zeta. I mean, this Gale first pick, I mean, we all know the reasons why, but I mean, it's quite consistently there so far in the strategy for OGC.
Well, Larry and Laurie going to roll on in, and we've seen that quite a few times today, and through APAC as well was quite a common brawler. So
every game
for it. Can't really blame him for it, especially on a map like this. There might be a lot of grass, but there's just too much control to be had thanks to the thrower. Meg going to roll in along with that as well. Bit more tanky, can defend that, stop them from coming into these grassy positions, and when wanting to cross some choke points as well, Meg can do so much after that rework. A little bit less of a spray, a bit more DPS along with it. So Ogachiki, we do have their next 2 picks, and keeping the faith in the Gale. Not sure how I feel about that, but Kit's going to roll in afterwards as well. Can't really let Zeta Division get a hold of that brawler. Got to question what's it going to go with. There's no Buster there. Maybe you pivot towards a Rosa or something like that. Yeah. It's obviously quite decent on this grassy map, but they're actually just going to go with a Max, and kind of odd to see the Kit with no tank along with it, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I was expecting something big, but ultimately it makes a lot of sense in the draft because Zeta have got a chance to respond to whatever that pick is. So I think very much the same idea of just trying to immobilize and just eradicate with the Kit rather than kind of combine and dominate. The Cordelis is always going to be a good thing to have, so I didn't mind it. It can just get rid of the Kit, but I think the Lily wouldn't have been the worst of ideas for me on this particular map, and we can see just how easy it is to use Vanish, the gadget, to just put yourself into the realm and just diminish what Kit is able to bring with that super. So, but it's still very good. I don't mind it at all. Obviously, with the jump ability as well, has some evasion and some lane swapping potential too. So, quite like what we're seeing on both sides. I wanted to see just a bit more of a flashy combination with the Kit. That's all on the side of OGC.
Yeah, I mean, it was an early Gale pick again, and it didn't pay off for them in the last one, so we'll see if they managed to make it work in this one. But Angel Boy not starting well. Usually we see Angel Boy with some really composed, calm moves, but it just seems like he's going in over and over again and not really getting anything out. Super early from Gero on the right-hand side. Throws that down. Should just be aggressing Drage. A little bit of an issue here as well with those spectating servers. But we'll see. Obviously, possibly through his iPad, how this one's going to play out. Sadly, I can't read the stars, but it is flashing, so they are still ahead.
Mid control for Zeta currently at the moment. I think it's very safe to say that Ogachiki not able to really contest this too much in that back spawn area. And in terms of the stars, I'd imagine that Zeta are in the lead, but I mean, we'll find out when we get back into the matchup how things are faring. But I mean, certainly OGC was struggling in that first set, and Zeta looked by far the more dominant. So it'd be safe to say that Zeta should be having a good start, but I would like to see a bit more back and forth. To be honest, I'd like to see kind of OGC start to bring things back into order, and that's close. I mean, 3 stars to 6. Blue star with Zeta, of course, and but not in a good spot by any means at all here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at this control. Oh, beautiful there from Meow to just stop Gero going down to Angel Boy. Wonderful realm. He's still chasing him around, just going to sit behind this wall now. Obviously, his teammates have probably called out where the opponents are and how to evade them when coming out of that realm. But just waiting this one out. Meow's going to keep on going forwards, not find those connecting shots. Angel Boy surviving with 400 HP. But where's he going to go? Meg's just pinning them in, and they still need 3 stars.
Couple box for Angel Boy now combining with Drage. The Bluster Bro didn't really kind of connect there, interestingly. I mean, look it back in slow motion, really, but let's see as well. A couple of seconds on the clock whether OGC can bring something back here, but I don't really see it. I think Zeta's just looking so dominant here. 10 stars and adding more to the tally. Drage too low to contest it. Not going in, just handing more over. I think OGC looked pretty defeated, to be honest, before the countdown really even started there. Zeta just starting to run away with this. It's getting a bit scary. We need to see more from Ogachiki because this is escalating, spiraling out of control.
Definitely a little bit worrying for them. Zeta just seems to be so far in control of every single match we have. They had all-out control in double swoosh, all-out control here. I don't think OGC even broke the mid in this game, and obviously off the spawn, it was just the kit goes down instantly, and we go from there. But a similar circumstance as well with the spectating. Sorry for this, guys. You will have to just bear with us as we try to fix things out. But we are straight back to the iPad view.
I would say Zeta got the blue star there. They were like a little bit more ahead, but yeah, it's obviously a technical issue that we're working through in the background, guys, and the players are unaffected. That's the main thing. They're going to be playing on an even playing field. The competitive integrity remains regardless, but obviously, of course, we'd all like to be seeing more of the action, but nonetheless, for now, Zeta looking much more the dominant of these two sides. We need to see more from Ogachiki coming forwards and just try to level things out, because coming back from 2 sets down could be too much to see, and you need to see a bit more prior to those moments in time as well to know that there's a glimmer, a chance of something to be able to turn itself around. Here we go, 10 stars to Zeta and the blue to the 2 of Ogachiki.
Well, that's a little bit worrying, isn't it, really? Nob's going to pop a speed, going to go for the face shift to the right-hand side, but I don't think he's going to get very far, and now only 4 stars off finishing the game, and Angel Boy's starting to come in. Just going to jump to the left-hand side there. Don't know if he kind of predicted that now he was going to be stood there and managed to get the stun, but really didn't go to plan. They need to be very careful, not go down, and get 13 more stars.
Certainly, Zeta look by far the more reformed, more together, playing as a unit as well. Ogachiki a bit all over the place. Drage there, all alone, left unattended. He's going to go down so quickly, and Ogachiki just don't look like they're playing together at all. The communication just seems like it's not really there. Hypercharge there for Drage, going to find a lot of value, but the pickup's going to be there as well. Angel Boy comes in as well, finds it. This could turn itself around quite quickly. There are 5 stars above the head there of Naui, but countdown comes in, 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, they just need the mech that's not in mech, and Angel Boy going to jump onto the back, and we have a Hypercharge, I believe, Hypercharge Super available? No, it was just a mixture of the two. So Hypercharge available from Nob coming in now, need to pinch in. Meg got that mech back, and that's going to be it. They have to aggress, they have to get the star. The Zeta Division fend it off well. 2 sets now to Zeta Division, and OGC looking pretty awful.
Yeah, not looking great. Not looking great at all. That was the biggest glimmer that we've seen so far. No doubt about that. That finale there could have availed to something. There were enough stars there. Now, I mean, was going to be pretty much okay in that Meg when the respawn came in and the team were back together as a unit. But, I mean, OGC did explode in, but for the most part, that was kind of it. That was kind of all we saw. Everything else was a bit all over the place, and now is not the time for that. You know, you've got to remind ourselves that if Ogachiki win the entirety of this monthly final, they will qualify for Worlds. They will be able to skip through and cause a big upset here. But right now, it's not looking even remotely like they'll even make the grand finals. They've got to now reverse sweep this entire thing. At least get a game on the board, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking likely. It's really not. And it's another one of those controlled game modes as well. We've had Gem Grab, we've had Bounty, and now it's Knockout. I just feel like if they were going to start a comeback, if they were going to start something special, they needed a bit of a mix-up in pace, not some more sitting back, playing it slow. They needed that aggressive tendencies to be able to be used. And in a game mode like Knockout, Gem Grab, Bounty, it's just not possible. So these 3 first sets are not really going to be switching up pace as OGC 3-1-1, 3-8. That's big showing from Meow there, and Navi with 4 as well. So Zeta Vision just absolutely on top of things, dominating all of these sets.
And of course, you know, if Zeta win just one more set, it's SK Gaming going to Worlds. You know, that's the other side of things. Ogashiki need to win the monthly final to be able to stop that from happening. And that is not looking likely at the moment. It is out of SK Gaming's hands now, of course. They did lose in the first stage to Eclipse our Esport. We'll be seeing later on in the semi-finals up against Humble. But for now, all eyes are on this set. Bells Rock Knockout. It just feels like Ogashiki are not really fighting hard enough at the moment to be able to turn things around. Knockout might be a better game mode for them, a chance to slow the pace down a little bit, a chance to start to work on that communication flow, which seems to be lacking currently. So let's see how this one fares. Obviously, the map itself, you know, I do quite like this for Knockout. It's going to sort of cater to more long-range brawlers, some throwers thrown in potentially as well. Certainly, a kit wouldn't go a chance of not being banned here. I think that's a wise thing to consider. I think Barry could work well here. Angelo could work really, really well here as well. Let's see, Gene, Tick, and Meg banned out. Gray, Angelo, and Meg. A lot of people got eyes on Tick now as well recently this month, which is kind of interesting to me. But I think the Gray band's quite a key one as well on the side of Zeta.
Well, Barley's back again, and we know how it played out the first time, so Zeta Vision will be pretty pleased to have that brawler, especially, as you mentioned, with Tick banned out. It's really been showing its face a lot through Knockout, through Bounty, those specific kind of sets and game modes in general, but quite a lot of range been banned out as well. Angela was out the way, Gene. Pearl's going to slide on in. Does have that wall break, but at the same time, is it going to be that useful? Are you going to have that many supers to be able to break up the walls and help out against the Barley? And even then, there's unbreakable walls. Good luck breaking those.
Larry and Laurie coming in again. It's one of those brawlers which has not really been as prevalent in the EMEA as it has been in APAC, but nonetheless, definitely been seeing a lot of play today. I think it could work really well here as well. I think that for me, Barry's a bit of a question mark though. You know, that's, I think, a potential here as a response. RT, a great pick from Zeta. Of course, very difficult to juke the shots of which they come forwards from the RT and the amplification that you get onto your opposition. Whistles them down over time. But it's definitely having a better time since the rework of the gadget now. And Byron, Byron. It's one of those things that you sort of forget about, but it's just such an evil threat, really, the amount of healing that comes off the back of things. But I do like where Zeta are heading with this, and Ogashiki really needs something good here. It's gonna be Piper. Quite like it, to be honest. I mean, but it does have a troublesome time getting some of the angles on this map, and the wall break is limited only to certain areas because of the indestructible walls. But if they can get some taps early on, break some of that up, it could open up things and give them at least a solid chance. We haven't yet seen Ogashiki win a single game yet, remember, so at least we can get some rounds hopefully of Knockout.
Hopeful thinking for Ogashiki here, but I do like the competition. I think it's pretty decent. Zeta Vision on the other hand is good as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do just go out and win. If things play out pretty similar in terms of how it's been going so far, would not surprise me if we see a Zeta 3-0 sweep here, which is a little bit disappointing because I expected a much, much closer game than what we probably are seeing. Apologies again about the spectating, guys. We are working on it in the background, trying to get things fixed, but at the moment, at least we've got an iPad view.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's been fine for the entirety of the day so far, but has been an issue in this series nonetheless. All of Zeta's still standing here, Trav. That's one thing that we can say. I think I can see all 3 members on each side are still available. Heals coming in from the Barley as well. Gas will be closing in now from the bottom of the map, but yeah, certainly a tough one. I think one member of Ogashiki has gone down. It's a 3 versus 2. Zeta's still looking dominant.
And then down goes another 3 versus 1. Not really, and then retreat into the gas. So that's going to be a round looking good for Zeta Vision once again. We're back in and we get to see the last shreds of Angel Boy just accepting defeat.
Oh, again, Ogashiki needs to bring something more to the table. It just hasn't looked even remotely competitive really on that side of things. Apart from that one little glimpse in Bounty. Other than that, it's just been all Zeta. which is not really what I was expecting. I mean, it really wasn't the case in the quarterfinals, but they've obviously had a decent chance to regenerate and talk things through. Now making it look easy. Nope, of course, with the overcooked as well, that can just really quickly take care of an opposition, but it's the control that we're seeing so far from Zeta. Just keeps everyone back and no real sort of taps from the Piper coming forwards, no mid lane control, but now following up 2 versus 1 could be an opportunity here, Trav.
Yeah, really well evaded by Drage there. He knew the perfect timing of when that barley shot was going to tick through, so he could evade that shot and make sure he stayed out of the way of the next one too. Now he just kind of accepting defeat here. There's no more supers to feed as they've already got theirs, so it doesn't really matter too much. Drage just going to be waiting things out, playing it slow and getting it eventually. First kind of showing at all from Ogachiki, which is promising but also worrying.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as well towards the end, just kind of just submitting as the RT. I mean, he didn't have super, but I guess now so close to it that it didn't really matter. He was quite confident he'd be able to obtain it at the early outset of this next round. But it's a chance, a real chance here for Ogachiki if they can just bring things forward. Angel Boy on the right hand side, getting 2 taps. Has gadget, but didn't use it though, however, to try and finalize the kill. It kind of separates Gary from the mix on that left hand side now. Trying to find a connection onto Nob. Drage coming in to help just keep him a bit more at bay, keep him away. But last call available from Meow, waiting for the gas to close in before placing that down. And the heal's still available on that front too, which no doubt will play a vital role in overtime.
Yeah, well, supers readily available from literally everyone. And that barley hypercharge is definitely a dangerous one to have up against you. The healing tonic comes in, throws it to the round side where Gera's going to be able to step into it. Now that comes through. Drage in a tough position. Does just narrowly survive though, but here comes the gas. Angel Boy Drage pinned against it. Down goes Drage. Nob going to surely fall on that left-hand side. Jump comes in, but nothing comes from it. And Zeta Vision win yet again and head to match point.
Well, Ogachiki went from winning in straight sets in the quarterfinals to losing in straight sets in this stage of the competition. It's really kind of unusual to see. I was expecting and hoping as well to see a much more back and forth. That is not seemingly the case. Just the one singular round of knockout is all they've been able to bring to the table so far. And there is no time left now. It is now a position where they will not make the world finals if they lose to Zeta. They have to win today's entire monthly finals to change things, and that will inadvertently make SK Gaming locked in as well. So a lot riding on this match, and I expect to see more from Ogachiki, honestly.
Yeah, well, so did I, and maybe they're showing it. They've got a little bit of control here, not too much to kind of gloat about and write home, but it is some kind of control. Zeta Vision are looking like they're probably going to bounce back from that position. And yeah, it's a mid versus mid matchup yet again. Larry and Laura just throwing some shots out. Piper is low, but just going to retreat, get some heals from that Byron, and try to get back into the mix on this left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, good heals coming in from the Barley and the Byron. I could see that much with the Herbal Tonic. And again, Zeta's still all standing here. More heals coming in yet again. And there was a takedown there, I think, onto the Larry and Laurie. So that's going to be 3. Yeah, so it's 1 member now of Ogachiki. Zeta's still just continuing to steamroll things. And I think, to be honest, I just need to see something from Ogachiki to really feel confident that they can be turning this one around, because so far it's just been one-sided the entire way through. I don't see it changing. I think that Zeta are going to be looking very likely to be proceeding to the grand finals, Trav.
It does seem that way, and I think there's a little bit of a wall broken in there by the Pearl, but I'm not sure that's really going to affect too much. They are getting a bit of control thanks to it, though. And flanking around the right-hand side is the Pearl. Just getting a few shots in, and now the rotation as we send. I can't see who it is. I don't know why I'm trying to act like I know who's going where, but we are back in, so don't worry. Angel Boy trying to find some shots onto Naui in the mid here, and honestly he's going to be the most punishing of blows from the OGC side. Zeta Division just holding control well, and obviously with Byron and RT in this mid, that pinch with the wall down is becoming a lot easier.
Yeah, Nob amplified up as well, despite the shielding is a concern, as these RT taps really are on point so far. Angel Boy, the homing recipe from the middle and low HP, so just keeping things at bay there, but in a risky spot now. Getting some good value with the pinch from Nob on the left-hand side now, trying to find the angle with Drage on the right. This is a dangerous spot here for Zeta. This could be something happening here. Oh my word! It's just spiraling out of control for Zeta as quickly as that, but things are far from over. It's just a round. I mean, still one more potential here that Zeta could still lock this up in this game.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Angel Boy just trying to throw a few shots out. Drage keeping his lane nicely against Geru. Obviously does have a bit more range now. throwing a few shots on the splash, not really within range for him to kind of take the risks and try and move forward. It would have guaranteed them the kill, but I'm not liking the look of this for OGC. Complete spawn trap by Zeta Division, just like in the last 2 game modes.
And time really is all on their side. It's the aggressiveness that we need to see from Overcheek to make it that 3 versus 2 for anything else. I mean, that's the only way they survive in this scenario, and they're pushed back against the wall now as well. Big break there from Angel Boy might help somewhat, but Zeta are looking fierce, and the gas now closing as well, is going to force their hand.
Oh, one connection was found, and we do see Meow kind of burning down. The charge goes in, down. Drage goes, makes it a 3v2 now, and Angel Boy and both, and obviously his teammate, are completely split on opposite sides of the map. 3v1 up down bottom, 3v1 up top, and Zeta Division heading to the finals, and Ogachiki are heading to LCQ.
Wow, congrats to Zeta. That was not how I expected things to go, to be completely honest, because today's performance wasn't great until that point, but my word, did they make that look convincing. I mean, that was a steamroll, one of the most convincing games of the day, certainly on the A stream, and Zeta nailed it in the grand finals. SK Gaming now clinched the world finals. Ogachiki cannot contest that. They had to win the entirety of the day to do so. So congratulations to SK Gaming as well. Couldn't quite make it to the semis, but nonetheless locked in, and I'm sure that will come as a huge relief for them.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, massive congratulations to those 2 teams who have obviously now made Worlds. SK, Zeta, and Humble were locked in from last month, winning that one. So really big congratulations to those 3 teams going to the World Finals. Obviously, OGC not able to make it. They had to make a spectacular run all the way to the finals and win it if they wanted to make it. But, you know, we're close friends with Drage, and he said he wanted to go to the LCQ, and for that I did call him a bit of a moron. Well, obviously you get a bit of extra practice in. It's not guaranteed you're going to be going to Worlds, which was why I kind of questioned it. But if you go to LCQ and you make it through that, you've obviously had that more recent high-level practice.
I understand your feelings. I can see both sides as well. I mean, the STMN, you know, SK Gaming last year. I mean, there's some great results out of LCQ, and it gives you that chance to really kind of like harness your weaknesses, I feel, and play against the regions across the world. I feel that's a really valid thing to mention. But I mean, despite the win, now he got 0 kills. It didn't matter. I mean, like, Zeta were just dominant throughout and just landing the marks, I think, consistently from him, despite the low DPS as well, it must be said. I think, for me, kind of just the results spoke for themselves in the game, and Ogachiki just weren't together. I think, though, for them, as you mentioned already, they kind of were feeling optimistic about LCQ as a prospect, so not going to be necessarily too down in the dumps today, but yet to make a grand final throughout the season. Certainly going to be lingering over them going into the LCQ. Meow was the MVP as voted by you on event.brawlstars.com. I think, to be honest, it could have been anyone from Zeta in that particular series, but the man of Twitter, the talker of smack, is your MVP on this particular series.
Yeah, I mean, that is really nice stuff from Meow there. Obviously, he's been talking a lot on Twitter, but he's backing it up. He's backing it up big time. He's obviously made World Finals now, and you know, I'm not saying that I condone it. Be nice to each other, guys, but it's always nice to have a nice bit of friendly banter amongst the scene, make some rivalries happen, and I'm all here for that.
Absolutely. So we've got more rivalries still to come. Eclipse Esports take on Humble. The winner of this match will proceed to the grand finals to face off then against Zeta Division. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Dragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back. It was a quick one, Ark. You weren't lying there. It was also a quick match, too. My friend Owen showed up because I saw a lot of 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 going on. It's F. It's Travis to talk one more time. We've got another semifinal in front of us.
But we can't hear it, mate.
Unfortunate. That's on me. Everybody else can hear me. Now you guys can hear me. There it is. But the world heard me, and honestly, if I can speak to everybody except for Ark and Trev, I'm probably doing something right. Eclipse Esports and Humble. That's what's standing in front of us right now. Zeta Division, like we said, got the 3-0. I'm just kidding, boys. I love you. Trav, talk to me a little bit about Humble and Eclipse.
I mean, Humble, they were a bit of a sure thing. You know, we expect them to go to the semis. We expect them to go to the finals. They were already at Worlds last month. But the other team here, Eclipse, is a bit of a surprise. They've done it before, they've beaten SK, and now they've done it again. But last time I believe they lost to Humble after beating SK as well. So it kind of comes full circle, and I think you've kind of got to go with Humble here. They are just that team to beat this year, best team in Europe, statistically at least, throughout 2024. Semantic, Lukey, and Boss will round out the roster.
And again, you know, we are really, really lucky in Brawl Esports. Listen, I have had the pleasure of dancing around a number of different games, and you don't get personalities that are also this good at the game all the time. Semantic, Lukey, and Boss, everybody knows Sim, but the whole squad just has a lot just beaming off of the server, but on the server as well, they back it up. The gameplay for this team arc has been really tremendous, but they're also just fun to watch on the cam.
I mean, they've been phenomenal this year. They really, really have. I mean, when you look at their performance going through the months, you know, they've made the grand finals in every month except May. I mean, that's astounding. I mean, coming from last month as the monthly final champions as well, they've never looked better. And a lot of those grand final score, I mean, the Zeta Division scoreline in April, a 3-2, very, very close one. I mean, they've just been on the up continuously, but starting already from a place of just amazing performances all round. I mean, Lukey is such a mechanically skilled and gifted player. It's on the up every year, from like about 2 years ago, and now look at how he's flourished alongside Boss as well. I think Boss is another player which never really got the chance to really shine in Team Kesso, but now we look at him and we just marvel at what he can do. But Eclipse Esports today, they've caused an upset already.
On the other side, yeah, you've mentioned it. The upset has been in the favor of Eclipse. Mebius, OPE, and Gugu have been a big, big deal. Just coming out, you know, I expected this is the momentum I expected, honestly, last month. Like, I really thought Eclipse I thought that was going to be the month for them to come through and win it all. Guys, they lost in the quarterfinals. But now, they seem to have, like, bottled the momentum, forgot about last month, and now came in, honestly, I guess they created the situation that it counts, but when it counts, they've secured their trip over to the LCQ. Now they're trying to fix up seating, earn some extra prize money in order to make that LCQ trip a little bit wonderful. Cologne's a wonderful place, and you want to go out and spend that money, so they certainly want to climb the ladder here, Trav. But this team has really been working out. Mebius has been very, very aggressive, and his team has been paying dividends as a result.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking for this seeding at this point. You know, Eclipse they want to be able to leap ahead. I believe they might be able to leap ahead of Ogre Cheeky after that loss. If they go all the way, they make those moves and get all the way to the finals and win it, they might be able to just, you know, move up to 4th place, which is always good for the seeding. The seeding at LCQ is going to be a huge thing. You don't want to be facing against top teams from other regions. You know, you want to make your chances to getting to the actual world finals the best you possibly can. But prize money as well is a huge thing for both of these teams. You know, Humble they've already you know, placed a lot in their bag this year. They've slid all the cash into the bag. They just want more, and who wouldn't?
I mean, that's yes. Everybody always wants more. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. I got a big question about this Humble roster, because for me, it seems like the stars kind of aligning. Semantic has always been a good player. And I'm going to go to Arc for this one. Semantic has always been a good player, sometimes hitting great, but he's really consistent this year. And you mentioned it with Lukey as well. Is this just all of these guys hitting their peaks at the same time? Because that's what it seems from here.
Yeah, when you look back at the beginning of the announcement of this roster, I think many were looking upon this and going, oh, I mean, we didn't really have high hopes for it, to be completely honest. I'm sure that's fair to say to many, because, I mean, Semantic has always been sort of matched with these big, heavy-hitting names in the scene, you know? I mean, it really has been the case. And Semantic is that kind of person who's the big leader. He's the loudest, I mean, of any player in the entire world, let's be honest. But bringing everyone together, it's like, this is what I love about Brawl Esports, because we've seen it in the past. You can put a team together of 3 superstars for all intents and purposes, and it doesn't necessarily work. It's all about the chemistry of putting everyone together. It's a team game for a reason, right? So they just all fit the same bill. Lukey's super aggressive, Semantic's got some experience, and Boss is just so good in so many brawlers that we don't tend to see many teams often even daring to attempt to play. So when you combine that, it just makes such a dangerous force.
Yeah, I think this is their moment. This is their year. You know, we've got the end of this month. We've got LCQ way in front of Worlds. But you know, Trav, I look at the big picture and I look at them. But this is a team who I think their goal needs to be lifting that trophy at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, Humble, they are that team who are capable of doing that. You know, they are the Zeta of last year. They've won a couple of monthly finals. They're looking for the third. And, you know, that's exactly what Zeta were doing last year. They were winning monthly finals. They were looking good in possibly the most incredible region there is in Brawl Stars, or at least the most consistent, closest region. They were looking good through that, exactly the same as Zeta were doing last year. That's what Humble are doing this year, and as you say, looking towards lifting the trophy.
And it's fun for me on the other side, looking at Eclipse real quick. This is a team trending upwards, coming up against Humble. Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, Arc, but this is a squad where this is where they learn. I look at Gugu specifically. I look at Mebius. They've got a future. Right now might not be their moment, but they've got to download what Humble's putting out there.
You can't count them out. You really can't. I mean, they are so fierce. And I think that they really like that a lot of the community do not expect great things from them as well. Like, I think when you look at the polls on event.brawlstars.com, very much always the underdog in this scenario. I think they thrive off the back of that. They want to prove a point. And more often than not, when you do underestimate them, they come out with the goods.
Absolutely. You know, that's the real thing here. Everybody's got to take a look. We've got to take a look a little bit behind the scenes. Obviously, you guys did a great job working through some of the tech difficulties during your matchup. I don't want to deal with that. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to work out some of the kinks in the back. Visit event.brawlstars.com. In the meantime, a lot of fun stuff to take a look at right there. We'll be right back with the BSC.
Back on the grind. Boring.
And we're back. Told you we'd be back. We've got it coming for you. We have sorted out all of the nonsense. We have Jesse and Jackie working pretty hard backstage to really fix things up. But Trap, Eclipse and Humble. Small Bunny says Humble. This is one of the best teams on the planet. But Eclipse, man, that Goo Goo Juju, this stock is trending upwards.
Honestly, I think, as you say, the safe people will go Humble. If you want to be safe, go Humble. But today, it's not really feeling that safe. So go with what your heart thinks. You know, I think all three of us maybe said Humble, which honestly, I think the majority of people will. But Eclipse, they've just come off the back of beating SK and were challenged a lot more than Humble was in those quarterfinals. And that's, you know, pretty much exactly what we've just seen. The team that got challenged more in the quarters did better in the semis, but Goo Goo, maybe it's Snoopy, you can never write them off, especially after what they've shown today.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like, I am the sentimentalist. I'm the storyline guy. I like the player more than the pixel most of the time. And so knowing that bias, I try to keep myself in check. You can't win a game off of good vibes. But maybe you can. Goo Goo's energy, Nebius is about it too. Like, I don't know, man. There's something in the air about this squad that they seem to be willing themselves into better players. And it's been so impressive to watch them trend upwards. But eventually, David does meet Goliath. And here's Semantic, Luki, and Boss looking at a slingshot. Like, dog, what you got?
I mean, this is just, it's just dangerous for Eclipse. That's all. That's exactly what it is. Like, yeah, they might have locked LCQ. They might not be able to go any further, but there's still seeding at stake. There's still money at stake, and Humble standing in their way. They've won 2 this year. They're looking for a 3rd. They're looking to be that dominant force, winning the majority of monthly finals. And look at that. Maybe just saving a bit of money, because usually they are in person, right? Instead of Semantic just being in his bedroom. They're already locked for Worlds. Maybe it's worth just sitting at home and not flying out to that to where the server is, you know?
I just trying to bring you real information as I'm just laughing hysterically at his hat. Oh well. 75% of y'all on the side of Humble. Makes sense. Eclipse are definitely trying to do the unthinkable here. But that is what you must do. We mentioned earlier today that there will be some competition between now and the rest of the world. We've got some fun going on, some 5v5 in September. Stay tuned to all the Brawl Stars stuff on socials for that. But right now, Chester is certainly social this month. Big step up on the reliability on this brawler has been touched, and as a result, his viability has gone up.
Yeah, I mean, Chester still, you know, I said it before, I'm kind of like, still prove to me. Prove why Chester deserves to be here so much. We've seen it, it's worked sometimes, it's failed sometimes. I just need to see it dominating for it to be warranted to be picked this much. Crow gonna roll up exactly straight in after, along with the Jesse. Obviously, as you said, finished fixing things in the background, and now going to come and try fix things for Eclipse on the main stage, on center stage, I should say. But I like the Crow. The Jesse's good. Obviously, hypercharge for both of them. Being able to scan the bushes as the Crow, linger that shot, and, you know, just stay on the brawler so you can see where they are. But Buster's going to roll in straight after for Humble, tanking a lot of the Jesse and Crow damage.
Strong Buster choice here. You know, this is one of the classic frontline characters. When we look at Brawl, Ball, you're able to just like put the Nita Bear in front, follow it as you walk up the field. Buster is the main guy that kind of fills that role, and with a bunch of damage behind him, like the Jester and the Surge, certainly a good look here for Humble. On the other side, well, we've got some damage. We've got some grass sweep. Are we looking for the tank? That is what I expected. And the Rosa coming on through. Great map for Rosa. Center stage, certainly a place for her to dance. So I got to admit, Buster is one of my, I don't know about favorite brawlers, but I think he's one. I value him very highly. But with that said, I like how well-rounded Eclipse is coming out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, Eclipse, it's 3 hypercharge versus no hypercharges, right? I don't know if I'm completely missing a hypercharge, but I don't think any of the Humble side have got hypercharges, and Eclipse are going to be using those and running straight over them, especially with the Rosa. You're slowing people down in friendly bushes, you slow people down with your hypercharge, you're dealing so much damage, and you've got a shield as well. I'm a little bit scared for Humble here. They're going to have to scout well, get Surge on levels, and have Boss do a lot of work on that Buster.
Get Surge on levels. I think that's the big key. Semantic right now already just getting beat up here by Rosa. Ope pops the shield. Needs some help though, and there it is. Gugu shows up, finishes what Ope started, and Gugu's gonna get the pass and the goal, and Eclipse are busted out of the gates.
Well, we're going to need to see a bit of a bounce back now from Humble as ECP just continue this dominance. Nice shot in there from Luki to be able to scout both of his opponents out, but Gugu has the jump. Obviously some slows along with it as well. Turret now comes out. Going to be double slowing, and Semantic goes for the jump and baited completely out. I mean, this is surely going to be a goal. Nice defensive work, though, from Boss to come in, slide with that shield, and keep them out of the way for a little bit longer.
Oh, I love the utility, man. Buster just like, no. Hey, man, we got it. We're going to walk the left hand. No. And just like that, we still got a contest. 1, 2, 3 up top on the clock. And only 1 on the scoreboard. And it belongs to Eclipsar. Ball on the left lane. Luki's there, but afraid to step on up. That's it's a 2v2 skirmish on the right side, so Luki can look to push forward, and he does just that. But not in the scoring position just yet.
I mean, you're going to have to go back to a defensive position now. Samantha's going to go for the jump over the top of a gadget, but nobody's going to feed him that extra ammo back. And Boss just stay in this aggressive position, trying to work around, wait for a pinch to kind of appear. And at the moment, nothing's really happening. Jess is going to come back up, double left-hand side, but a pull from Boss, and the goal will go straight through Rosa. Humble even things out nicely, and a level 3 Surge.
Great stuff. The level 3 Surge, that's what I was looking at the beginning of the game, and now that we're tied with half a minute to go, that's what I'm looking here at, potentially the end of the game. Eclipse are looking to make the first step forward, which I think they have to with the Rosa. But Rosa gets knocked down, and so 3-on-2, 15 seconds on the clock before overtime. Looks like Mr. Boss gonna go ahead, grab the ball, take one defender down. Ope pushes it forward, has no super. So almost been a scoring opportunity come overtime, but almost doesn't count. We got a minute with no obstacles.
Well, I mean, we've got a super on the right-hand side here. Luki gets the ball pass too far forward, and he goes the complete wrong way. But redemption from Semantic. Luki does a terrible, terrible shot, but Semantic is there to clean up his mess and score the goal anyway.
He doesn't look happy about it. Oh, man, hand in the hands, just like, you know what, fine. I know we won, but dude, what's going on here? Semantic. And we bring up a lot that this is a fun guy. He's loud. I mean, we don't have to bring it up. Go watch a LAN VOD. But he is business. He takes the game seriously. And that's something that I've always really respected, is that, like, he plays hard, but he works hard. And we see it right there.
Yeah, and he's moving forward really well now through this mid. Gets a few shots in. The pinch comes through, and Boss. This is going to be a walk. OP can't defend this alone. And Humble started a bit weak in the first game, but in the second, 25 seconds and a goal.
Low latency response. That's how you want to come back. I mean, I know they won, but like that was, it looked like Eclipsar's game up and down, and Humble just kind of eked it out. So you want to come back after that one. Ooh, that was close, maybe too close. Nah, look at us. 1, 2, 3, and Humble just like that goes ahead and takes it.
Well, now he's smiling, and he's happy. Now he's won the set. First one, he's kind of like, okay, maybe we got a bit more work to do. Let's not get too happy too soon. Second one, you secure the set, and he's looking good, feeling good. I mean, he's still wearing the hat as well, but the hat's gone now. Full focus. No, we're swapping hats.
Ooh!
This looks better.
That's the classic Ready Set hat. He's got on the I'm so jelly with that hat, to be completely honest with you. Like I have a number. I've got my little Spike doll. I've got the Bruce Bear, which I love. I'm never gonna be as swag as the Bruce Bear, by the way. Shout out to the Brawl Esports Twitter, man. But the Brawl Stars hat. That's good stuff there coming out from
Not to make
Sin.
you more jealous, but I've got about 4.
Send me one.
Had to say it.
Well, Humble sending it home here, doing a great job, and you know it was playing with their food a little bit. I don't know. Eclipse Art looked fantastic out of the gate and then struggled every single moment after that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Eclipse Art, they started so well. The Rosa looked good. They had the aggression. It was getting backed up. The ball was moved forward. It was moving fluidly. Everything was going well. But then Humble started to switch on. They made those plays. Semantic got those levels. Lukey, I mean, he only got 1 kill, but a lot of DPS along with it. We've seen that a few times today. But Boss with 9. Him alone had 3 more kills than the entire team of Eclipse Art.
And a two-way player there on the Buster. I mean, make no bones about it. We're going to a game 3 if Buster isn't there to prevent that second goal. Remember? By himself, he just puts up the shield, and no, you shall not pass or score. And like, GG, you can't do that. And that's why Humble is here, winning the set. Fantastic. Fantastic play out of Boss. Offense, defense, just everywhere, making it happen. Eclipse are unfortunately unable to match it up there. And so we'll go ahead and move into our second one. We've got Safe Zone Heist in front of us. We saw this one earlier. An interesting one for sure. The picks, I think. Welcome to Brawl Stars. Draft is important. But I think the draft on Safe Zone, even more so because of how difficult it is to get to that safe.
I mean, this is the map where Eclipse are beat SK, right? In the 5th and final set. So, you know, they've had a bit of experience on it today. They know what to go. They know what not to go. What they played against is probably what not to go. But they have got a bit of experience on it. Colette going to be an incredible brawler. It definitely has fallen off on this map a bit recently. Not fallen off as in it's not good. It just hasn't been played as much, I don't think. And it's not in those top 3 ban rates, which does surprise me a bit. Obviously, the bans being the Melody, the Andalo, and the Chuck. And the Ruffs, the Crow, and the 8-bit Meg going to be the first pick for Eclipse Are, and they will be following up with another.
Yeah, I think Colette, we see this as games sort of like last for a long time. The meta winds up being, I don't know about cyclical, but it comes in and out like the tide because you have these new characters, and yeah, Colette once upon a time was a must ban, but you got to ban Chuck. Angelo specifically will walk over that water. Melody. So there is a space where sometimes Colette winds up sneaking through as a first selection. Colt, on the other side, going to provide some of that matchability as far as damage is concerned. I mentioned how hard it is to get into the safe. Colt doesn't need to get in there. He can, from a distance, fire those shots. So I like this choice from Eclipse Are.
And this is the thing, right? You need to be incredibly good with Colt to make it work in competitive, because the skill cap is massive. And I'm not saying nobody on Eclipse Are is, but you've got to be genuinely incredible, and you've got to hope the opponents are just going to be walking into your bullets and kind of not playing that evading game that we do see Humble playing quite a lot. But I like their overall comp here. Gale has been here so much, and I question it a little bit here. Obviously, be decent against the Meg, I imagine, to knock back, get some stuns, get some slows. Oh,
he's got 2!
Just listen. People are just rubbing it in now.
Why does he have 2? Oh, brother. This guy stinks.
Going to fall off onto his iPad mid-game and get him killed.
It's going to reset the draft. The Piper following things up, so a lot of long-range damage coming out from Eclipse Are here. And we start off with some wall break. Eclipse Are on the bottom side. You know, I like this. Gale has become, at the moment, one of my favorite brawlers. Just tremendous amounts of control. But I echo your sentiment here, where this might not be the space for Gale. But, I mean, he's making space for himself, as he's the first takedown left side, bringing down Colt.
Yeah, I was saying maybe it is the space for Gale if he's doing this well. It's just evading the shots beautifully, and this is what I mean. The pinpoint precision has to be there on the Colt. And, you know, he's hitting a few shots now. We've got some pressure coming from the rest of his teammates, but when he was alone in that 1v1, he wasn't finding the shots, and he needs to find the damage now to make up for it.
That's the thing, though, is that, like, he does need to find the shots, absolutely. Colt, less about honestly, if Piper is the one killing players and Colt is just doing that to the safe, that's fine. So Colt, if he gets 0 kills, I'm content as long as he's dealing damage to the safe. That last part's a big deal, though, and Piper and Meg need to create that space for our Colt pilot. So Colette comes in and makes sure that there is no space for OPE. And mid-control belongs to Humble. Slow-paced game. Humble healthier at 89% compared to Eclipse Are's 84, but a lot of time and a lot of health.
Well, they're really not going to want to feed this super now. He's got the hypercharge in a damaging position, if he does get it, I will say, in the simplest way. Just throwing out some shots, getting 2k on the safe each time. And it is a narrow lead for Humble so far, but the amount of control is just unparalleled. So now he goes forward, and look at that damage. That's huge. Regardless of going down, it worked perfectly. Nice little hypercharge jump forward there from Gugu, but Boss still defending his side well and keeping the Colt off safe.
That's the really thing. The Eclipse are, they have what I call like execution-heavy composition. Simply spoken, it's hard to shoot. It's hard to shoot. That's really all it is. Piper, gotta hit it. If you do, excellent. If you don't, it's bad, right? Same thing with Colt. It's just high execution. There's nothing fancy going on here. If Eclipse are able to nail every shot, I think they have a chance. But unfortunately, we have not seen 100% execution. And as a result, Humble, they've brought the enemy safe down to 41% just now. Eclipse are is able to push it forward, but it looks like a little bit too late here. As we count down from 6, maybe it's a little bit of an open wall. 41 is the number to beat, and they do it. Eclipse are at the last possible moment sneak it on out, and just a result of the chaos.
I mean, that's what they need to be said literally all game long. You know, you didn't get no kills. We don't care. And I don't think the Colt even did get a kill, to be fair. But he got the damage, and they got the win. So yeah, it's a big help for Eclipse are there to have that Colt in the closing seconds, getting up the map, getting the damage on safe. But if it plays out the exact same, minus the last 5 seconds, Humble win the next 2.
That one worked out for Eclipse are, but I don't think they wanted it to work out that way. I don't even know if they expected it to be completely honest with you. This is what they expect. They expect OPE and Gugu to land their shots, open up the window, and get a brief look at the safe, and do 50% damage. That's what this composition is built to do. It's not built for those last-second, bounty rushes, so to speak. It just happened. But this is what Eclipse R's composition is meant to do here, Trav, and we're seeing on display what happens when they get it right.
Samantha just completely whiffs the super there, not on the safe, not on an opposing brawler. I mean, we're just seeing Boss just sit back and defend this now. Luki's just going to provide some heals, even splash heal on Samantha to try keep this brawler in the mix. It's going to do so much damage. But it is still Mebius versus Boss up top, and we're seeing this pretty unthrilling matchup between the two of them. Just poking, trying to get some damage, and eventually OP's going to get that defense, and only 6% done up top by Humble.
Well, here comes the Colt player. Boss still on defense, and the respawns come through. Boss, I mean, yeah, not the most exciting here coming out from the Gale, but such an important play. Staying there on defense, dealing with the Meg, and then as soon as his teammates fall down, he sees the kill feed. He gets, obviously, the communication from the team, and he shades forward to mid to make sure that this Colt doesn't just lay into the safe. Very, very, like I said, not flashy, but very important play coming out from Boss.
Well, Humble are going to need to start dealing damage because they haven't got a Colt, they haven't got a Meg, they can't deal this quick burst damage at the end of the game. They need to get it done quickly now with 30 seconds still on the clock. Mebius going to be pushing forward, some slowing shots coming in, and OP hitting shots now, hypercharge available too, and still Humble remain on the defense.
Ticking down here. A lot to a little. Eclipse are significantly in the lead. Mebius takes down Semantic, and that'll confirm their lead. Gugu jumps back, 10 seconds left on the clock, and the jump pad used by Gale to put him in a better position, but now he's in the worst position. So is his teammate. And just like that, Eclipse are able to go ahead and eclipse their opponent right out of the roof. It's a 1-to-1 on the big board.
I mean, that was, they played it so well in that second game there. First game definitely should have been a Humble win, but this second one, Eclipse are dominated the entire thing. Barely got a look in on the safe for the side of Humble. Because Eclipse are really did play very, very well, and smiling no more Semantic. I mean, a little bit disappointed after that set. They started so strong. They should have had the first game. They should have been up. But in the end, it's the damage on safe that matters.
That's what you get for wearing 2 hats, dude.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But no, we really saw in that second game. I agree with it. I'm just going to say what you said again. That first one should have been Humble. Like, that was not the way the composition on Eclipse was supposed to be played. And then we saw how it's supposed to be played in that second game. Really, really, really fun stuff. Getting a chance to see, like, even when things go wrong, you can kind of like squeeze it out because of the burst damage coming out from this composition right there. But, you know, do it the way it was drawn up, and we get a chance to see that here on this replay where pop 1, pop 2, pop 3, everybody step up and let's do the big damage, right? Like that is exactly how they drew it up, and they come through and they able to dunk it down. So great stuff from Eclipse Star. Here's the numbers.
Well, I mean, Control, I think it's fair to say who it was with for the most part in that second game at least. Got a lot of kills, 6-6-8. But Humble only got 2-2-3. Composition did seem to be lacking a little bit, and then, you know, Gale didn't do too much. First game started all right, and we started to praise it, and then it did nothing for the next 5 minutes. So a little bit disappointing there from Humble, but Eclipse are definitely deserved to win this set overall, especially in that second game, and with the amount of kills that they managed to work up.
Eclipse are trying to keep this train rolling. Again, like this is one of the good things for Eclipse are coming in here is you're playing with house money, man. Like there are, you know, OP, Mebius, Gugu, and their friends and family expect them to win, and virtually nobody else does. And so, but the reality is it's totally possible. These teams are closely matched up. You're looking at a trending upwards team versus the team to beat IMO in this region, but it's not impossible. This is a professional team, and when you have no expectations on you, Trev, things become a little bit easier because if you lose, well, everybody expected it. But if you win, well, you made the ground shake.
Well, I mean, Humble are expecting to win. I think that's the thing. And I'm not sure if that's really a good thing for them at the moment. I mean, I'm sure he's probably going to stop switching hats in the middle of sets and focus on actually maybe the game now. But Shooting Star is going to be the next one. Ignore the one before. It's not Undermine. We're going to Shooting Star. We're going to Bounty. And we're going to see some more passive, controlled gameplay. Pretty much just as in the last one. Bit less aggression, I imagine, unless we see those max comps run it down or something a bit more tanky running forwards.
We've seen some 3 sharpshooter brawler comps. I didn't like that one. We'll see how these teams go, but sharpshooters are banned out a little bit. No Bell. Angelo will be selected. I expect to see a Piper across the way since Piper made it through as well. Both teams banned out Mandy, and a Byron gone as well. So probably see the response of the, well, actually, does Humble want Piper and Angelo, or can Eclipse R, do Eclipse R need to select the Piper here?
I don't think they need to, but it would definitely help them if they do, especially what we've just seen from Gugu playing that Piper so phenomenally well. It wouldn't surprise me if that's what they do kind of gravitate towards now, but they are going to go with the Pearl, something to kind of pull that gene pool back into. So it's not a bad combination, but obviously Piper now with Angelo can be quite dangerous for a Pearl with not able to match up to the range.
Yeah, that's my big question here, is that like the Angelo, you've got the premier sharpshooter. Do you want 2 premier sharpshooters, or is that too much? If the answer to that question is yes, you want it, I feel like Eclipse R have to go and select the Piper instead of the Pearl. But if you're confident that Humble isn't going to select it, you can kind of pick the Piper last pick, or if Humble's composition leads it in a different way where there's a direct counter, you can go in that direction. So, all right, Trav, you were wrong. He's switching the hats. What does this one say?
Is it the Brawlies one?
It is, yes. It's the Spike from Brawlies.
He must have done a good play in 2021.
Shut again, Semantic, just a great member of the community, shouting out some of the community stuff going on. And like I said, we got good people here in the scene. And the 8-Bit is certainly a good brawler for this team. Coming on through, damage boost plus Angelo equals tiers. So a little bit of control from little bit of space control from the Tick, and there's the Piper. So they certainly expected a little bit more help from the rest of the comp. Fun to break this draft down. I think this was one of the more interactive drafts, as we got a chance to see like the dance around the sharpshooter specifically.
I'm intrigued to see how this 8-Bit's going to play out in the early game against the Piper. I'd imagine they're probably going to try and keep that matchup away and just slide that Angelo onto it instead, because obviously when you get the turret, you've got that ability to TP back, you've got the speed boost, you've got the damage boost. But in the early game, definitely going to struggle unless you can get an early super against that Pearl. Obviously, abusing the fact that you've got a little bit longer range, and it is against the Piper. And now Gugu's got to do his best just not to feed.
You know, Pearl here going to really be looking for the jukes and the dodges. Eclipse don't have the range in that matchup. But Eclipse have to fall back here. Semantic walks forward, Blue Star in the pocket, and that's really why they fall back. They get the Blue Star and they're like, all right, we're good. We're gonna go ahead and leave. But now Humble on the offensive. That's the word. I was gonna say opposition. My bad, friends. We're booting up. Semifinals here. Grand finals in front of us. Zeta Division waiting for the winner of this one, Trav. And we've got a game here. Tied 1-1, big picture, just starting out this bounty. And it's 1-0 with a minute left to go.
We saw a little bit of a forced jump back there from Gugu. And now the damage station comes in, but it hasn't got the speed. A little bit unusual to see from Boss here. Definitely maybe would have preferred to see that against some of these matchups. But Gugu's just going to rotate up to his right side and keep the extended range. But they are being pinned against the wall, and at a certain point, you've got to stand your ground.
Lukey standing underground. Fabius with the last hit there. Great team kill. Slow on the Boss. Can't find the kill. Here comes the Angelo, but he splits the uprights. Won't find the home. Lukey here doing so much damage to Pearl, even with that shield, bringing her down to 2K because of the help from the 8-bit nonsense. So, a nice look. Take super does not ultimately bring the player down, but some help does. And so 3-2, 10 seconds left on the clock. And we have had non-stop action this entire time. Eclipse are surging forward because they've lost a few, but surging forward, they lose some more. And Humble keeps it in control, 9-3. And that one goes the way of Sim and his squad.
Well, that couldn't have turned any faster. They got the couple of kills, then they retreated and got another couple more kills, and Humble just ran away with it overall. They were in control pretty much the entire game, and as I said, at a certain point, you can't carry on retreating. You've got that back wall against you, and you've got to put up a fight. It's just a fight that they could not win when the 8-bit turret was providing so much damage to the Angelo, so much damage to the 8-bit. Obviously, the Tick as well dealing a lot.
You nailed it with how quickly it turned. A little bit of peer behind the curtain. You know, we like to share. I don't want to talk on the microphone for an hour, but I feel like I did, because all of a sudden they just started fighting and I couldn't stop. had to break it down, so I'll give you more of the floor in this one here, Trav, as we have, again, the little, the middle school prom dance. Everybody just afraid to approach each other here. Humble versus Eclipse are the early stage of our bounty match.
Well, that Tickhead didn't really do too much. Took a couple of ammo slots, but overall not the most, and Semantic's going to burn down there. And so does everybody else on the side of Humble. 6-1 now as they're just running away with it. But it seems to be the team with the pressure on that does win these games, or at least get the lead. As Humble won the last one in that position, and now Eclipse did look much better when they were in that offensive position. But as soon as they get that lead, they back off, as OP is just too much of a valued player, as just he will flip the game.
Humble doesn't want to go all in. A lot of time on that clock. A lot of time. We just passed 42. That's the answer. Question is, in Humble, where is the opening for Humble? Do they have to find one kill before they walk forward, or do they just go press forward now?
I don't know, I feel like they're trying to find that 8-bit turret again so it can, help them get damage, or it can tank, and obviously when that comes down, the Tickhead might be thrown into the mix as well to tank a few shots or tank a gene pull. And it comes down, he didn't place it in time. A little bit disappointing there for him, and this is surely going to be a loss now for Humble. He saw it coming so far off, but even with his super in hand for 30 seconds and Mebius with his, he still doesn't manage to get the tank. A little bit disappointing there from Semantic, and the game would have played out very differently if he managed to tank it.
Yeah. But if ifs and buts were horses, we'd all be riding. And so Semantic is sitting down. Unfortunately, mechanical failure causes disaster for the squad. Eclipse are feeling good about it, though. We'll jump back on in here. I like the way Eclipse played that as well, where Pearl had a trillion stars and just stayed back. Knew that the only way for Humble to win was to take down either 2 brawlers or just Pearl. So Pearl stayed back. She actually still got a kill, but she had to stay back. So here in game number 3, Eclipse are looking to repeat.
Well, Tickhead already available in about 35 seconds, and not a lot's happened other than the blue star being collected by Humble. Same as last game. This time they need to make sure that they don't get pushed to that back wall and taken out, and the game flipped just by OP alone having 5 stars over his head. Otherwise, it does become a bit far out of reach. It needs to be within that 1-star range when you go for the push at the end.
Who is the playmaker for Humble? I think it has to be Angelo, really, right? Like, he's got to be the one that opens up the door, either getting a straight-up kill, Semantic does that, or bringing a player down low enough that the full gas pedal is less of a threat to yourself. So I'm looking largely at Lukey here to be the one to sort of jimmy open that window, and then everybody else can lift it up and scurry on through.
A very defensive turret here, usually seen it thrown behind that unbreakable wall, especially when there's not a thrower in the mix on the other side, but with 25 seconds left, they choose to play the defensive game, and who can blame them for it? Great shot, OP there with his gadget. Now the tick head's going to go down, going to make the connection as well with OP. Now the tick mines do follow through, but the amount of healing that Humble need to do isn't really helping them in this situation. Gugu's so low, and I don't know why they're not taking advantage of that. He's 840, you've got to bring him down, and now everybody on Eclipse are falls, and how well they've played this set, and they are going to be losing it. Humble come out on top to make it 2-1 in sets.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate play there from Eclipse. I feel like they dropped it a little bit, you know, unable to really find the what they needed to at the end. It didn't look like it was destined to be that hectic, and then it just fell down. They did not push forward. They just chose not to, question mark. I mean, what's your breakdown there? Because it looked like they just kind of didn't make the move.
It felt like they tried to make the move, but every time they went in because of that defensive turret, Piper was so low, couldn't make the aggression around the left-hand side. And I was surprised to see the Piper on the left, to be fair, as well. Hasn't really got the best angles to be able to get the pinch in when you've got to go so close to them. But overall, I think it was just that defensive turret doing so much damage and Semantic deflating all the pressure with so many tick mines, so many kills in that third and final game. It really did work so well. And you saw him in the first there, he had 5 stars over at his head. He was the real guy who was making the moves for Humble, which is not what you expect from a thrower. But in this one, it was obviously the tick super wasn't able to tank the pull, and that allowed Eclipse to kind of run away with it. But at this point, everybody's so low. There's nobody who's really that healthy in yet. Maybe this has got to get through the turret and the tick head to be able to make that pull happen. And even if he makes it happen, he hasn't really got the DPS alone to be able to make it work.
Bringing home the gold there. 0 kills for Gugu. Unfortunate. Not what you want to see out of your Piper player. Might be one of the bigger reasons, not like, haha, it's all Gugu's fault, but just speaking objectively, your Piper needs to get these kills. There's a lot of different game modes that I talk about where it's not about the kills, it's about the stuff after the stuff. The kills are simply a means to an end. You get the kills in Brawl Ball to allow yourself to score the goal, but theoretically, you don't have to make that happen. This is Bounty. You need to get these kills, especially as a Piper. And so, just an unfortunate situation, and I think that is one of the variables that if that's a little bit different, if Gugu winds up with just 2 or 3 takedowns, all of a sudden we see this 2-1 Eclipsar instead of Humble. But I digress. On to the rest. Undermine, Gem Grab. This is where we are headed to this time.
I'm usually the person to, say how it is, but like Gugu with 0 kills on the Piper, it's not good. But in safe zone, he was the man who made the move. So I'm not gonna dig into his Piper too soon. If he plays it again and we see another, unfortunately, 0 kill performance, then maybe I might start to say something. But so far, on average, it's been.
Oh yeah. No. Let me clarify. It's not Gugu on the Piper like that game in particular. I was excited about the Piper pick because he showed us how good it was, but unfortunately drops the ball there. And so if that's different, they wind up taking it on the set. But this set is different. So Gale shows up. No Lily, no Amber, no Big Man. That's Frank. No Max. No Gene. And no Sandy. I need to see it on screen. But the Meg is selected across the way from Gale.
Yeah, Meg's been selected a lot these days, and so's Gale. Those are two brawlers have shown up so much throughout today, and the same with Byron. It's these kind of three brawlers just keep on showing their faces, and I'm not complaining about it. They've all performed very well in certain instances.
And they're
Gale
fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I actually don't know if I'd call Meg fun, to be fair. Maybe fun to watch, but not fun to play.
I mean, that's what I mean. Like, there have been definitely, I don't know if Draco's fun to watch. You know what I mean? He just kind of walks at you. But, like, Gale consistently brings hype plays. Meg, yeah, we could talk about playing her, but, like, it's really cool when somebody uses like, we saw a knockout play where the Meg player with the mech walked in the gas, dropped out of the mech, and then came through on the other side together. She's very, very cool. Byron is fun, and Stu is the fun to watch guy for sure. You want to talk about execution-heavy brawlers? That's the guy.
Yeah, new hat moment as well. We're now representing Foot. Samantha, he did do a bit of a shush, and he showed the Humble badge. Just still rooting, obviously, for himself on Humble, but that's sure. I mean, at least in a different region as well. It's not like he's now cheering for a team in his own region. Obviously, they moved over to South America, which we'll be seeing tomorrow. Buster going to be picked as the last pick from Eclipse to be facing off against this Humble team. They need to win this set, or it'll be a 3-1 to Humble, and that is going to be a bit of an issue for Eclipse. Yes, they'll have made LCQ, but their positioning won't be as good as they want on the leaderboard.
Listen, man, Semantic and I, we're good friends. But he put on that 2 hat. He made fun of me for not having that. Me and Team Humble follow each other. At Team, take a look at your player. Okay. Anyway, back to work here. The Buster coming through. Great targets for Byron to heal, for sure. You want to have the tanks there in order for Byron to be able to heal them. And so I like this composition coming out from Mebius, Ope, and Gugu. But Humble doesn't seem to care, as they've just taken down their opponent on that right-hand side. Semantic on the Stu, just gliding around so far. Doing a great job here, dealing with Mebius in mid. As Lukey just deals with Gugu on the right. Straight up and down, Trav. Humble are just outplaying Eclipse at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Humble winning the lanes and Semantic just playing through this mid pretty much perfectly. Maybe it's not in the mech is going to be a big issue for them, especially when pinning this spawn. Gugu provided some heals to Mebius, who tries to make the move up the map now. But also I prefer him giving him to Byron at this point. Prefer him giving it to Buster at the moment. Oh, he auto-aimed that little pullback backwards, which was a little bit unfortunate. Gadget going to be wasted by OP. Just throw up a super there as well. Gets a heal, but not really a lot to show for it. It's 5-5, so they're not in an awful position. And with the mech back again, the Eclipse can start to fight.
Them still here in mid, but the Ope showing up is a great choice. Real hard for Stu to dance around that wide shot, and he can't. So the Buster winds up taking down the Stu, taking down the Gale, and taking a walk away. It's Ope with 8 gems. Maybe this is 4 in the hand and gets real aggressive. A little scary there, in all honesty. Interesting choice, but it does create the distance. Ope is able to walk away, and Eclipse are able to take game 1.
Well, only one more needed to head to the set number 5 now, and Eclipse still have a chance of doing just that. Humble need 2 in a row to be able to finish this one out in set number 4. Which is obviously what they're going to want to do to face off against Zeta in the finals, the grand finals of the July monthly final, is where both of these teams want to be. But only one can progress. And Eclipse have got to win this next game if they want to.
What an intelligent switch up with Ope moving to that mid. Now they have Mebius here. Just harder to dance around for Semantic. Real important lane swap there. Sim, I mean, having kind of just waiting, but he's getting shot. Like he's taking that damage. He's just using his life bar as a resource. He's not afraid because you do the same amount of damage at 100% HP as 10%. It's 0 when it becomes a problem. So able to keep things even here in mid, getting every gem on their side. 3-3, wave to wave.
A little bit of a knockback failure there from Boss on the left-hand side led to his death, but Luki doing a good enough job on the right-hand side for both of them, and now Boss moving forwards, pull in from OP, and another little super used by OP that's going to work so well against a matchup that Boss should really be winning. He needs to get these stuns, needs to get these kills onto OP, or his Eclipse are going to run away with it just like they are right now.
Here's mid control for the first time in this game, and yeah, the Buster performance has been really, really good from OP. Strong stuff on the left side now. It was game one where OP, I think, opened up the door in that mid, turning Semantic from a problem causer to a problem himself. And now OP on the left side, making sure Boss isn't involved either. So it's 9 looking at 5, and Luki is going to drop them all. Knew that was coming. And Mebius, as tall as a Titan, walking away. 12 on the clock, so there is time for Humble to come on through and make this happen. But Trav, I really think Eclipse are going to castle themselves here. 5 seconds on that clock to jump. And goes backwards. Okay, Eclipse are winds up taking this, and we're going to a 5th set.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say about that? That little jump pad towards the end. I don't think that I've got the win regardless, but it was a little bit poor there from
That's one way of saying it.
Boss on the Gale, and I'm not going to specifically call him out, but I think the rest of the gameplay from the Gale wasn't that great either. He's kind of losing against a Buster consistently throughout both games.
What's happening here? Why is Trav being the polite one and I'm just about to go in here?
Go for it.
Dude, I mean, you just, listen, you can't mess it up. You just can't. That is the moment. There was enough time on the clock to jump pad over into the corner and do the dance. But instead he walking backwards. Beep, beep. Not a great look there. Boss has had many better highlight moments in today's contest, and you know, that's why I feel comfortable kind of like driving that one home, because like, yeah, that's a game-losing mistake, and the guy's better than that. We've seen better play out of Boss today, so unfortunate. Well, to be fair, I think we've seen everybody on this server kind of make an oops play today. A little crazy as we're in our monthly finals, so just nuts going on, you know.
0-5-0 is not the best, I will say. It needs to be better from Humble. If they continue that into the last set, then this is not going to be a good end for them, and Eclipse will be going to the final, because regardless, I don't think their draft's bad. I really don't. I just think that towards the end, Boss needs to get that jump pad in. I think the chances of that being turned around was pretty poor regardless. I don't think there was a high chance of them getting the kills regardless of the poor jump pad.
That's
consistently throughout the game. To have 0 kills against a Buster lane, you've got to get at least 1 knockback and a kill. And you pretty much cover the entire grass with your main shot.
You did bring that up. You know, that's a winning matchup for Gale. And so not able to kind of maintain that left side lane. Ope played that beautifully, though. That really is what it's about. Oh, man, I'm hungry. We're going to out in the open. What's up, Mandy? Going to her little world. You know, my favorite thing about this theme is the water. I think it's very, very cool water. It's like
I agree.
A rainbow, you know.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, Chester's making an appearance there as well.
Surprise! Knockout. I want to see the kit ban. I say it every time. Gonna keep saying it. Not gonna stop. Oh well. So when it comes out to out in the open, anything particularly specific to this map come to mind?
I mean, it's got to be the Angelo, Eve banned out, those kind of brawlers who were able to levitate over the water. Angelo is banned out on the side of Eclipse. Same with Gene, same with Kit. Kit and Angelo both sitting pretty high up on those ban rates. The Nanny, the Pearl, and the Max on the other side. Pipe are going to roll in on this side for Humble. Good first pick. They can play it well. But obviously still a long road to go to see who's going to have the better draft.
Meg first overall for Eclipse are. So starting things off a little tanky here. I need to see some long-range play, though, as well. I'd like to see, like, some classic sharpshooter play here. With D'Angelo banned out, Bell is usually the next choice, and there you go. So, a little bit of help from our friends. Bell, with her gold tooth and her little oh, man, brother. That's hat number 6, by the way. That is hat number 6. We have an official hat counter backstage. Our friend Gex is out here in the official hat counter of the BSC. And we've got 6 now for Semantic, as Humble looking to round out their draft. Piper, Buster, and one more.
Can we just appreciate the fact that Semantic is in draft and he's focusing more on swapping hats than getting the draft? It worries me. It worries me just a little bit because, you know, you thought when you're in the semi-finals of a multi-final, a lot of cash on the line, some points on the line. Yep, they've already guaranteed first, we know, but still, a lot of cash on the line in the finals and in the semi-finals getting through it. And he's focusing on getting his 6th hat on instead of getting the draft. So far, not too bad.
It doesn't take much to put on a hat, Trav.
Huh? No. I don't want to hear this. He's done it 6 times, and it's the 5th set. Focus up.
There are 2 types of people. There are 2 wolves inside of you. One is Ifdot and one is Trav. Colette's going to be the wolf on the side of Eclipse. And big percent damage coming out from her. You know, Colette, I'll be honest, Colette, there's nothing wrong with, like, there's nothing that makes her not exciting for knockout, but she's not a brawler that comes to mind immediately when it comes to knockout for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to say about Colette. I don't know. Because, yeah, you're against a Buster, that's fine. But surely there's a more versatile brawler than Colette against the Buster on this map.
Yeah.
And I said this about Colette before, and I was proved quite heavily wrong. So okay. I'm intrigued to see if the Colette's going to be absolutely cooking again, or if maybe there'd have been something better.
Well, we're on Mandy's land, so it's baking because it's all cookies and cake. Got it. I would have gone like something crazy. I would have gone like an assassin. I would have gone like Crow or something. Just dive this backline, you know. But I suppose that's why I'm here and they're there. So we'll see how it works out. Mebby is shading up in the mid, and everybody from Humble on the left-hand side. Gugu winds up eating it. Last hit from Byron. So good start for Humble. Seemed like nothing really was happening, and they just landed their shots from a distance. Nice job.
Well, maybe it's just trying to evade these shots, stop them from getting supers, but Luke will secure his, and Boss gets a couple of shots shortly after. Not going to complain too much about that supercharge, just from maybe it's being able to walk into the gas for a while, and Humble take the first round. Still a long way to go. So it is the deciding set, so both teams need these wins to be able to move on to the finals.
Yeah, just an unfortunate round for Eclipse. I'm going to go back and watch the VOD. That just seemed to fall down out of nowhere. So Eclipse do not want to do that again. If you want my professional advice as to what to do, not that.
You heard it here. Don't do that if you want to win. But it is all out of control in the hands of Humble at the moment. Splash available from Luki on this right-hand side, and Mebius, like, single toolbox does tank some damage, but Boss is going to pull him back in, and that's surely going to be Mebius down. Does burn as Luki will find a shot in there. Gugu still burning down as well, and a homemade recipe finds the way onto OP, who's kind of taken out the mix for a while, and Gugu brought down because of it. No support from OP, and can't really blame him there. Couldn't do much about getting hit by a homemade recipe, but that is going to be match point for Humble. An all-out domination with no players dropped.
And this Buster performance, like, yeah, montage is good. The slow-mo replay value, though, like that little grab is all you need. And just like that, easily taken care of by Humble. That was not difficult at all. And now we are 2 rounds away. 1 set, I understand, but it's knockouts. Rounds, game, you know. 1 game away from seeing Humble versus Zeta in the grand finals. 2 games away from seeing Eclipse versus Zeta in the grand finals for what it's worth. They do have to make those games in their favor, though. So, positioning from Eclipse a little bit more confident this time around. Last round, Eclipse was just kind of shoved in the back, so I think it's a better position for them to be here in the mid. And there's help from Colette as Mebius gets jumped on, but not enough. And back to a back off.
Gonna need some tanking here, but if he tanks, he might go down. Gugu finds his way through, but luckily Semantic gets a jump away. Humble are gonna stay alive in this game. And all 3 members of ECP just clustered on this right-hand side now. Maybe it's out of mech. and only pretty much 2 Piper shots, 2 Byron shots away from being down. Just trying to search for it back, shooting his pistol shots. The gas going to start closing in, and that's going to be quite scary with Luki having the splash in hand.
Yeah, Boss, though, is going to be problematic. In addition, down goes one of Eclipse, down goes the second, and the third will fall like a domino. Oh, man, Eclipse did such great work, Trav, to get to this point, find themselves in a 5th set. But this knockout, they just look outclassed by Humble.
They do. I mean, what have they got? Like 1 kill in 3 rounds or something like that? I'm not sure if they even get killed in the last round. I'm not 100% sure. But at the moment, it is all Humble. And that's another kill as well. Luki just secures it. And there's no real thought going into it. He just throws out the shots and they just hit. Like, it's as easy as that. The bouncing shot comes through, but it did nothing. Didn't really make any connections. And hypercharge available. But in a 2v3, I don't see how they can win.
Yeah, I think this is, unfortunately, all that she wrote. Technically still in it, so we'll give the boys the real due. Because it's 3-on-2 here. Gugu and Mebius stuck on the right side. And waiting for the gas is, I mean, rough because you're going into the Buster. But Mebius forced out of the mech already. And here comes the final moments. Mebius calls it quits, and Humble are doing anything but. Counted 6 hats. Number 7 is the crown. And Humble, 1 step away from it as they walk towards that grand finals.
I mean, really well played from Humble there. They had, they had a few hurdles to get over throughout it. They dropped a couple of sets to Eclipse, and Eclipse played very well in the sets that they managed to win. But that last one, very disappointing ending for them. It's got to be the draft. Colette really not going to do too much at all there. And although they a lot of practice on Meg through this game and today, they couldn't really make the Meg work either.
Yeah, just rough stuff. You bring up the draft. I was scratching my head at Colette as well. But the way that Humble played that last matchup was just phenomenal. I don't know what Brawlers would have fixed that with the way that Luki was landing those shots and Boss was positioning himself with the Buster. The Colette clearly wasn't it, unfortunately, but don't want to harp on it too hard because Eclipse made it to number 5 here, and Eclipse make no bones about it, just by making it to this matchup, win or lose, they are guaranteed headed to that last chance qualifier live in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom. So that is absolutely what's on the mind of Eclipse. I'm sure they wanted to win this. I'm sure they wanted to make it to the grand finals. I'm sure that would all of the above. But they are not hanging their head low, walking away here with the L, Trav. They're going to LCQ, and that means World Finals, there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about that 68 DPS on Meg, though. I thought it was quite hard to miss that many shots with Meg, to be honest with you. Not able to get it done. 1 kill for the side of Eclipse in comparison to Humble's 11 in total. Really great stuff from Humble there. Just couldn't really be matched by the Eclipse team. 1 last chance for them to be able to get another win on the board. They'll be playing up against Zeta Division, who are a big opponent for them.
Yeah, definitely a large opponent. The Zeta guys have had a bumpy day so far. Semantic, less bumpy. Strong stuff out of Sim, and you guys, as voted on event.brawlstars.com, bring home the MVP. Certainly the MHP, the most hatted player.
He is, yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody else has actually attempted to try and beat that at this point. But I don't know if anybody will be able to. I own like 2 hats total. Never mind, like 7 different ones.
Oh, bro, I got hats. Literally, I think I cleaned my battle station like yesterday, but all of my hats.
10 hats on it.
Maybe 9. But we've got a 10-second break real quick. We've got the grand finals in front of us. Zeta Division versus Humble. 2 of the strongest hitting teams in LA, in EMEA, excuse me, for our final monthly finals. We'll be right back with the BSC after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Unbelievable scenes here.
It's live.
He finds it in the final seconds.
It's legendary.
Oh my word!
It's the last chance qualifier. And this year we're going bigger than ever at the biggest game conference in the world, Gamescom. It all goes down in Cologne, Germany, August 24th and 25th. 12 teams from around the world will battle for the last 4 tickets to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And it's done! They do it! They are going to the World Finals!
For a chance to lift the championship trophy and cement their legacy in Brawl Stars history. Watch the action, interact, earn rewards. Watch live August 24th and 25th so you don't miss a minute of the last chance qualifier. Let the brawling begin.
Welcome back, friends. The BSC returns. Like Batman, but better. Ark's back too. How you doing, mate?
From the sidelines, very close, back and forth all the way, to be fair. Could have gone either way, I felt, to be honest. But we have got an absolutely amazing grand finals. I know that everyone is excited for this.
Yeah, especially because we take a look at the teams in front of us. Zeta and Humble have earned their way here. Zeta, they're going to World Finals as a result of them making semifinals today. So by beating Rama and his friends, they actually wind up punching their ticket to Worlds. Humble already been done going to Worlds, no questions asked. And so that is all 3 of our teams. Humble confirmed themselves last month, Zeta Division going to Worlds, and SK Gaming going to Worlds as well, despite their early departure in today's bracket. So our 3 Worlds teams locked and loaded, and Eclipse and Reply Totem are our teams slated for LCQ. So everything's set in stone here as far as our future is concerned, except for this grand final. Zeta Division Humble, I have gone the direction of Humble. Despite my fighting words towards Semantic, I think that him and his team might be able to take this one. Y'all have gone the direction of Big Z. Ark, tell me why.
Because if I go with Humble and Trev gets it right, then he ends the day on more than me, and by doing that, we're going to be equal no matter what. No, genuinely.
The meta game.
I mean, Zeta had a bit of a risky start today, but that's not unlike them. They tend to sort of do that in the quarterfinals, and then if they lose it, they're out, obviously, and if they win it, they tend to go all the way, except for last month where they lost to this very team in the grand finals 2-3. But I think that more often than not, if Zeta make a grand finals, they will win it. Now, we've seen that resistance from Humble. I'm really pleased to see it. It's going to make for an absolute banger of a match. But I think that Zeta looked very, very good in that semifinals, and whether that was the matchup or what. But, I mean, Humble have been the more consistent. I just kind of have to go with Zeta.
Trav, same feels?
Yeah, I doubt. Every time I doubt Zeta, they win.
Yeah, this is it.
So I'm done doubting Zeta, and I think they're going to win.
Well, Shaprasham, my friends over here. Excuse me, Garo, Meow, and Nowie coming on through. This is a squad that it is hard to doubt them. I do echo that sentiment. With all said, I mean, even matchup here. And when it comes down, you know what? The question I want to ask you, Trav, is how do they find their victories specifically? What is the definition of this version of Zeta Division?
They're just ice cold. I don't want to say emotionless, but they're
stoic.
They're a bit emotionless in gameplay, at least.
I mean, you say that, but Meow just started kind of yapping out of nowhere.
Bro, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm loving it or hating it, but it's entertainment, and I'll never say no to entertainment.
Yeah. I mean, so for those that like, Meow is generally, this team in general is, like Trav said, rather stoic, doesn't really kind of bleed out as much, but Meow came out swinging recently on Twitter saying, giving people a chance, we're so much better, and then, even bringing up individual names and going at them, Arc. So much different look here for the guys on Zeta Division as far as outside the lines are concerned, but inside the lines, kind of the same old ZD.
Yeah, true. I mean, for me, though, as well, cannot forget Humble being the fact that they were the June monthly final champions. And that was just last month. I mean, they did reverse sweep Zeta Division in the grand finals as well. Like, it was Zeta that really came out the gate swinging, looked like they were just going to win it easy breezy, and then out of nowhere, Humble just upped the gears. And that was a long time coming for Humble. They'd worked hard throughout the season to earn that win. They've been in 4 out of 5 grand finals this season, which I think is the most out of any team, which is honestly an astounding achievement. And they've been going from strength to strength. So, I mean, unless they falter this time round, it could very well be. I mean, this is very much a 50-50 vote. I mean, we haven't really mentioned that in terms of our predictions, but for me, I feel like this could go either way, genuinely. I mean, Zeta have been in, this is their 3rd grand finals of this season. So they're definitely very accomplished to being in this position, but nonetheless, like Humble, they're scary. They really are scary at the moment.
Yeah, I'm echoing that as well. 50-50. It wasn't easy for me to slam the Humble Humble prediction. I think that this is a relatively close matchup. I've said before, I think Humble is the #1 team. I think they are the team to beat in this region specifically, for sure. And, well, Zeta, I mean, they're Zeta Division, so they have to be also #1, so to speak, in some looks at it. So this is our heavyweight matchup. This absolutely is the big deal. And it's just so apropos for us to end our EMEA season on seeing this matchup. Humble coming through and getting a chance to see how they match up versus Zeta. Big deal. And what a gift to get this as our final grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say absolutely so. I mean, when you look at the points as well, it's so neck and neck, and it just seems fitting to have the top 2 teams to do so. I mean, I'm not sure about Trav, but I feel like this is the way that it kind of has to end. It does, however, mean that we're going to not end the season on 5 individual different grand final champions, but nonetheless, I think it's still this is the way it has to kind of round up the season, in my opinion. What do you reckon, Trav?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, at the end of the day, I kind of... These 2 teams have been so even in terms of like back and forward of like who has been the best team in the region. I don't think there's really been any other contender other than people would either say Zeta Division or Humble this year. So I don't think there's a better way to kind of round out the year than having one of these 2 teams win it. Obviously, both of them already going to Worlds, but it's kind of a question of who's going to be going into Worlds with a bit more momentum, a bit more wind in the sails.
I mean, it's just a cool statement to look at the team. Like I keep saying, I keep building up Humble. If they win the World Championships, nobody is overwhelmingly surprised. Not saying it's guaranteed. So you're looking at maybe this year's favorites versus last year's winner. It really is just that simple. It is that cool of a matchup. Ark and I are going to have the microphone. Trav, any last hits before we say goodbye?
Go Zeta. All the predictions.
Trav sitting pretty with the 66% of y'all at home that have voted on Big ZD per events.brawlstars.com over on at home. A third of fans leaning in the direction of Lukey and the squad. And so we'll jump into Hot Potato, starting off things in Heist. And Heist has been real hot. We've seen a lot of different gameplay on Heist today. And I think that's been kind of fun because this is a mode that you can play really aggressively. You can play it kind of metered and stay back with sharpshooters. What do you expect to see out of Zeta and Humble here?
I think in terms of draft, it's going to be a really cautious one. There's definitely a lot of things to look out for. Edgar Ban, interesting. I was looking for things like that. The Chuck Ban's kind of a necessity for me. Colette as well. The needs of the Crow. I mean, Crow's definitely started the season in South America really being championed in Heist and has now come full circle to others to really kind of ensure that Hypercharge doesn't get anywhere near the safe. Rico, I mean, the Hypercharge now for Rico coming into the thick of things might bring that particular brawler back into Hot Potato for sure, but it's a very early stage in the draft. And it can be counted as well, but the Edgar Ban kind of indicates to me that they were looking to achieve that particular brawler straight off the bat. Meg, we've seen a lot of Meg today. Definitely the rework, it seems to be doing her a lot of favors. Still not one of the brawlers that the pros like to necessarily enjoy playing with, but gets the results. Barley, I think, has a great place now. It always was good on Hot Potato. Now with the Hypercharge coming through as well, a great spot for this particular thrower, but there are counters to throwers, and Rico being another squidgy brawler in that same caliber, so Mika could have a good spot on this particular map. I think like Lily could be quite good here as well. I was playing Lily actually after watching, I think it was SK Gaming running it here just in my break, and it can bring in some fantastic results.
Yeah, Lily is definitely one of the characters that punishes these throwers the most. You know, and when I look at throwers, I look at Edgar, I look at Buzz. Definitely these type of brawlers that could just jump on you and ruin your day. So Melody has the double dash, and then the dinosaur can just, buzz you. So you've got to deal with all of that long range approach coming out here from Humble. Rico doesn't have to get on top of you. Just shoot from a distance, providing a ton of damage onto the safe. Obviously, Melody going to lead that charge as well. But the last selection, El Primo. How does the Luchador slot into this comp?
It's that big tanky brute to try to do effectively the same thing the Buzz is trying to do. Just keep rushing the safe and just keep trying to keep that aggressiveness and that flow of action towards it. I quite like it. I do like the Humble comp. I think Buzz here often overlooked. I mean, the Hypercharge now can just elevate that brawler to a place where it can go from one side of the map to the other so quickly. Melody on the safe if left untouched as well. These are really scary brawlers for Humble. I think maybe and I love Rico, who's my favorite brawler in the game aside from Piper. I mean, I think the Rico might be one of the weaker ones, but let's see how it fares. There's no wall break on the side of Zeta. That was my thought, is that maybe they bring in a wall break to try to de-escalate some of that. They chose not to. I guess the Primo has some of that technically, but let's see how they fare with it already. Zeta are swarming the safe, and Meow gets the takedown as well. Gary's there for support. This is a lot of damage.
Melody's down south, though. Just ran right past everybody after getting a kill and looked to find her own damage. That said, 75+% already done by the black and white, and another kill going in their direction as well. So Humble are finding some opportunities on the safe right now, doing 30% to the opposition, but Zeta Division coming through. Here comes Garo from 23% all the way down to 0. Great work from Zeta, and quick work too.
Yeah, they didn't skip any moments getting into the thick of that one, and that was provingly to me the turning point. They kept really Humble on the back foot from the very beginning, and after that they really struggled to get the balance between the defense and offense, and that's kind of how to play this kind of comp. Before the Buzz gets that utility to be able to really go on those tears, you want to be able to capitalize on those scenarios there. And yeah, that was a bit of an early blunder there from Humble, and they'll probably learn from that as well. Definitely gonna be a tough matchup with the Primo into the Buzz, but now look at that, Semantics gonna punish this massively. So clears to the right hand side, great start, but in the meanwhile in the mid, boss goes down.
Yeah, a win on the right for Humble, but a win in the mid for Zeta. And then Lukey says, no. Win for me. Melody opens the door, but just a crack. And Humble are able to get 2% like milk onto the safe. It's Zeta that's bringing the heavy hitters, doing about 30%, a little over.
Nice Hypercharge there for Semantic, but Meow's only forced out of mech, and actually Semantic will go down. That's cool from Gero to be able to find where everyone is in the bush and obviously stop that offense. The Primo now going to land straight onto the safe as well. The asteroid is going to bring in a lot of damage. Me out from the other side of things. Gero as well on top is trickling down, and Humble just don't seem at home right now. Semantic will get a good stun to the mid, gets the takedown as well. But in the meanwhile, it's the safe damage where I'm concerned, and that Barley's been left there untouched. 33% remain now on the Humble safe.
I mean, they call it safe damage, but it is very dangerous, the amount of nonsense that Zeta Division is able to export onto the enemy side here. A third remains here for Humble. As Zeta Division, they're, I mean, not completely comfortable. 60%, though, is double of what Humble has. Even taking some ship damage here. They are looking cute, feeling cute. So Zeta's unbridled aggression has been really effective in this matchup, and Meg's continuing. Lucky number 7 turns into bad luck number 0. Zeta Division take game 1 in the grand finals.
Solid stuff, an opening hand from Zeta, which proved victorious and looking pretty comfortable with it. I think the Primo pick was a nice finalization. Probably turned a few heads at the beginning because it's not looking to really kind of counter any particular brawler. It's just trying to go on the aggressive. It's trying to keep that HP going up the map, having something to be dealt with all the time. And if you're just doing that, even if you're going down, you're still doing your job in that regard. So it's quite a scary prospect. And the asteroid gadget as well into the safe additional damage. And I mean, a lot of the Barley damage as well was not really being kind of dealt with a lot of the time, which gave a lot more over to Zeta, and just a really methodically well thought through draft, in my opinion. I mean, you want that kind of thing to start things off. Heist is a very tough game mode to start, to be honest. I mean, it really is quite unforgiving. So it's already going to give that little bit of a lift to Zeta to start with. But Humble are very good at coming back when they are behind. We can't forget last month, that very thing happened. A full reverse sweep of Zeta is what Humble were able to achieve. So I don't think they're going to be taking this too much on the chin. I think they're just going to be probably just kind of resetting themselves and rethinking through the remaining maps of what's to come. But certainly the best start for Zeta they could probably have hoped for.
Yeah, that sort of stick-to-itiveness, the perseverance. When we talk about like, oh, Semantic's a big energy guy, that's the takeaway, is that they can really kind of stay level when things are going awry, as they are here. Big numbers coming out from Humble, but I mean, this is a great example of like, the DPS and the kills matter so much less than what you're doing to the safe. Play the objective. Yeah,
big kills for Humble. I mean, Meow covering both Semantic and Luki's scoreline, or Boston's the Luki's where you want to look at it. But again, that's what I'm saying about the Primo pick and the Barley is like, the Barley is designed just to try to just ensure damage onto the safe from a distance and keep that control. It's not really going to be going on a tear for kills. Now he's just really going to be just charging the safe with his HP and just keeping that flow of action at that side of the field. And in the meanwhile, I mean, for Omega as well, 10 takedowns on Hot Potato. That's quite a stat. Quite a firm one at that, despite the high DPS of Semantic, 479, 465 for Boss. I mean, they were tearing through a lot of the HP, but just not really able to get the objective. And like you say, that's where it matters most in Heist. But that's done and dusted over to Brawl Ball, next Pinball Dreams, and a chance to reset realistically here for Humble and try to bring things back into order, or things could escalate, and that's a scary prospect.
Everybody's had that bad random on their team who's ignoring the save to hunt down kills. You're just screaming at the Edgar player, stop it! Go on the safe! Not what happened here. Great performance by Zeta to play defense, but I gotta vent somewhere, right? Bans coming out here, 81% ban for the monster, and he is banned here as well. Stu and Sandy gonna round out Humble's bans, and that gives them the first pick, Barry, who we've seen here and there. I expected this character to be very strong. The idea that you can do the dash and the sort of windmill kick, providing just so much control and knockdown, I think is a big deal. But when we've seen him played, it really hasn't been all about his control. He's, just providing some area control a la Barley.
Yeah, I really like Barry as a brawler. I think it's just such a smart kind of like thing to add to the world. Chester coming in, I did ask about the win race for Chester because I've been kind of curious around like the hype surrounding Chester in the pro scene, and about 6 wins to 11 losses today. So it's about 50-50 really. I was expecting it from the hype it's been given to be a lot higher than that, because I did kind of wonder watching it in the previous series whether every time I see it, it just seems to lose. It seems to be about in the middle. So I'm not overly still convinced on Chester, but despite that, I can understand why pros are bringing it to the table and a lot of people speaking very highly of it. I really like what Humble are cooking. I'll be honest, I love the Max combined with the Berry. Larry and Lauren is a very strong pick for Zeta. We saw it pretty much every single game in APAC today, either banned or picked, so it's definitely still in a good spot. And Surge, great in this kind of tank meta in which we sit. So I think that, you know, it just means that if Zeta bring in something along those lines, it's going to be feeding more into that Surge, providing more power over to Humble. And it's just very versatile. Being able to jump over the walls as well on this particular map can be the difference between scoring and not scoring. So I really like the way this is rounded up for Humble. I'm favoring their side in this draft, and that might be early days. Ooh, maybe I'm 50-50 now. It's a great brawler. I like that pick from Zeta.
Yeah, I was leaning there as well. You know, you've got Lukey providing, you know, aggression, Max who can do both, but is sort of utility, and then Barry, sort of the red mage of the group, able to heal and able to deal damage as well. And so I think that little bit of sustain will help, especially Lukey when he's trying to level up, you know, sneak out, get some shots, sneak back, sneak out, etc., etc., etc. Buster though, such a game changer, particularly on Brawl Ball, because Montage comes up and just you shall not pass. We've seen some of that today for sure. Buster definitely a game changer. You mentioned one of your favorite brawlers, Buster. One of my favorite brawlers to watch and play, in all honesty. You just feel like you have so many tools.
Yeah, massively versatile and can be a big game changer, especially in Brawl Ball, you know, being able to really utilize the gadget and just ensure those goals where you're in that kind of like 2v1 scenario. Big speed from Boss here, a lot of movement, big swell then coming in with the heals as well, keeping Humble in play here is gonna be huge. Big smash, but now he gets the upper hand there somehow, leaving Boss all alone. That turned so quickly against Humble.
Yeah, curious use of Barry Sue. I mean, I guess he just wanted to coat the place with ground mechanics so everybody can heal, but the ice cream gives everybody a headache instead. Larry, on the right side, is able to find Lukey, but there are still two defenders remaining. Boss on the good side of one. That's the wipe, and there's the goal. Darrow coming through. You know, Chester, 6 out of 11 here on his performance on the day. Kind of a coin flip. Heads for him this time.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta made that look very, very smooth, but it's an aggressive comp that Humble are running, so it's not over just yet. But good positioning here for Zeta as well. But it's a nice super from Luke to get back behind enemy lines, and now has the speed to be able to try to brute force this one through. Should be able to walk this through, I think, and he does. Bring it to tie at just the right time.
Straight up, great utility from the team. Max showing up as well. Shading, providing some coverage on the just-in-case moment. Mid control has, a lot of times we wind up playing footsies and we just kind of like, who's trying to deal with the neutral. Mid control has just been snatched every single moment here from either of these teams. Barry kind of throws it away there, but so does Meow, so, you know. Even, it's a 2-1-2.
Good high ground position though for Zeta, and they can buy some time here as Humble needs to get out of the spawn, but the speed from the Max Boss now coming in with it will help out a lot in trying to maneuver this around. But now he's so tanky, taken care of now though, as Lukey then just throwing over the wall as well. Great healing there for him. But Humble are being very cautious around the ball. They don't want to go too aggressive early on. They want to utilize that max speed at just the right time and just try to secure this goal. Lukey's got super as well, so he can go for a shot on goal potentially here as well, but good timing. They don't want the ball to be too far forward, too far back. Hypercharge now for the Boss, but didn't hit the speed with anyone else.
Now he uses the montage to create some room for Garrow, but Garrow doesn't pick up the ball. And what could have been a Nowie exchange goes the way of Semantic. Level 1,000,000 now, as the max level Surge here, ready to make problems for Zeta Division. Ball in the hands of Lukey. Super shot into the defense's hands. 40 seconds on the clock. Zeta Division gonna corner the ball here and try to win the brawl.
Yeah, some big fumbling here going from Humble for me, but they can rekindle this. Now he's low, the ball lands to defeat a Boss. He can just get past through at the right time to Semantic, but he's lacking, I think, one shot away from Super here, maybe. Pass through to Garu. It's really quite in the middle of this matchup as to who's going to get the ball and try and make a run for the goal or just settle for the draw. Zeta, though, at this rate, might be able to force this 3 versus 2. The pass into Meow. Meow's low, though, at the same time. Lucas just comes to the snatch. Ball is still. Oh, my word, no, he picks it up and it is through. Zeta grab it at just the nick of time. 5 seconds remain, but the goal stands.
Yo, I did not think they were gonna find that. I had kind of like already put my mind in draw mode, and then we saw the kill on the Nowie. Sheesh. All right. Zeta Division coming on through, bringing us another one. Unthinkable that they would 2-0 Humble here. Move on to our third set unscathed. But we'll see. Already on the defensive is Humble. Mid control, yeah, it doesn't belong to Zeta, but almost. They're signing the papers. It looks like now they passed the point of sale. Semantic, underground. Ball's taken out as well. Respawns will come in, but Meow should be able to score it, and does.
So methodical, it really is, and for Humble to have to try to reset their mental after those blunders in that previous game, a really tough thing. I'm not surprised by the early goal for Zeta, but it was so well done. And again, not stopping now. All three members still standing. Boss low, Lukey now just doing his best to try to heal up the scenario, but it might be forced through regardless, and it is! And Zeta now move 2 sets to 0 in spectacular fashion.
Oh, hey. A fast one for sure. I had like a bit planned. It was elaborate, and I'm just gonna dodge it. Anyway, a quick one this time around. Surprising to see Humble just that lackluster, honestly. You mentioned some foibles in game number 1. Game number 2, I mean, less their problem. They didn't really have any time to make mistakes, Arc, because we just saw Zeta push it to the limit.
It's one of those things where, you know, it's hard to recover when you know that you really should have won that game, and that would have been in a much more favorable position. They could have had options. I mean, going into that overtime in that first game, that was a goal scoring moment for me, where they could have like just been able to work that situation better, get the pass through, secure that goal in the early seconds of overtime. And then there was some questionable sort of, I'm not sure if there's connection issues or whatever, but there was definitely some things that weren't right on the Humble side. I'd love to kind of know what was going on there, but they were just not really doing what they had to do in those moments, which is just get yourselves lined up to just ensure that it can't be stopped. And then the shot on goal wasn't necessarily a great one, cleared off the line, but when you're shooting from that distance, it can be kind of quite easily intercepted. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think Humble was kind of scraping the barrel a little bit towards the end of that game, and then the second game was over so quick, didn't even get time for Samantha to be able to earn those surge stacks either, and that's always a bit of a loose pair of hands when you've not really got much to be able to bring to the table either. So didn't really surprise me after the back of that first game that Zeta were able to tie things up so smoothly. The question now is, can Humble dig deep enough to be able to go back to last month in June when they reverse swept Zeta Division in the grand finals there? I mean, at the moment, it's really hard to see that kind of thing happening. I mean, Humble are at home. You know, they've already qualified for Worlds. They've got all these things going for them already that, you know, of course, seeding is a massive, you know, question. And I'm not too sure on the exact number of points we've seen in other regions. Even just today in APAC, a team qualifying for LCQ by just one singular point. So it's a very, very thin margin. But I mean, for me, Humble, you know, have done the heavy lifting so far. They're kind of a bit more relaxed potentially this month, but regardless, it's unlike them to kind of be looking this week against Zeta. They're normally able to stand much more of a fight than this. Let's see what happens in the following sets. This is not over yet. Humble can bring this back.
I almost feel like the performance out of Barry, like I'm coming at Lukey a little bit, but more the brawler. Like I'm feeling like I perhaps overvalued him. Like I didn't expect Barry to come in and take over the way we've seen certain brawlers come through, but I expected more out of the Ice Cream Unicorn, to be honest.
I feel like it's very, very good in the right circumstances, in the right draft. And I think that, you know, as soon as a new brawler comes out, players are always looking to find the weaknesses first, as opposed to just playing the strong brawler. They're actually doing the opposite. They're looking to find the weak points and exploit them, and then just kind of counter it in the draft. Man's coming in for Flaring Phoenix, being the Gene, the Barley, and the Meg, the Frank, the Lily, and the Tick of Humble. Good bands, I feel. Kind of interesting to see Tick being banned now recently, because we haven't seen a massive abundance of play rates. We've seen a bit more than we have in previous months, but nonetheless, it's kind of like it's just an interesting thing to be valued that highly. Pearl, first pick for Humble. Kind of bold, but it does have a really, really good advantage in that midpoint, and of course the gadget, the overcooked nature of that particular brawler can really just tear down brawlers very quickly. Kit, I've got a big question mark on that one. It's not banned, and it's got a 72% win rate. So, you know, we don't have to go necessarily into the depths of why Kit is just one of the best brawlers, and this is the best mode for it as well. So I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, I get angry every single time. It breaks the rules. Kill every brawler. There's less brawlers. You can't target. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. He always sounds so sly. You know, he's like, yeah, it's me. I'm the cat. And that's kind of how he feels right now. If Humble lock him in on here. Pearl, first pick. Kit, second pick.
Had to be.
Yeah, you have to. Like, what do you? Of course. Intentional by Zeta or mistake? Oversight.
This is
Oops.
it. This is it. They definitely, you know, left it open for a reason. So, I mean, Daryl, I mean, on this map, I can understand it somewhat. I mean, it's kind of got an ability to flank around and roll through the water as well, but I still don't think it's the play. I think it's kind of quite wild for me. When you 2 sets down to Zeta Division, you're not third picking Daryl, in my opinion. But I mean, with the kit, it can obviously close the gap and more healing, more tankiness. It could be a good combo, but maybe one that's not been explored that much. We saw just last month in South America how Kit combined with Surge was actually a really interesting combination that worked perfectly well, but no one's doing it. This could be another one of those times. I mean, it's certainly, I mean, it's not even off meta. It's way off meta. But I'm not going to rule it out just yet. I'm going to give it the chance and see what it comes back with. I mean, the Cordelius, though, is the response from Zeta. And that's a very good response. So, you know, we'll have to see.
I think the Daryl might be to deal with Buster, right? Daryl can just roll up on him and shotgun him down. Might be the look there. Kit's gonna jump on the Semantic, and right away Humble gets aggressive, and well, yeah, there's one player left. Meow is by himself. Humble just decided we go now and eliminate 2 players. I see you spinning on the enemy up there, Lukey. I always think of Lukey as real polite, so it's kind of funny seeing him spin.
It's like, well, he's picked the brawler that he knows that everyone's looking very, very hard at. So it's one of those things where, you know, he's confident with it. And this is why I don't necessarily judge like brawlers' choices by the pro players this quickly now, because like these are the best players in the world for a reason, right? So like they've got something up their sleeve when they do it. It's just one of those things that is definitely not what I was expecting. But for that same reason, I want to give it the chance. Semantic going super aggressive, gets forced into the realm, immediately taken care of. Zeta were waiting on that.
Yeah, Semantic. A little troublesome there, getting spotted out. Lukey and Boss, though, playing into this 3v2 earnestly. Sometimes you see players just sort of toss their hat. And, well, Lukey tosses himself towards Nowie, and the montage comes out at the last second to ensure that he survives. So, Boss now just gonna walk away, hoping to die in the gas and deny some super, but I mean, Ark, you know, you're not wrong. These are the best players in the world, but I mean, you know, you are one of the most knowledgeable people in the game. And that's, I always say that, you know, you come in with knowledge and some expectations and predictions, and when players pick something crazy or the unexpected happens, that's when sports happens. That's the exciting moment. If everything happens the way we expected it to, or the way you do the math on paper, I'm falling asleep. But every single monthly finals, we show up and see something interesting, exciting, or otherwise cool on the BSC. And it's because the players are constantly surprising us, so I am always here for it. Round 3, looking for game 1. Anybody's business.
But this is what I expect to see more here. They're sitting back now because they don't have to go on the aggressive. They're aware of the kit and the cardboard box gadget, you know, that invisibility to be able to creep forwards. They're not going to be going in too aggressive and getting caught out unawares. The Daryl will be forced into the realm of the Cordelius very, very quickly. I mean, the Pearl as well. You can really just eradicate those big, heavy hits. Now the cardboard box comes through. Semantic's looking lanes now to join his teammates on the left-hand side. And the kit just not quite connecting, though. Lukey's still alive, but now in the realm. It's now a 2 versus 3 as Humble have lost 1. The kick goes down. Now the Daryl's following boss will be the last. And Zeta are all still standing. Moved on now to match point.
Unfortunate. I mean, no, that wasn't unfortunate. That was just misplay. You know, I much love the Semantic. I'm sounding like Stephen A right now. LeBron is a good friend of mine. Listen, much love to Sim, but he threw this game and the last game. I mean, it's just unfortunate. Even if he connects there, Ark, You're behind an unbreakable wall that your teammates can't jump over. You isolated yourself.
Yeah, true.
And because of that, just, you know, what's arguably the best tool in Knockout goes GG. Tim finds himself on the backside, but Zeta Division pinched.
Oh. I was surprised he came out alive, to be completely honest. How is it 2 versus 1? I thought with Semantic doing the very thing that you were just talking about, being separated from his teammates, somehow Humble is still in a spot.
That time around, that was the ideal separation, right? There, you're playing lurker. You're absolutely getting the flank. You're causing the pinch. I mean, the pinch was too wide to like really make the all-in, but I see what he was cooking. Actually came out on top that time around, and Zeta, they're trying to deny that by being aggressive, just walking at the opposition and denying that flank.
Oh, Semantic punished again though, and this is not the time for it. 3 versus 2, and unless Luke can bring out something wonderful. He's been playing an amazing Daryl, by the way. Many just unsure about the pick, but the play, the mechanics are on point. This is going to be a round going the way of Zeta, and just one more will lock themselves in with another Grand Finals win to seal out the season. It'll be so huge for them.
Playing with their food. Like, one shot away, Lukey just waddling around. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that Daryl, I get it, you know. Lukey playing it very, very well. And I think there was some method to the madness with respects to Daryl into some of the other other opponents. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta have a dance party.
But every day you get a split screen in Knockout, is it?
Shout out to our production team. We've been working, I mean, you know, all year, multiple years. Always having fun alongside. It takes a village, folks. It's trust me, it's not Trav backstage pushing buttons and pulling levers. It's a whole squad of people. So thanks for hanging out. Because hanging out is exactly what we're doing, dude. Oh my goodness. Makes sense, I think, for Humble to kind of chill. But Zeta have been effective when aggressive. So gas creeping in, and it's time to press go.
Yeah, gas coming in now. Semantic does find the connection here as well, but then Meow forces Lukey into the realm. It's absolute chaos from Zeta falls. There's 1v1. Who's going to come out? It's going to be Boss! Oh my word! Zeta had it on a platter, but couldn't seal it, and Boss stays stand and they're still in this.
They are still alive, as Gladys would say. Just sticking around. Semantic coming on through. That time the kit worked out. Big stun, big fun. Working out for Humble. So one for everybody. Humble still deep in the trenches. Down 2 sets. So they got to win this one. They got to win another one. And then they have to win the 5th set. So they got a hot zone and a bounty in front of them, even if they take this one home. For my money, Dave's Division has been playing this a little bit better. Semantic goes in, and I don't hate that play, but he still gets punished for it. Unanswered back, so it's 2v2.
Yeah, traded out. I love the aggressive start from Meow, which he can afford to do. He needs to earn that super by getting right up in enemy lines, and good connections there from Meow as well to Boss, keeping him low. But I'm still worried about Lukey. I mean, he's really quite dangerous on this Daryl pick going in now. Oh my word, what a round. What a round from Meow. It just cancels out the roll. I mean, I've not really ever seen that interaction before, but my word, the timing of those thumbs absolutely on point. And now Zeta in a really nice spot. Lukey low and right between the gas too. Boss as well, trying his best. Has super to hand, but I think it's going to go down before he can have a chance to use it. It's going to be another round going the way, surely, here of Zeta, unless Lukey can pull something out the bag of beauty, and he can't. It's going to be Zeta looking still victorious here, but one round still separates them from being crowned the July monthly final champions.
Would have been really tough for Daryl to make that one happen. Not impossible, but quite nearly so. Tough one for sure. I didn't hate the play from Semantic that time around, and the trade was good, but ultimately it was Zeta who's doing it again. Semantic falls down, a trade again, and now it's Meow versus Boss. Just 2 brawlers against each other. The duel here, and Pearl does have that shield, but the hypercharge available for Meow across the way is going to be a giant deal to worry about.
Mano y mano, it seems. Meow has got hypercharge, and I'm worried for Boss on that front. If he's forced into the realm, there's been no super from him either for a defensive measure. It's going to be quite a tough 1v1, I feel. Meow just not rushing into this, waiting for the gas to have a bit more of an advantage, a bit more of a maneuver way to push Boss around the map. But it's going to be a tough thing to win. This hypercharge has got to land.
Oh, man. I'm nervous now. I got rubber in the knees. Meow needs to stand tall. Hypercharge is available. And Boss, there comes the super coming out from Cordelius, and the super play is good. And Cordelius makes it happen, brings the opposition to the Shadow Realm, and lifts his team above his head. Zeta Division are your winners of the final monthly final of 2024.
Great stuff from Zeta, back on top in the region. It seems a little bit more so. We had some question marks this year about their performance. Humble, though, the more consistent, but it wasn't to be this time around. Last month, able to reverse sweep Zeta. This month, got swept. Cleanly done by Zeta. A great performance, great drafts as well. I didn't want to speak too soon with that 1v1 because you never know. If that one super misses, then there's a chance. There's an open door. But Zeta stayed firm, landed the mark, got the job done.
I also, again, I want to highlight how beautiful this, the Matt Christopher book is. You know, just the Disney made-for-TV movie here. Meow, stoic and quiet his entire career, finally decides to start talking smack on Twitter. And the monthly finals comes down to a 1v1 starring the guy running his mouth, and then he wins it. Bro, that's a good show. I'm here for it, man. Zeta Division on top. And Meow making it happen. Here's that final duel. And Cordelius. Also, you know what? The duel was cool. But it was that tech play from the game beforehand, where Cordelius, Shadow Realms, the Daryl roll, that was sick.
Yeah, great stuff. And that Cordelius was the third and final pick for Zeta, and Meow showed that he can prove that it can bring back the goods. 10 takedowns for him in knockout is very, very good. Let's be honest. And if you listen closely, you can hear the clicks of everyone in the Brawl Stars esports community going over to Twitter to see what Meow has to say about this month. But we've already seen a little bit of a glance today already. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But definitely not the results that Humble were looking for at all. I did expect to see a bit more from them. This was not a sweep for me when I put down my prediction. So definitely going to be sort of reflecting. Yeah, of course, it kind of has to be Meow at this point. I feel like it's going to be Meow's MVP regardless of what happens. I mean, let's be honest, anyone, Naui and Gary can get 20 kills in every single game of the series. It will still be Meow that gets the MVP because his Twitter ad's on the screen that way.
And I'm literally spamming refresh right now on the Twitter, seeing what's gonna happen. But we refresh ourselves and get a fresh young Trav. It's always really good to have a teenager on the broadcast. Thanks for joining us. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, laugh it up, guys. Laugh it up. You're never gonna. Actually, you are gonna. You're not gonna see it tomorrow. I was gonna say you're never gonna see it again.
You look like your mum does your pack lunch at school.
She does. She still does.
She still does.
Honestly, lucky.
Have a good cast today, son.
Let's take a look at the bracket.
Yeah.
Bring me the bracket. Bring me the bracket. This was a long day. Maybe not as far as hours played, but certainly as far as stakes driven. We have all of our teams now set in stone. This is the final monthly final. We know what's going to happen. So SK Gaming, Zeta Division, and Humble, they are your EMEA representation for the World Finals. And then our LCQ will feature Eclipse and Reply Totem. So strong stuff from all of our teams here. Ogashiki making it to semifinals, not quite eking it out to grands. But Trav, this has been a great day of, honestly, some incredible performances across the board.
Yeah, it really has. And I mean, it all started, yes, they had the hardest quarterfinals. I know, Zeta Division, they had a tough quarters against Reply Totem, but I don't think they looked that great. Then I kind of doubted them. I was like, Okachi might be able to do it. And then they just swept them. I was like, okay, faith has been restored. Zeta Division are going to win it all. And that's exactly what they did. But you can't say Humble didn't have a good day. They beat Pirates, beat Eclipse, and sadly did lose in the finals. But I think, you know, one of the biggest things today was Eclipse are beating SK Gaming yet again. It's a big thing for them, and obviously they locked LCQ by doing it.
Well, as far as the predictions are concerned, Trav, you are usually our golden child, and we'll say, well, you did all right. You did all right. All of us struck out on the SK matchup, but you did well. You did well. So confident with your picks. Zeta taking it in the grand finals. I was the only one leaning towards Humble. So, Trav, feeling good about your predictions this season?
This season, yes. I think I've done all right. Today, it was okay. You know, tying with Ark's never a good thing. I always do like to be out in front when it comes to predictions, but, you know, I'll have to settle for it today.
All right, Ark.
Still copying my homework then.
Listen, Trav can pass the high schooler. I don't know about. You know what? I'm getting up there too, so I'm going to shut up. Humble, Zeta, SK Gaming, locked and loaded. We'll see you at Worlds. Ogre Cheeky, Eclipsar, and Reply Totem are headed out to that LCQ. We'll see them live in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom. As Kenny said, one of the biggest events on the gaming calendar. So, you know, I've been to Gamescom a number of times, did the Brawl. A very, very cool show. If you are local, you got to show up. If you're a little bit local, you got to try and show up. What a great show that can be. And honestly, Trav, just hanging out at a Brawl LAN is very, very cool, seeing other people that, you know, also have 30,000 plus trophies.
No. I mean, Ark doesn't have 30,000 plus trophies, put it that way, but...
Well, 65,000 trophies. How many have you got?
Burn!
How many have you got?
I have got incredible skill within the game of Brawl Stars.
How many have you got, though?
And that's what matters. And that is what matters.
I've tried to make them be friends, chat. I got nothing. So we're going to shift gears hard again. And let's take a look at the World Finals race as we have completed 2 regions. And we have 2 more in front of us, NA and South America. So as it stands, Crazy Raccoon, Rival Esports are going to be representing Asia Pacific. Humble, Zeta, and SK Gaming will represent the EMEA region. Space Station Gaming repping South America, Pioneers, and Elevate coming out from NA. So still a monthly finals to be played in SA and NA tomorrow. But right now, these are the teams that we will expect to see in the World Finals. Ark, this is what the LCQ looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking so stacked. I'm still with my heart in my mouth for North America, still to sort of be sort of determined later on tomorrow. But I mean, honestly, I mean, APAC was an amazing show today to watch. If you haven't watched that, go back in the VODs, because honestly, it was so exciting to see go down. But for EMEA, I mean, really so stacked. For APAC, so stacked. And I mean, South America, North America, I mean, it's gonna be, I mean, this is what I love about the LCQ, though, is it really just sets so much hype going into the World Finals. We see so much of a back and forth between the regions, and it's just going to be, I mean, I said last year, like, this was the best thing we ever did in Brawl Esports. I stand by that. I cannot wait for it.
I mean, NA has been such a powder keg of competition that one of those teams has to wind up at LCQ, so we have to see a top team try and make it through LCQ. And also, we don't get to see the Chinese mainland teams during the regular season, and so this is the chance where we get to see those squads show up as well. LCQ, I'm in agreement, it's one of the coolest things that we've got going on in Brawl Esports, and that's happening in a little bit. But in a littler bit, we have 2 more monthly finals. North America and South America stand in front of us, and I cordially invite you guys to join us as we bid our adieu to the 2024 regular season here at the BSC. Tune in tomorrow at 12 p.m. BRT to catch us on that South American broadcast. I invite you guys, and until then, I wish you luck in your matches. No bad randoms for you. Peace, and much love to you.
Max range, and he managed it, but he's stunned out. Maru gonna get... Oh! Chaos gonna get the trade, though. Hypercharge available, but now Chaos falls down. All the gems tumble to the floor.
The ball coming through. It's Joker again, but he hasn't got round to hand. Going on the aggressive 3-minute innovation. Another the ball, and then the blustery blow comes in again. It's another defense. Maybe he might have time. He's got no phase shifts. He's got no the penalties. And now Joker comes in with the realm yet again.
He's switching the hats. He's got 2.
Just listen. People are just rubbing it in now.
Why does he have 2? Oh man, brother. That's hat number 6, by the way. That is hat number 6. We have an official hat counter. Recharge is available. And boss, there comes the super coming out from Cordelius, and the super play is good.